You get a 3-month, 3,000-mile powertrain warranty. Visit us today and drive away with the confidence of total mile protection. Bill Jacobs Auto Group. The cars bring you in, but the experience brings you back.
Postgame with Yurko and Peggy is up next. ESPN Chicago.
Oh, the Bears put the hammer down on the Detroit Lions. It was a physical game from start to finish. Both teams intent on running the football early and often. And the Bears, while they gave up a few and trailed at the half by 3, really came on strong in the second half, completely muting the Lions and Jared Goff in that offense. For the day, a third lowest passing yards as a Lion in Goff's career, just 161 yards through the air. He was under pressure for a large part of the day. The Bears took away the run in the second half. And Jaquan Brisker with 17 tackles. Thank you, Pro Football Reference, and the research by Doug Coletti. That is most by a non-linebacker on a Bear team since 1994 and tied for the third most ever by a Bear. Just a splendid day by him. He was tone-setting today.
Yeah, but it's his versatility, it's his athleticism, his ability to play at or near the line of scrimmage or play in the defensive backfield. If you have a guy that's one-dimensional, that's only a certain type of player, even, listen, with all due respect to a guy like Deion Sanders, he's going to play cornerback. He's going to play on the outside edge. That's where he's going to live his life. You have a guy like Jaquan Brisker or Kyler Gordon, they're going to move all around the field. So sometimes that you can create a matchup and put them in towards a blitzing type of position unbeknownst to the offense and their blocker. So you have to credit his versatility, intelligence, athleticism, and the creativity of the coaching staff in order to, like you like to say, deploy him everywhere.
Yes, that was certainly the case. Detroit offensively this year averaged in the passing game 6.99 yards per pass attempt. Today, they got 3.3. They had 63 offensive plays and managed just 4.2 yards for the Lions, way, way below their seasonal averages. And the Bears turned them over and sacked them and just really did a tremendous job. And up next, a trip to Cleveland to take on the Browns. The quick sneak peek of that is Myles Garrett is a terror, one of the best, if not, depends on your flavor, I guess, who the best pass rusher is. He's certainly in the conversation, and a team that likes to run the ball no matter who's at quarterback. And you're playing in their building.
Yeah, it's a difficult atmosphere, and it's a lot like playing the Detroit Lions in the culture of Dan Campbell. That's something you're competing with as well as the players. And when you talk about the opponents that they're playing down the road, you're going to be playing in some really hostile environments. You're going to be playing against some great players, but it's about the Bears and how can they improve against no matter who they're playing against. They go to Detroit a couple weeks ago, a game they should have won, but they weren't able to close the door. Now, a couple of weeks later, you play them here, and I told you before the game, I really felt coming into the Bears Stadium today that this was a game that I felt most confident about the Bears winning. And so I'm not saying they proved me right, but I just had a good feeling about them because I thought the Bears proved something the last couple of weeks that they could compete, and we'll see going down the road how they can compete.
I hope you have that same feeling 4 more weeks.
No, so do I. But, listen, I can't help to think about the last time the Bears went to Cleveland, and that was Justin's first start. And it was one of the most difficult atmospheres they've ever put a young quarterback in since I've been around the National Football League as a player or a broadcaster. And so I want to see, what can you do, even though it was a different coaching staff with a different philosophy and a different type of team, and Justin's got a different supporting cast. But, I'm still anxious about that game as we 10 minutes away from finishing this game. Right. I still have, concerns and thoughts.
Oh, yeah. You're always concerned.
Can you tell me Justin's numbers?
I think he had 10 for 60 yards rushing.
Okay.
And then passing the football today, he was 19 of 33 for 223.
Okay.
Justin officially now 12 for 58 yards rushing.
Okay. I have to talk to Peggy Kaczynski. I was listening to her and Dion yesterday on the air.
Well, we're handing off. You could talk to
All
her.
right, I'm listening.
I can't wait.
I'm listening,
Peggy
Tommy.
and Yurko. Hey, we got yourselves a win over there.
What do you got for me, Tom?
So, no, Peg, so I was listening to you and Dion yesterday. I love the show. I do appreciate it. And so you were talking about what you thought would be a good performance by Justin Fields. And you said 80 yards rushing up to 100. But then I think you said only 140 yards passing.
Well, because I'm looking at total yards from the quarterback. If you get 220 out of him total, then that's what I'm looking for out of Justin Fields.
Okay, I wanted more. I wanted you to want more passing yards out of him, I guess is what I'm saying. I have no argument with it, but I happened to be driving for, a long time yesterday afternoon and got a chance to talk to you guys for quite a while, or listen to you guys for quite a while. And so I was hoping I'd get a chance to talk to you today and ask you about
Tommy,
that.
312-332-3776 anytime. Anytime. You had a long drive.
Pick up the phone, champ.
Pick up the phone and call.
Let your fingers do the walking.
I know that you've only had 1 or 2 repeat guests on your show.
Yeah.
And I was hoping to maybe become one of them at some time, but I guess I didn't reach that status yet.
I didn't know you were available on Saturdays.
You're
now that I know
Schefter,
that.
champ.
That's right.
Listen, when I drive, my station is on ESPN 1000. And so, like I said, as I was driving and sitting in traffic, I had an opportunity to sit and listen to you guys for quite a while. I learned a lot about what you're shopping for your daughters, how you're looking for a smaller hockey jersey, how you watch TikTok and all that kind of stuff. But going back to the original question about Justin, that's what I was interested in.
Hey, I got one more thing for you guys. Doug just made this clear to me. So the Brisker performance by a non-linebacker, the 19 tackle game of Urlacher in that
Arizona game.
We knew who we thought they were. We let him off the hook game. So that's put it in just a tremendous game by him. He was all over the place today, and bad intentions, Yurko, the entire day, start to finish from number 9.
It's a good sign. It's a good attitude to have.
It's the old Norris division. Thanks, guys.
Right. It was Norris division football.
All right. Jeff Joniak and Tom Thayer at Soldier Field. We'll get back to them in a bit when they interview head coach Matt Eberflus after his first winning streak as head coach of the Bears.
Two-gamer.
Got a little winning streak here, Yerk.
Always remember, you got to get the second game before you can get the third game. So now they got 2 in a row. We'll see if they can get 3 in a row. See how they can finish this thing.
Defense got redemption in this one. We looked at the clock, and there was 4:40 left in the game. The Bears had a 15-point lead. No, at that point, it was still 12-point. We thought, uh-oh.
We were all scratching.
2 weeks ago, 4:15 left, 12-point lead. They end up giving up the lead and a total of 17 points, but not this time. Defense gets redemption in what was they pitched a shutout in the second half. The defense just played phenomenal. 4 sacks, 2 interceptions, a fumble recovery. I was just looking at the numbers, Yerk. In the second half, the Lions were held to 42 yards passing and 34 yards rushing in the second half. That's some darn good
it was
numbers.
15 plays they had at one point. It was 5 straight 3-and-outs that they had. So you've got to like that. You've got to like that if you're the Bears defense. It looked like at the end of the first half, they were starting to give up some things again. Final 2 drives before the half, they ended up giving up 2 touchdowns. So, what are you looking for? You're looking for your defense to go ahead and step up, tackle a little bit better, secure it. I think you got a little bit of help from the Detroit Lions. And I always tell everybody about sacks. Sacks come when the other team is in a must-throw situation.
Desperate, yeah.
Yeah, when they have to go. That's when you can pin your ear back, and that's where you can get your sacks. And that's where the Bears ended up getting a handful of their sacks at the end of the game. 4 on the day. I think 3 came during the final 2 possessions, if I'm not mistaken. So when you're up and they've got to throw, that's when you give yourself a chance to get to the quarterback. But the pressure, I think, has been better. And the pressure has been, and since Sweat has gotten here, I think the pressure has gotten better for the Chicago Bears. So that's a good thing. Defense played well. They had their hands on some footballs. I wish they can come down with every ball that touches their hands. I know number 9 Brisker had one.
Eddie Jackson missed one.
Eddie Jackson might have had one. There was one that was kind of flopping around in the air. It looked like everybody and his brother had, and then St. Brown, I think, knocked it down right at the end to get it to the ground. So no, it was good defense performance. Your question goes then to the quarterback. And just when I was starting to scratch my head at the quarterback, what'd they do? 4th and 13, the guy jumps off sides. They go back. DJ Moore beats the corner on the inside, runs that vertical route, and ends up getting to the end zone. And that's the throw that he made. Then he came back on another possession, one of the final ones. They stayed aggressive. They threw on 2nd down. They went for a crossing pattern about 20 yards down the field, and he overthrew a wide open DJ Moore. It's still the trying to figure out exactly what we have at the quarterback position. You went through it. You saw him getting beat up a little bit. You saw him getting banged up a little bit. That's always going to be the concern. But it's a victory. Justin Fields played well at the quarterback position to find a way to win the game. I'm just wondering if that comfort level is ever going to be there. That's all, just a comfort level, if it's ever going to be there for him.
Well, a couple of times, they need touchdowns off of these defensive stops, and they had back-to-back possessions that started at midfield, and they didn't go anywhere. And you started thinking, here we go with the touchdowns. They're stalling again. The offense is stalling, but they hung in there. In the end, they hung in there. DJ Moore was kind of on a milk carton in the third quarter. And then finally, they found him.
The first half,
they just
didn't
had
have
him.
a target.
No, he was a running back in the first half.
Three rushes.
That's right.
3 rushes.
That's
in the first
right.
half.
But fourth quarter, then they started looking at DJ Moore. DJ Moore finishes with 6 receptions for 68 yards. He had 3 carries as a running back for 20. So 88 yards, if my high school math does me correct, total yards for DJ Moore today. Really nice job by DJ Moore with 2 touchdowns, 1 rushing, 1 receiving. And Justin Moore finishes with that 1 touchdown pass, an 88.3 rating. He was sacked 3 times, 223 total yards now or not total yards, passing yards for Justin Fields. 58 yards rushing for Fields as well. Kind of what we expected, that he was going to be the leading rusher again. He's had some of his biggest games against Detroit. Don't want to get away from that. Want to take advantage of the opportunities when they were there. And it took a while. The offense didn't look like it was a well-oiled machine.
Well, early on, it looked like, hey, we're going to go get him, and this is how we're going to go get him. We're going to have Justin Fields running the ball. That's what you're going to give us, and that's not a problem. We'll take advantage of it. They chose to receive. They got the ball. They drove it down for a touchdown, a 7-0 lead. So, I mean, when you receive the ball, what you want to do is go ahead and put one in the end zone. That's exactly what the Bears did. So, all the credit in the world. Nice job. Second one looked like it was going in for a touchdown, too. They settled for a field goal. And then after that, they struggled with the possessions they had after it. So,
but they did split their possessions. In the end, it didn't look as bad as it felt for a little bit in the middle of the game, where they did get in the end zone twice. They did have a couple. I think they had 3 field goals today. So I mean, it was 50-50. It's all right.
It's hard to tell because you missed an extra point. Of the scoring that you had. So you missed 2 extra points. You had 9-9. I think there were 2 touchdowns in there and 2 field goals. So. Yeah, you'll take it. I'm going to take it.
Justin Fields rushing touchdown as well. I forgot about that one.
That's right. The 12-yarder.
Yes.
That he scampered in on the sidelines with the always hardworking Aiden Hutchinson trying to give chase and get to the end zone.
I mean, you watch him. He looks like he just drank a pot of coffee before every game.
Listen, he works hard.
His motor is always going.
It's always going. He works hard. I don't truly know how effective he is or he isn't, but he's always going to work hard for you.
He's John Yurkovich. I'm Peggy Kaczynski. We open up your phone lines to take your phone calls after the Bears win. 312-332-3776. Dial us up. Get in on the phone lines. Get the excitement going. The Bears had their first win streak, not only of the season, but their first NFC North win at Soldier Field since week 3 of 2021. You are listening to the Great Clips postgame show. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
With Robinhood Gold, you can make your money do the most. Make your money do 5% APY. That's big. At 8 times the national average savings rate, that's huge. Start earning 5% APY with FDIC insurance up to $2.25 million at partner banks for only $5 a month. Sign up today at Robinhood.com/getgold. As of 9/21/23 via bank rate. Interest is earned on idle cash swept from your brokerage account at program banks. Cash sweep program is offered through Robinhood Financial LLC. Terms apply. Rate may change. Robinhood is not a bank.
'Tis a cautionary tale I'm about to recite. For those who may indulge tonight, Santa knows when you've been drinking. If you're a bit too enthused, or if you've been smoking when you sound quite confused, grab a cab, a bus, or an app-summoned ride, because driving while buzzed brings troubles in tides. Remember, friends, to always think twice. Don't drive impaired. That's the ultimate advice. Visit itsnotagameillinois.com to learn more.
ComEd is preparing the electric grid and providing incentives to make it possible for more households and businesses to make the switch to electric products, like induction cooktops, clothes dryers, heating and cooling systems, and even electric forklifts. Learn more about how we can help create a clean energy future for all at ComEd.com/clean energy. ComEd, powering lives.
Take it from me. You only get one life. Which parts of it do you want to live greater? In Peoria, you can have a greater work-life balance, greater family time, or greater opportunities to make a difference in your career or community. Peoria is a great place to live, work, and play. With a mix of outdoor adventure, cultural experiences, and family-friendly attractions. Go to choosegreaterpeoria.org to learn more.
Here comes the boom.
Welcome to the Great Clips Postgame Show on the Bears Radio Network. Brought to you by Great Clips. It's gonna be great. By Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, and by Miller Lite. And now, the Great Clips Postgame Show on the Bears Radio Network.
Here are your hosts, Peggy Kaczynski and John Yurkovich.
A statement win for the Chicago Bears, putting together their first win streak in the Matt Eberflus era. Their first win this season against a team with a winning record as they hand the Lions their fourth loss of the season. The Bears now 5-8 on the season after a 28-13 win. Fair to call it a statement win?
Well, I wish 2-3 weeks ago could have been the statement win, the one that you would have won up there. I thought after you played that well against them there that they should have been favored in this game here. I thought Chicago was the better team as far as the way they played. I thought coming to Chicago, I thought Chicago was going to win this game.
That was the first time the Bears were underdogs at home against Detroit in 6 years.
Well, they were. They deserved whatever underdog role they had. I hope you took the points, and I hope you were Cadillacing it by the time the fourth quarter or the middle of the fourth quarter came around.
Were you getting nervous with 4:15 left?
When they went up by 15, I didn't have it. It wasn't 4:15 because when they went to punt the ball, it got all the way down to like 3:45. So with 3:45 left with a 15-point lead, I felt better.
Right.
12 points and 15 are different.
Right.
And then when they didn't score, even though it looked like they were running the ball down the field like there was no problems with anything, they decided it was time to pass the ball. When they decided it was time to pass the ball, they misfired a couple of times, and good things started happening for the Bears.
Dare I ask if the Lions are as good as their record? They have shown signs recently, the last few weeks, of being fallible.
Their quarterback is always going to be a little bit of an issue to me. So their quarterback is always going to be a little bit of an issue. And if you look at the power of the NFC, be it Dallas, be it Philadelphia, but though I think Dallas and San Francisco are a little bit in front. I know Philly's got the good record, but Philly's kind of beat up. I don't think it's got the same mojo out of Jalen Hurts that Jalen Hurts had last year. I think when you look at those three teams and then you look at Detroit, you just know that there's a difference between those teams. And anybody coming out of the South, you know there's a difference between those teams. So you got the two teams in the East and you got the one team out West. And I think your winner comes from those three with, I believe, San Francisco playing the Dallas Cowboys in the NFC Championship game. That's what I believe is going to happen with the way that the teams are playing right now. So it's not that I think they're overrated or not overrated. They're competitive. They're tough. They'll get out there and they'll battle you. But I don't think they're just an upper echelon team right now. I think they're one of the mishmash that has won some games, that has taken them to their elevated level of 9-4 right there for them. You saw a couple of games where they came back, where it looked like they're getting punched in the mouth, and they find a way to come back at the end of the games. I think they play better when teams loosen up and play conservative against them, which is why I think they can find a way to come back in some games. If you stay on these guys, you stay aggressive on these guys, they're gonna find a way to lose. So I just think there's premier teams in the NFC. They're not there yet. They're not a premier team yet.
Bears defense now with 11 takeaways in 3 games, in the last 3 games.
Yep.
11 takeaways. I believe they had 7 takeaways going in, plus special teams had 1 on the fumble recovery. And then today they had 2 interceptions, another fumble recovery, and 4 sacks. Defense is getting after it.
Well, I think the addition of Montes Sweat, unlike the Claypool acquisition last year, which did nothing for the Bears and didn't help Justin Fields at all, I think the acquisition of Montes Sweat has helped this defense. It's given him another pass rusher. It's allowed Ngakoue to do a little something because he got himself a sack today. But the reason Yannick Ngakoue won't be here, and if you watch him play, he's running like a man with his head cut off out there sometimes. Just crossing over where his defensive tackle is, just going out, getting out of position. They cut back where he was, and there's a big void there, and there's nobody there to get in that lane. There's nobody there to play that portion of the defense because Ngakoue's got an inside rip that he's dancing with the tackle 12 yards away, and you can't do that. You've got to have discipline when you play some defense. They had some nice stunts out there today, which resulted in sacks. Justin Jones got himself 1 off a nice ET stunt where the end came crashing down, picked off the offensive lineman. He got in there. There was another one that Gervin Dexter got where Gervin was in the inside, and he was the penetrator. The penetrator picked him. Both guys came off, and there he was with the sack on the quarterback. So real nice stuff. Real nice stuff out of the group today. They played well. Listen, it's never going to be perfect. You've got to understand these football games the way they play out. It's never going to be perfect, but you've got to find a way to win a game. And guess what? Justin Fields did enough to get out there and to win a game. Is that the quarterbacking that you need that can help you propel your team to be there? Now, remember, the Bears are in the mishmash of mediocrity. That is the NFL. Okay? 4 premier teams, 4 lousy teams, and the rest of the teams are just the mishmash of crap. And that's where I'd put the Bears right now in a mishmash of crap, trying to figure out how they can become the San Francisco 49ers, how they become the Philadelphia Eagles, and how they become the Dallas Cowboys. Now, San Francisco went through a 3-game losing streak, where all of a sudden everybody was off the San Francisco bandwagon. I think people are back on the bandwagon because I think San Francisco is a premier team. Kansas City, the Chiefs haven't looked fantastic. But to me, the Kansas City Chiefs are still one of the premier teams in the league. And people can argue with me until the cows come home. I don't care. I think it's Kansas City, those 3 NFC teams, and maybe you can add another AFC team, maybe Baltimore. But they're the tooth and nail right now to find a way to win in overtime against the LA Rams. So, and the Rams have won 4 in a row. I think this could be 5 in a row if they find a way to win this game. So I just think that if you realistically look at the NFL and what the NFL is, you'd find out that it's really 4, and then you've got 24 teams that are just fighting at the mediocre level. And some of those mediocre teams, because of either A, their schedule, or B, some breaks that they happen to catch in the games, some great officiating for them, bad officiating for others, they find a way to win 10 or 11 games this year, and you're scratching your head going, how the hell did these teams win 10, 11 games?
Well, finding a way to win, that's one of the things that general manager Ryan Poles talked about in the pregame interview with Jeff Joniak today here on the Bears Radio Network. And finding a way to win in December is key for these teams. You realize outside of that meltdown against Detroit in week 11, the Bears should be on a 4-game win streak.
I don't want to talk about it. I mean, I don't. I do want to talk about it, but I don't want to talk about it. This is a 7-6 football team. You crap the bed against Denver. You crap the bed against Detroit. 7-6 football team. You're in the playoff hunt. Everybody's talking about something different. And you know what else are we going to need to take the next step to become an elite team? That'd be the question that you'd be asking yourself. But they're not. You know, what they should have done and what they did were two different things. And the Bears find themselves where they are now. Dare I say it, 5-8, playing a Cleveland team next week that's beaten up right now on the Jacksonville Jaguars 31-21. Dare I say there's a chance you can go on the road and make some magic happen for yourself. I mean, I'm going to dare to say it. And then you'll get a week of film on Joe Flacco playing quarterback out there.
They have winnable games left on their schedule. That's what's so amazing about what this team could be. So when you hear Ryan Poles talking in the pregame and he says he likes where the team is at, he has more concerns with the offense. They need more explosive plays. They need more touchdowns off of the turnovers. He mentioned being very proud of how head coach Matt Eberflus and quarterback Justin Fields have handled everything this year, and that in these final 5 games, he needs to see this team sustain success for long periods of time. He wants clarity on if this team has elevated their game. Defensively, yes. Offensively, it's still a yo-yo. It's still a yo-yo, and I think that's what Ryan Poles is talking about. He wants to see consistency in finishing, consistency in elevating the game on the offensive side of the balls, on the offensive side of the ball, and finding a way to win.
His decision at the end of the year is going to be one decision. Do I pick up the 5th-year option? That's it. It's the only question he has to answer.
Because that will then determine every other decision that's made.
It will then lock him in for the 5th year where it's guaranteed. And then you sit back and you relax and you figure out what you're going to be able to do with that number 1 draft choice. You're probably going to end up, if I had to guess, at 7 victories this year. That's just me guessing. 7-10, a 4-game improvement over last year. That's where I believe they're going to end up finishing. Just looking at the final games that are left, 4 games left, I'm not going to say which ones are going to win, which ones are going to lose. That's where they are. They got to figure out, pick up the option, and then sit back and wait and relax. Bring your quarterbacks in from around the country, Penix, bring over the kid Caleb Williams from North Carolina. Bring them all in for a workout. Do it, do whatever you want. Put whatever show you want to put on. Hey, we're going to do this. We're going to have them there. They're going to work out. We're going to go to their pro days. We've got control of the draft board. We're going to see what everybody says. We like all these quarterbacks. We think all these quarterbacks are fantastic. You entertain the option of, hey, if you don't want the quarterback, what do you think? You want to trade for him? What are you giving us? What are you thinking about? You entertain any and every offer you can have in the offseason, having a feeling already of what you want to do. But you don't let the rest of the world know what you want to do.
Exactly.
But you pick the 5th-year option up, and then you go about the business. Because no matter what, if your quarterback plans on running 12 times 17, which is a lot, 120, 1284, it's 200 times a year, it's going to be tough. You're going to need a backup quarterback no matter what.
Let's head back to Soldier Field. Jeff Joniak is standing by with the winning head coach, Matt Eberflus.
All right, thanks, Peggy. Congrats, Matt. A job well done. Let's start from the back instead of the front. The defense in the second half completely suffocating the Detroit Lions today. What was the key?
Yeah, the guys, like I said, they, really about execution. We talked about at the halftime, we said, hey, at the beginning of the week, we talked about, fundamentals, starting from the ground up and, playing your responsibility. And the guys did a really good job. I told them, I'm going to let you guys play these guys. And they were excited about that, meaning that I was going to play some base stuff and they were just going to play them and we're going to go man on man. And they did a nice job with that.
One of them was Jaquan Brisker, a sterling effort, a career high 17 tackles, all over the field, tone setting out there. Just his impact, it was felt both pass and run.
Yeah, he's a special guy. And what makes him special, he's certainly a talented guy for sure. But what makes him special is his passion. He's a guy that, loves the game of football. And that's what Ryan and I say when we look at the draft guys and free agent guys. The number one thing is he loves football, and this guy does that. That's why we selected him, and he's continuing to pay off for us.
Hey, Matt, you said you're going to let these guys play these guys, but when you get enough of a lead, whether it's 10 points, 7 points, whatever, do you kind of allow yourself to allow them to play them, but be more aggressively in your calls, or is it still about playing the down and distance that you're seeing?
Yeah, are you talking about when we got up on them there?
Yeah.
So, that's an important thing to be able to let your guys rush. And when you have some guys that can do that, like a Tez, and they were chipping out, on him a little bit, but he didn't let that deter him, and he did a really good job. And we had 4 sacks, in the second half, and the guys did a nice job in coverage too. To get a sack, sometimes you got to get them to hold it, and I think our secondary did a really good job of disguising. And we had our hands on a couple of footballs today, and it was good.
Your evaluation of Justin. Did some nice things with the ball in his hands throughout the first half, and then the second half throwing the ball and, getting other guys involved in the run game. But what was your overall evaluation of Justin today? Second time around playing Detroit.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. In the first half, you certainly saw him take off, when things weren't open there, and he got some good rushing yards, from the scrambles, in the first half. And then, really just about finishing the last part, just doing a good job of protecting the football. And, that was a good job.
His first game in Soldier Field in 55 days, getting a chance to light up the home crowd like he was able to do, just like all the guys were able to do. How important is that when they go back in the locker room and they feel the appreciation of the fan base?
Yeah, the Bears fans are amazing. They're the best in the world. And, our guys were super, stoked to get back here, to play in front of them. It's been a while. And they were really excited. And the Bears fans, they came through like they always do.
All right, got to ask you about how you decided to and what you guys did defensively with Laporta and Amon-Ra St. Brown that made them really struggle to get open, A, and B. I think they were combined 5 catches and 15 targets. What was the key there?
Yeah, those are their 2 guys, right? And they're very talented, and they got a really explosive offense. And I think our guys just did a really good job of mixing up the coverages, and like I said, the guys are really learning the coverages and they understand the ins and outs of them, and how they complement each other. And they did a good job taking those 2 guys away today.
I talk about turnovers, and Justin, since his return, 93 passing attempts, no interceptions. How significant is this?
That's huge. We talk about it with them all the time, in terms of the number one job of a quarterback is to protect the ball, and he's doing that at a pretty good clip right now, and then don't take the sack. Those are the 2 things that you got to do as a quarterback. And the operation, was good. We had, our penalties were down today. We're certainly excited about that, and then really, the first half, the field was not in our favor at times, but in the second half it was. We got a chance to punt and pin. We got a chance to work on the things that we worked on during the week, and that was one of them. Then also the ability to, capitalize on momentum. And I think we did that. We had some big takeaways. We had some 4th down stops, and our offense capitalized on those.
Well, put it in context. You beat a first-place team today at home in the division, and 5-4 over your last 9 games and a 4-pack to go. What's your thought?
I would just say this, the guys, we talked about believing in yourself and believing in the man next to you, and then knowing. Now, the second part was to know, and to really know that we can do this, and the guys have worked real hard the whole time. They've always had great leadership, in the locker room. And it's just, this is one victory, and, now we just need to move on and go to the next one.
All right. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Thanks,
all right,
Matt.
thanks.
That's Bears head coach Matt Eberflus. Peggy Yurko, take it away.
JJ, thank you very much. As the Bears are celebrating, no doubt, in that locker room, their first win streak of the season, first in the Matt Eberflus era. That'll be some video to check out later on ChicagoBears.com, no doubt. 312-332-3776. We will open up the phone lines. We'll also go back to Soldier Field and check in with Jason McKie, and who will be in the locker room, hopefully with QB1, Justin Fields. But first, you're listening to the Great Clips postgame show. This is the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Don't miss out on the best gaming in Chicagoland. Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, where we're sure to have the action you crave. The choice is yours with a world-class selection of over 1,700 slots and 80 table games. Enjoy some of your favorite games like blackjack, roulette, craps, and baccarat. A roll of the dice or a spin of the reels, and you could be a winner. Live life at max volume at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Wherever the road takes you this holiday, make it memorable in the ultimate driving machine. Step into the BMW X5 with capable performance, cutting-edge technology, and unmistakable presence. Or chart a different course in the BMW X3. With style and powerful all-terrain versatility, there's no limit to your adventure. Find your ultimate BMW X3 or X5 at the Road Home sales event. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Take advantage of exceptional offers now through January 2nd.
Bears football and Miller Lite, Chicago's greatest pairing. Can cracks a kickoff. Tailgates going way past postgame. Battles on Sundays, bliss on Mondays. Going deep dish, going tavern style. Bearing down, then raising one up. You never forget the way some things taste. Bears football tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
I was told I needed a kidney transplant. My name is McKie. After doing some research, I put my trust in Northwestern Medicine.
The Northwestern Medicine African American Transplant Access Program is the first of its kind in the nation. Led by Dr. Danae Simpson, the first female African American transplant surgeon in Illinois.
Now I'm recovered and committed to giving back.
Northwestern Medicine invests more in our community than any other healthcare system. Learn more at nm.org/community.
Hey, Chicago fans, I'm Julio Costa of Costa Ivoni Injury Lawyers. We know injuries are part of the game, and if you've been in an accident, part of your life too. When the insurance companies are trying to score against you, we're there to intercept. Football fans, we are ready to fight for you. With over $100 million in recoveries for our injured clients, we know how to tackle the competition. Let us show you what Football Tough Injury Lawyers can do for you. Call us at 708-4-MILLION or visit our website at cilaw.com for a free consult.
Costa Ivoni Injury Lawyers, 708-4-MILLION.
Bring family or office teams together with the festive flavors of Bona Catering. With 28 locations in the area, Bona is ready to bring a taste of celebration right to your doorstep with delivery or easy pickup options. Choose from customizable buffets and boxed lunches to create the perfect party spread. And of course, no gathering is truly complete without Chicago's original Italian beef from Bona. Celebrate the season with Bona Catering. Don't wait. Pre-order your holiday catering now at bona.com/catering.
Holidays are magical until you check your bank account after the gift giving. Enter Wintrust Community Bank's Total Access Checking. No minimum monthly balance and no maintenance fees. Just a different approach for better results. Give yourself the gift of smart banking and take home a $300 bonus with qualifying activities. You deserve a stress-free, wallet-friendly holiday season. Open your Total Access Checking account today at wintrust.com/gift. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Only $100 required to open. Member FDIC.
Hey, Chicagoland, the new Steinhoffels is now open on the corner of Lawrence and Harlem in Harwood Heights. And since 1934, Steinhoffels has been helping families make the home of their dreams. They have the largest selection of quality furniture and all the biggest brands of mattresses for every style and every budget. Take it from me. Visit any of their 4 Chicagoland locations and see what everyone is talking about. Or visit them online at steinhoffels.com. Relax, it's Steinhoffels.
The new home of the Chicago Bears.
Slade tackles and he's off to the races. 61-yard touchdown run by Justin Fields.
ESPN Chicago.
Peggy and Yurko post-game on ESPN Chicago.
Snap back. They're bringing a late blitzer. The linebacker picked up, stepping up against the pressure, stepping out of a potential sack. Field 45 to midfield, and a slide to the 49-yard line of Detroit, and a first down scamper. Anzalone coming on the outside blitz was picked up, stepped out of a potential sack, and a 13-yard pickup by Justin.
Welcome back to the Great Clips post-game show on the Chicago Bears radio network. At Great Clips, their online check-in app saves you time on haircuts. With just a few taps, you can get in and out with a fresh haircut. Great Clips, it's gonna be great. Also, join the greatest salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com. All salons are independently owned and operated. Contact your local salon for specific safety measures. The Bears have a division win streak. They have their first season win streak. And after starting the season 0-4, I'm going to do my best, Matt Eberflus right now. They are now 5-4.
Yes.
In their last 9 games. Since starting the season 0-4. I would say they are trending into an improving team. They're finding ways to win, which was one thing that we were begging for.
When you get shelled, when you go 3-13 or 3-14 last year, when you're a bad football team, you create bad habits. And then it's not that you have expectations. You don't have expectations. You're waiting for the other shoe to drop. You're waiting for bad things to happen to you instead of going out and making good things happen for yourself. So dare I say, they've learned hard lessons that need to be taught and need to be learned. That, it's up to you to go out there and win the football games. And have they been able to do that? Have they been able to turn it around? It looks like they have. And, that long list of quarterbacks that are all crappy that you ended up beating, well, at least you've beaten a guy that's kind of halfway decent. You beat Jared Goff, right? So he's halfway decent. I'm not saying he's the best quarterback in the world, but you found a way to beat a guy that's a pretty decent quarterback and has thrown for 4,000 plus yards, has played in the Super Bowl. So there's no whining and there's no crying. You went out and you beat a pretty good quarterback. Your defense really played well. They only gave up 13 points. You only give up 13 points. Guess what? You give yourself the chance to win every single week, unless you're the New England Patriots. You find ways to lose those games. So good for the Bears. They found a way to win, and they're going to hopefully continue to find ways to win. Cleveland's going to be tough. They can get after you. And, Joe Flacco, whether anybody likes it or not, Joe Flacco came in and threw for 3 touchdowns, 300 yards today.
Let's go back to Soldier Field and talk to the Bears winning quarterback, Justin Fields, a passing touchdown, a rushing touchdown. He's standing by with Jason McKie.
Here at Bears quarterback Justin Fields. First off, congratulations on a great win. Talk about how excited you guys were at the opportunity to get Detroit back here at home.
Yeah, I mean, we were super excited, coming into this game. Of course, we didn't finish it like we wanted to the last time we played them. So was definitely excited for the opportunity, to just, prove to the world, prove to ourselves that, we can really just hop on them like we did the first time, but, finish this time. So,
yeah, Coach Flus always talks about playing complementary football. Talk about the play of your defense today.
Yeah, I mean, defense been balling out past 3 weeks, so they've been doing their thing. And offense, we still got to get better at, capitalizing on the turnovers, on the short fields. I think there was one where we didn't, maybe a punt or a punt return where we didn't capitalize. So, as an offense, we got to get better at doing that and really just turning those turnovers and short fields into touchdowns.
4th and 12, Coach Flus gives you guys the go-ahead, the green light to go for it. Talk about that play call to DJ Moore for the touchdown on that play.
Yeah, so it actually wasn't even a play call. It was it was really just free. So you just get up there, do a fake cadence, and if they jump, then we get a free play. And, we sold it pretty good and got somebody to jump. So free play, DJ ran up the ball full speed. I saw him the whole time and made a great catch on the field. So, yeah.
How do you think this win will help you guys moving further along throughout the season? You guys got 4 games left. Talk about the mood in the locker room and how much confidence you guys have with the remaining 4 games.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of confidence, every game. I think before we even, were winning, we had confidence as a group. So I think the biggest thing is just building, keep getting better each and every day and keep working. And, we know who we are as a team. We know what we can do on the field. So as long as we, keep balling out, keep doing our jobs, and everybody just, handles, what they need to do on the field, then we'll be good.
All right, last question. What was the song of choice for the post locker room celebration?
Shoot, there was a few of them. I was dancing to one of them. I don't know the names of the songs, but I do know the song. So, but I mean, yes, it's just fun when you come back in the locker room. You see guys dancing in there. So definitely had a good time doing that.
All right, thanks for your time. Congrats again. Back to you guys up in the studio.
All right, J-Mac, thank you very much. There is nothing like watching a Cairo Santos dancing in the locker room. If you've seen the videos, you have to look for Cairo Santos dancing.
I have not. So.
It is.
Is it like a
worth
young,
the view?
Is he a young Danny Terrio?
No, a little bit more like Elaine from Seinfeld.
Oh, very rhythmic.
Exactly.
Very rhythmic.
Yes, exactly. Jason McKie's interview is brought to you by Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Enjoy over 1,700 slots and 80 table games. Live life at max volume at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana.
Peggy, you know how we get nonstop correspondence throughout the day from all our friends, relatives, and all types of stuff?
Yes.
It's nonstop. You're watching the game. You get everybody chiming in on you.
Yeah,
every
absolutely.
once in a while. I got a buddy I play some golf with over at the country club, Jesse Arcega, a.k.a. the Chewy Bear.
Oh, the Chewy Bear.
Big Bear fan. Loves the Chicago Bears. Also loves Justin Fields.
Okay.
He said he's our quarterback as we move into the future. And that's the decision that's going to be made over the next 4 games in the next week and the next offseason. That's all thing, what's happening with Justin Fields. We just talked to him. He's happy. He's confident. He did enough to win a football game. Is that enough for you moving forward for the Chicago Bears at the quarterback position, or you demand more? Be careful when you change. Doesn't necessarily mean things are going to get better. So that's it. That's all. Throw that out there just to let people digest that a little bit.
And confidence.
I've already told you what I think.
Success breeds confidence.
Yes. Oh, yes.
And when Justin Fields is playing with confidence, we also tend to see more success.
Yes. You see all types of good things happening on the football field.
Justin Fields finished today 19 of 33, 223 yards, a touchdown, a rushing touchdown. He was sacked 3 times. I believe all 3 sacks were in the first half, so he was kept clean in the second half. Finished with a quarterback rating 88.3. For the record, Jared Goff, 20 of 35, 161 yards passing, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions, 4 sacks. He finishes with a rating of 54.6. 312-332-3776. Next, it's your turn to sound off. Tell us what you liked, what you didn't like about this Bears victory. They have a win streak. It's time to celebrate. But first, we pause 10 seconds for a station identification on the Bears Radio Network.
ESPN Chicago, the new home of the Chicago Bears. WMVP, WSHE, HD2, Chicago. A Good Karma Brands radio station.
If you've been seriously injured at work, in a car accident, or on a construction site, you may not know where to turn. I'm Jim Morisi, Chicago personal injury lawyer and the managing partner of Morisi, Longo & Associates. We are the ones you need to call when you've been injured, the ones who gather the evidence and deal with the insurance companies. So here's the information to keep by your side. Our number is 312-372-9600, and our website is morisilongo.com, MORICILONGO.com.
Hello, Jan from Toyota here. Hi, Jan. Just wanted to say thanks. With the Grand Highlander we got at Toyotathon, we've been able to do so much, including 5 different ski trips, 4 family functions, 3 potlucks, 2 shopping sprees, and we even got a really big tree.
Wow, I'm really impressed.
Dealer inventory may vary. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 2nd. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
With Robinhood, make your money do the most. Make your money do 5% APY. That's big. At 8 times the national average savings rate, that's huge. Start earning 5% APY with FDIC insurance up to $2.25 million at partner banks for only $5 a month. Sign up today at Robinhood.com/getgold. As of 9/21/23, the bank rate. Interest is earned on idle cash swept from your brokerage account into program banks. Cash sweep program is offered through Robinhood Financial LLC. Terms apply. Rate may change. Robinhood is not a bank.
Okay, so greaterness isn't technically a word, but in Peoria, Illinois, it might as well be. You see, they're all about greater here. Greater jobs, greater work-life balance, greater opportunities to grow your career. That's a whole lot of greaterness. With hundreds of open positions in a variety of fields, from healthcare to manufacturing to education, even the job prospects are greater. Visit choosegreaterpeoria.org to elevate your career. Hey, football fans, here's a tip from AMCO Transmissions. Noises, changes in drivability, or an illuminated check engine light can be warning signs of transmission trouble. If cash is tight this holiday season, AMCO can help. AMCO offers up to 12 months no-interest payments. Let their expert technicians diagnose and fix your problem right. In fact, more than half the cars they service don't need major repairs. Call 1-800-GO-AMCO or search AAMCO for a location near you. That's AMCO, AAMCO for transmissions, brakes, maintenance, and everything in between. Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality, value, and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry, promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training. Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
All right, so there we were, cruising through the new open-air zoo, when I realized that the park was closing in like 15 minutes. Luckily, we were in my Nissan Rogue. With its powerful VC turbo engine, well, we had time to see all the animals. Whoa! And outrun a few!
Drive the Nissan Rogue.
From the backyard to the big screen, pair this year's tailgate with Tito's Handmade Vodka. Fill your roster with a bottle of the good stuff and enough garnishes to last till halftime. Then snag your favorite seat on the couch with an ice-cold Tito's cocktail in hand. In our playbook, that means you're a winner before the game even starts. For game day recipes, gear, and more, visit Tito'sVodka.com. Distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
Former Bear Lance Briggs is live in studio with Cap and J Hood tomorrow morning at 9:30 on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago. Peggy and Yurko postgame, ESPN Chicago.
Justin's got to hurry out of the pistol. 4-man rush for the Lions. Takes the snap. Has time. Throws. Near side catch. It is caught. Moody down the sidelines. Right side 40, 35. And out of bounds. And then hit late by Anzalone. That should be a penalty. It surely is. They're throwing the flag. And jumpers are flying. Great catch with a tight coverage defender.
Welcome back to the Great Clips postgame show on the Bears Radio Network. Peggy Kaczynski and John Yurkovich taking your phone calls. Next Sunday is Bears in Cleveland at Cleveland Browns Stadium. The Browns today beat Jacksonville, coming off their 8th win. The Bears will face them coming off their 8th win. They won behind 38-year-old Joe Flacco, who threw for over 300 yards and 3 touchdowns today.
Jacksonville finding a way to disappoint once again.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, I mean, good for Joe Flacco. And I'm glad he did it this week. I'm glad you get a week that you can look at him on film and then go out there and play. Cleveland's a tough place to play. Cleveland's got a good defense. You're not going to go into Cleveland, full Cleveland into a victory. You can't fool. You've got to go in there and you've got to earn a victory. But I'm gonna revel in this a little bit today. I'm gonna enjoy this victory. It's a couple weeks, 2-3 weeks too late. I wish they could have beat them when they played them. That would have made me feel a whole lot better. So let's celebrate a little bit. Let's drink the champagne. I know I'm going to drink a little champagne, have some good times. It's fun. It's fun when you win. And it should be fun when you win. And guess what? I'm going to celebrate. I'm going to analyze it all. And what I feel good about, I'm going to continue to feel good about. And where I need improvement, I know that improvement needs to come.
Let's go out to the phone lines where some of our Bears fans may be celebrating as well. To the South Loop we go. Hello, Brian.
Hey, how you guys doing? Hey, great win, but just going over everything. No, the offense doesn't look pretty all the time. They're playing the first place team, whether we believe they're first place or not, and they're 9-3. My question is, because I've heard the media, not you guys, but beat up the Bears over and over all year, how many wins do they got to get for you say, you know what, they deserve the right to come back?
8-9.
They more than doubled last year. They deserve the right to come
8-9.
back.
I think 8-9 is your question. 3 out of the next 4, including one against the Packers.
I agree.
Including the Packers game.
If that happens, I think you got to bring the coach back. The team's getting better. The GM's making a couple good trades. All of them aren't going to work out, but he's taking a shot.
That's right.
I think this is a pretty good team that's getting better, and they're not getting worse.
They're getting better. I agree.
It's interesting, Brian, when we heard from Ryan Poles before the game, he was asked about Matt Eberflus, not directly about whether or not he's coming back or anything, but just what he thinks about them persevering and where the team is at. And Ryan Poles said that you can't deny the mental toughness. They've drowned out the noise. He likes where his head is at, Matt Eberflus and Justin Fields. And now he needs to see sustained success in the final 5 weeks. That's what he said. So they got one today. Let's see what they do the rest of the final, the games here on the schedule as well. Brian, thank you. We appreciate your phone call. 312-332-3776. We continue on the phone lines. Marcus is in Minnesota. Hello, Marcus.
Hey, guys. So I don't want to talk about the coaches coming back right now. Well, yeah. I'll make a quick comment about that. But do we dare talk about us possibly making the playoffs? Because I know the Rams lost, and I haven't seen the standings yet, but I know the Rams and the Seahawks and someone else was in the hunt, or they're in a wild card spot.
Yeah, Seahawks right now are down by 4 points against San Francisco. They're playing San Francisco in tough today, so I think they're going to find a way to lose too. I don't think the division is up for grabs at 9 wins. I think that's too many up there, but 8-9 might make it in the NFC as a wild card.
Yeah, and I just want to say, wouldn't that be crazy, the roller coaster of a year if we end up making the playoffs?
Yeah, that'd be nuts.
and I just want to say, if Eberflus does stay, he can't play the preseason the way he played it this year, because I think that contributed to our slow start, and that could cost us a playoff spot this year. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Marcus. I appreciate that. Wow, go all the way back to that.
Starting 0-4 is brutal. And I remember the preseason where they practiced well enough not to play against the Indianapolis Colts. I thought was ridiculous. I mean, I understand if you're a Kansas City Chiefs and you go out and practice against a team and you want to give your starters a chance to not play, that they've earned it. They've earned it. The Bears haven't earned anything. They're in the process of starting to earn respect in the league and respect within their own organization and respect with each other and themselves. I can go back to, I was critical of that early. They were 0-4. I thought it was ridiculous.
Green Bay and Minnesota at 6-6 behind the Lions, now at 9-4. The Bears just one win behind the 6-6 Vikings and Packers at 5-8. So,
and the Packers play tomorrow, and the Vikings are in tough today.
Vikings and Raiders right now are scoreless in the first half. Taking a look at
some compelling football.
Oh boy, the draft pick battles for Carolina's number 1 overall pick. The Panthers did lose to the Saints. They are now 1-12. They sit still holding on to that first overall pick. With the Patriots winning Thursday night, the Patriots have 2 wins on the Panthers now at 3-10. Cardinals are also at 3-10. They have a bye this week. Commanders are at 4-9. They have a bye as well. The Titans play Monday Night Football. They have 4 wins. They take on Miami. So it's still quite a cluster, but the Panthers have 2 games now on the second worst team, the Patriots, who are 3-10. So the Bears now 5-8 on the season.
Dare I say, if the Bears can find a way to get to 9-8, they make the playoffs.
I mean they're right back in the talk now.
I just looked at Rams are 6-7, Seattle 6-6, New Orleans 6-7, Atlanta 6-7, Tampa Bay Buccaneers 6-7. The Minnesota Vikings are 6-6. The Packers are 6-6. The only solid team is the Dallas Cowboys 9-3. They will be the 4th playoff team. After that, everything is wide open. Dare I say the Bears are in the hunt? You heard it here, 5-8. They're in the hunt. We're in the hunt again.
The players said, Cole Kmet had said this week after one of their practices that they are looking at this as a 5-game playoff.
Yep.
And you got to win to stay in it.
You're looking at a guy that got 5 victories in a row at the end of the season, 1996. 9 games in a row. We're 4-7. We went to 9-7 and got into the playoffs. We beat Buffalo. We beat the Denver Broncos. We lost to the New England Patriots in the AFC Championship game. They went on to lose to the Green Bay Packers in the Super Bowl at New Orleans. So I've been it. I've done it.
Happened.
I've seen it. I've been a part of it. And we didn't blow anybody out of the water. Dare I say this was a double-digit victory for the Bears. We're winning games by 3, 6, and 7 points. Finding ways to survive individual games. Beat Baltimore in overtime at the old Baltimore Metropolitan Stadium. The old one.
Well, that's what they're
baseball field.
And that's exactly what we have been saying. You have to find ways to win. And your quarterback has to be a reason why you win. Your head coach has to be a reason why you win. There's one name we haven't brought up today. Luke Getsy.
Well, everybody's happy. Everybody's happy. There was still that lull. It was the Getsy lull.
Yeah, in the middle of the game.
Yeah, middle of the game.
Me crazy.
You had a little bit of a Getsy lull. The second quarter was the Getsy lull.
Always after the scripted, the first 20 or 25 scripted plays, they go into a little bit of a lull.
You can even offer the first 15 to 17. And then when he's on his own recognizance, it gets into the Getsy lull.
Yes.
That you got to find, not the Getsy lullaby.
No, not the lullaby.
The lull where the offense kind of falls asleep.
Absolutely. Let's keep going on the phone lines in Green Bay. Robert is up next. Hi, Robert.
Hi, Peggy. Hi, Yurko.
What's going on?
A very, very good victory. I agree with you, Yurko, is if we won the Denver game and if we won the one in Detroit, our team would be 7-6.
Well, there'd be a different narrative. There'd be a different narrative in this town.
This is what Getsy has to look. He has to look at that tape and see what he did wrong and correct it. If you're, I don't know why they don't use Foreman. Foreman's a better running back than Cleo and Roshan Johnson.
Rashkan.
He's a he's a north and south guy, and whatever Poles did to get Montes Sweat, that's an A++ right there.
There you
go. Because this defense is nasty.
Yep.
If we go up to Cleveland and beat Cleveland, I'm just saying, if we beat Cleveland, play the penalties today were fantastic. If we could play less penalties and move the ball, we can win Cleveland.
Yeah, mistake-free football.
And then we can win the next two because we got Arizona and Atlanta, and then we go up to Green Bay and find a way to win in Green Bay.
Hand the Packers their asses. That's what you do.
Knock them out of the playoffs. That's all I want is for Christmas. Get the Packers out of the playoffs because I'm getting sick and tired of everybody. Ryan, Jordan Love this, Jordan Love, yeah, okay, he's playing good. But what happens when he doesn't play good? You guys are going to talk about him like you talk about Justin Fields? I don't see anybody talking bad about Justin Fields now. Oh, he's not a pocket quarterback. Well, okay, he was down in the end zone. What happened there? No one could have tackled him. Got out, moved the ball. He has to get the ball out a little bit more faster.
Yeah.
I agree on that.
Yeah, there were definitely, Robert, there were a couple of times I was counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, it's crazy.
Well, I mean, you see it yourself. When he's in the pocket, he'll move, and then all of a sudden the feet will start going. And you know he hasn't found his guy yet because the feet will tell you how nervous he gets. He drops back and then he shifts, he looks, and then it's all of a sudden the feet start dancing.
And now you got Justin Jefferson is injured with a chest with Minnesota now.
Yep.
And now I'm sitting here watching Kansas City. Now you got Buffalo 14-0 right now.
Yeah, they're pounding them right now.
Yeah. What the problem is, I see all these teams being these elite teams like Kansas City. Okay, I'm going to take the gas off. No, you put the gas and you keep on doing what you're doing good.
All right, Roberto. We're going to get it done. We'll see what the Bears can do in the next couple of weeks, all right? I know is
you guys have a Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Robert.
You can't get the Packers beating or the Bears beating the Packers for the Catholic Christmas. You got to wait for the Orthodox Christmas, I think.
Right. That's the season finale in January.
That's January 7th.
Right.
And I don't know when the Orthodox Christmas is, but usually it's a little bit later. So all I'm saying is for Christmas, you won't get it, but maybe for the Orthodox Christmas, you might get that as a gift.
Did they say the time for that game yet for the season finale? It is still TBD.
And Cleveland's TBD.
No, Cleveland is now a noon start.
Oh, it's a nooner.
Yes.
Okay.
Cleveland is a 12 noon start next week.
I saw it was TBD.
Yeah, no.
Well, this is, two teams.
I called up.
There's two teams that both won this week.
Well,
that doesn't happen much for the Bears,
no. They're back to noon start next week against Cleveland, but it is TBD, the season finale in Green Bay.
I think January 7th, they might shift to a night game. I don't think they will, but they might transition that bad boy into a good one.
Oh, boy. That would be brutal.
It'd be for the playoffs, possibly.
It could be.
Possibly
it could
for the playoffs.
Be a playoffs.
Could be a playoff tilt.
And everyone said if you ever wanted to get tickets in Green Bay, this is the year to do it. You can actually find tickets available. So if you want
go on Ticketmaster.
A frozen tundra game in Green Bay the second week of January. Then
January 7th.
Oh, it is the 7th.
It's the 7th.
Okay, so that's
still theoretically the first week.
Almost.
Yeah.
Almost. Then you could drive to Green Bay and then drive back in whatever temperature.
I know New Year's Eve you and I will be working, right? New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I guess.
December 31st we'll be here.
And Christmas Eve.
I think that's a 3:00 game.
All I want for Christmas is to spend Christmas Eve with Yurko.
Yep.
New Year's Eve with Yurko.
New Year's Eve. I think that's a 3:15 tilt.
Well, why not?
Yeah. Why not?
Why not? 312-332-3776. Let's take a break. More of your phone calls when we come back.
Turn up your weekend plans at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Dance the night away every Friday and Saturday night at the Hard Rock Cafe stage. Or grab a cocktail while you listen to local beats at the Council Oak stage. Get closer to your favorite artist than ever before in our state-of-the-art Hard Rock Live, where we host some of the biggest artists in the industry. Live your life at max volume. Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
At Great Clips, we know you live a full life, which is why we're full of ways to make getting a great haircut easier. With Clip Notes, we save your haircut details, so you can get the look you love from the skilled stylists at any Great Clip salon. Plus, with convenient online check-in and everyday great prices, you save time and money too. So even when you're not thinking about your next haircut, we are. And when you choose Great Clips, it's gonna be great. Download our app today.
The holidays are always hectic, but with the BMW i5 and iX, you can make them 100% electric. Make every journey a thrill with the cutting-edge driver technology in the BMW iX. Or step into the first ever BMW i5 with its dynamic performance and iconic presence. Find your ultimate 100% electric BMW at the Electric BMW Road Home Sales Event and turn the holidays from hectic to electric. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine. Take advantage of exceptional offers now through January 2nd.
Hearing vital organs would be temporarily removed to reach my cancer had me speechless. I'm Jessica, and my team at Northwestern Memorial Hospital coordinated a complex surgery to save my life.
Nationally ranked for cancer by U.S. News and World Report, Jessica's team temporarily removed her liver and kidney to reach the tumor, replace the damaged vein, and eliminate the cancer in her heart.
My team stopped at nothing, and now nothing can stop me.
Northwestern Medicine. Better.
Hey, Chicagoland, the new Steinhoffels is now open on the corner of Lawrence and Harlem in Harwood Heights. And since 1934, Steinhoffels has been helping families make the home of their dreams. They have the largest selection of quality furniture and all the biggest brands of mattresses for every style and every budget. Take it from me. Visit any of their 4 Chicagoland locations and see what everyone is talking about. Or visit them online at steinhoffels.com. Relax, it's Steinhoffels.
Do you check your savings account and wonder if you're even saving at all? At Wintrust Community Banks, we view banking differently and actually want to see your savings grow. With our amazing new CD rates, you can now earn even more, so you can sit back and relax. Stop banking the same way, expecting different results, and start earning more. Go to wintrust.com/locknewrates or visit one of our over 170 locations today. Bank differently with Wintrust. Member FDIC.
Bring family or office teams together with the festive flavors of Bona Catering. With 28 locations in the area, Bona is ready to bring a taste of celebration right to your doorstep with delivery or easy pickup options. Choose from customizable buffets and boxed lunches to create the perfect party spread. And of course, no gathering is truly complete without Chicago's original Italian beef from Bona. Celebrate the season with Bona Catering. Don't wait. Pre-order your holiday catering now at bona.com/catering.
Are you ready for a winning drive, Chicago? It's time to tackle your car search with Bill Jacobs Auto Group, the true champions of automotive excellence. Score big with a third-generation family-run business committed to our community and fair upfront pricing. Touchdown with our unparalleled service experience and an extensive selection of new and used vehicles. Don't fumble on your car buying journey. Visit Bill Jacobs Auto Group today and experience the Bill Jacobs way, the MVP of car dealerships. At Bill Jacobs, the cars bring you in and the experience brings you back.
Chicago's home for sports is Chicago's new home of the Bears. ESPN Chicago. Postgame. More Bears talk coming up. ESPN Chicago.
4th down snap to Goff. Bears with a late blitz by Gordon. Time to throw, and it is intercepted on a throw to the near side. Jalen Johnson breaking a tackle, 25-30. Penalty marker, he's hit, the ball comes out. The Lions did not recover inbounds, but a penalty marker as well. Jalen Johnson's 4th interception of the year.
And the defense got redemption today. This was a good old-fashioned black and blue Norris Division win over the Lions, as the Bears now, all 4 of their remaining games, all outdoors, Midwest. That's good. That's good.
That's a good thing.
I think we like to see that. We like the defense getting after it. We like it charging them up a bit.
Bears like running the ball.
Yes, they do.
They like running the ball.
Run the ball, let the defense get after them, and the offense don't throw it away.
Thank you to
no
Jared
turnovers.
Goff also for not being able to handle the center snap, the center and the quarterback screwing that up. I mean, that truly is a gift from the other team when they do that. Remember the quarterback center exchange problem they had?
Listen,
that's a gift.
Right.
It's how the Bears lost the Super Bowl.
Ragnow, their starting center, was out, so their guard moved over to center, which we know here in Chicago how that happens. It's happened quite a bit with the Bears that were using Cody Whitehair for a while there. But yeah, what a play though. Heads up by TJ Edwards though. The linebacker coming in and going between Billings' legs to recover that football.
My guy Billingsley, 97.
Billingsley, that's your guy.
Little chunky
Speaking
man,
of
I
that,
love him.
speaking of that, when the defensive tackles right there for a fumble, did you see a couple of weeks ago when Jalen Carter tried
to intercept
the spike of Patrick Mahomes? Have you ever seen that before?
No. And I think he said he saw it in a college football game.
He said he saw it in a high school game.
Football game. There you go. And that's why he tried it.
And that's completely legal.
I guess
you
it
think
is.
these officials in 2023 would actually catch that? You think that they would actually see that is an interception?
Yeah. Would they see it? I think they'd have to see if
you
he
have
nails
to
him
be
in the chest
looking
with a
for
ball.
it.
Yeah. And then you'd go to the replay. You'd throw the flag and say, hey, take a look. I intercepted that ball.
You can replay that.
Yeah. Sure,
That's
you can.
amazing.
Couldn't you challenge it?
I guess.
They said it was an incomplete pass.
I've never seen that. I thought it was brilliant. You have to be so cat quick to be able to do that. Let's keep going on the phone lines, 312-332-3776. That's the number for you to get in here with Yurko and me. Will is up next. He's just leaving Soldier Field. Will, nice win for you to watch today.
Hey, great game today. Look, we got the dub, but as you can see, Blues did a great job play calling for the defense, but again, it's about consistency. With Luke Gessie on the offensive end, Justin did a phenomenal job. DJ Moore was incorporated almost a full half or too late as far as on the receiving end. And in order for us to continue this trend of what we're seeing, because we're on one of those Detroit late runs as far as momentum, we got to get consistency from the offensive coordinator position. And when you look at next year's draft capital and next year's free agency, like we should be in a position to really take that next leap, not only for the playoffs, but to contend to come out of the NFC to be super successful. Hey guys, y'all doing a phenomenal job. I love y'all. Let's keep this momentum going.
Thank you, Will. Appreciate that.
I'm with you, Will.
The only thing that was first half with DJ Moore was used as a running back, not as a receiver, had no targets in the first half. And it seemed almost like you knew that they were going at him on that 1 4th down play in the first half. And he ended up not getting any yards on that no gain. So that was a little frustrating because it was almost like they were trying to get too cutesy with Gessie calling that to DJ Moore again. But second half, maybe they were just trying to fool us into falling asleep on DJ Moore, and then he was part of the whole game plan for the second half.
We've also talked about second half adjustments and the lack of second half adjustments that we've seen. Maybe that's one of those things they put a prerequisite on coming out is, hey, let's get the ball to number 2. He's a playmaker, and maybe even Justin Fields said, hey, let me get the ball out there on rhythm. Let me throw some of these NFL routes. Let me get back, plant my back foot, and throw it to DJ Moore coming out of a break, throwing it to Cole Kmet coming out of a break, throwing it to Darnell Mooney coming out of a break.
But let's give Luke Gessie some credit here because that play with DJ Moore, where it was the direct snap to DJ Moore, he faked the handoff then to Justin Fields, and he could almost walk and got a nice block from Braxton Jones on the left side, walked into the end zone. We've never seen that all season. So that was something new that we had not seen before. I give Luke Gessie kudos on that because that was an alignment we had never seen them show before.
It's work in progress for everybody.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, these games are not beautiful in the NFL. Watching this San Francisco-Seattle game that's up here right in front of us. They keep going to every game and showing you just the next play, the next play, the next play. It's kind of wonderful. Not everything is smooth as silk.
No.
Not everything is all rosy for every team all the time. What you got to find a way to do is win, my friend. Win.
And that's what the Bears did today. They found a way to win. They did not. It was not Vujade.
No, it wasn't Vujade at all.
This is what
Thank
Yurko
heavens.
turns and looks at us when the Bears had a 12-point lead, fourth quarter starts, and we looked and we thought, oh no. And he said,
it's Vujade all over again.
Vujade.
Yeah, kind of double repetitive. It's Vujade all over again.
Instead, they found a way not to give it back. The defense stepped up. It was a
Well,
great
they got
game
the
by the
turnover.
defense.
They kicked the field goal, which is nice. They turned the ball over on a fourth down. The gambler that he is, he's always going to go for it. And he did one time, and they failed miserably. And it was the defense that got in there. Jack Sanborn got in there.
Yep.
And then the rest of his teammates came over there, and they made one hell of a play. Listen, if you're a Chicago Bear, and you're going out to dinner tonight at one of the local haunts to get yourself a little steak, get yourself a little something special, maybe some jumbo shrimps,
celebrate,
a seafood tower.
Yeah.
Enjoy. Feel good about yourself. Okay? Go into next week with all the confidence in the world, knowing that the challenge that's ahead of you is Cleveland in Cleveland. It's a tough division, the AFC North. It's a tough division. They play each other, and every one of those games is tough. You're not going to walk in there and just show up with the C on your helmet and think special things are going to happen. You're going to have to go in there and win. So feel great about yourself and then get ready to go to work tomorrow.
Consistency.
That's right.
Both sides of the ball have to play consistently.
You got to.
Let's continue on the phone lines. We'll go out to the south side. Thad is up next. Hi, Thad.
Hey, how are you doing, Peggy and Yurko? Hey, I love you guys. Okay, so here's the deal. First of all, bear down.
Bear
down. All right, we won. Okay, now, so I'm thinking about the the potential draft capital, and I'm hearing a lot of fan base saying, "Hey, let's get rid of Justin Field." I believe the team has maybe a year or two control over him, and I was thinking, hey, if we could just sell that number 1 pick, because I have a feeling that Drake May is going to be a Mitchell Trubisky Part 2, and Caleb Haney will not be able to handle the fan base.
Caleb Williams.
Nor could Caleb Haney.
Caleb Williams. Okay, all right. But you guys know, I just believe that kid in California will not be able to handle, first of all, this cold weather. And I think the fan base, and even if Justin is not around in 2 years, you have all of that. You have that first round. You have another player. Maybe get a defensive star, and then get another first-round pick next year with a second round. I mean, there's so much different so many different ways Poles can reconstruct this team to make it, if not stronger than the 49ers.
What do you think about that, Yerk?
Well, listen, I don't mind his idea of keeping Justin Fields and looking at what you have with with your draft equity and how you could find a way to make that draft equity even more. I'm not against that. I talked about it a couple of weeks ago with the fellas. I talked myself into keeping both Eberflus and keeping this before this victory, keeping Eberflus and keeping Justin Fields. So, I mean, I've already gone on record and said that.
Well, let me ask you this, though. So if Ryan Poles is able to trade down and get more, they get a second round pick. They also get whoever's first round pick.
You get a first round pick next year. You back up, you get their first round pick. You get a second rounder because you need a center. Lucas Patrick is not a good center. I'm sorry. If he's listening, I apologize, but you're not a good center. You need to improve substantially at that position. Patrick, 62, 65, white hair.
Another tackle.
Thank you for everything that you've given us, white hair. But now it's time to go, like, when you're long in the tooth, you go play a couple of years someplace else. Somebody that likes you, thinks you're a veteran, you go play someplace else. You get his money back, you get Eddie Jackson's money back, because you need something else back there besides Eddie Jackson.
Well,
it's not enough back there.
We got to take a break, but when we come back, I want to ask you this. If they were to trade out of those, the first pick, and does that mean that they still need to take a quarterback?
They do.
Okay, that's
somewhere down the line. Yes, you're going to need if you're going to run the ball 200 plus yards with Justin Fields, you need a backup quarterback, period.
Okay. Doesn't mean that they, they're passing up on them altogether. Just means that they could be drafting further down in the first round or later even. 312-332-3776. Let's take a break. When we come back, more of your phone calls as you're listening to the Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Excellence. It means going the extra mile. You know that Volvo cars speak to excellence. And at Howard Orloff Volvo Cars, going the extra mile starts and ends with their culture of care and thoughtfulness. Guys, it's Carmen, and I've seen firsthand how Orloff Volvo goes the extra mile every day for everyone. And the Orloff name attached to the Volvo name is perfect, and they're known for safety and reliability. Howard Orloff Volvo Cars, just off the Kennedy at Armitage in Chicago. Volvo for life.
ComEd is preparing the electric grid and providing incentives to make it possible for more households and businesses to make the switch to electric products, like induction cooktops, clothes dryers, heating and cooling systems, and even electric forklifts. Learn more about how we can help create a clean energy future for all at ComEd.com/clean energy. ComEd, powering lives.
From the backyard to the big screen, pair this year's tailgate with Tito's Handmade Vodka. Fill your roster with a bottle of the good stuff and enough garnishes to last till halftime. Then snag your favorite seat on the couch with an ice-cold Tito's cocktail in hand. In our playbook, that means you're a winner before the game even starts. For game day recipes, gear, and more, visit Tito'sVodka.com. Distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
With Robinhood Gold, you can make your money do the most. Make your money do 5% APY. That's big. At 8 times the national average savings rate, that's huge. Start earning 5% APY with FDIC insurance up to $2.25 million at partner banks for only $5 a month. Sign up today at Robinhood.com/getgold. As of 9/21/23 via bank rate. Interest is earned on idle cash swept from your brokerage account into program banks. Cash sweep program is offered through Robinhood Financial LLC. Terms apply. Rate may change. Robinhood is not a bank.
Peoria, Illinois, that wildly underrated peach of a place downstate, wants you to take its jobs. Okay, so their careers, really. High-paying ones at world-class companies. And there are hundreds of them just waiting for someone with as much talent as you to say, bleep it, I'm moving to Peoria. But that overabundance of opportunity isn't the only thing Peoria has going for it. To explore all the perks and to land your dream career, head to choosegreaterpeoria.org.
Hello, Jan from Toyota here.
Hi, Jan. Just wanted to say thanks. With the Grand Highlander we got at Toyotathon, we've been able to do so much, including 5 different ski trips, 4 family functions, 3 potlucks, 2 shopping sprees, and we even got a really big tree.
Wow, I'm really impressed.
Dealer inventory may vary. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 2nd. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, football fans of Chicago. Football season means it's time to start thinking about the roof on your business. Is it time to winterize? Make the right call. A game plan that includes the highly trained craftsmen and craftswomen of Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 to get the job done right. To find professionally trained roofing and waterproofing contractors who are dedicated to providing quality, value, and service, go to ChicagoRoofingContractors.org. For business roofing and waterproofing, it's ChicagoRoofingContractors.org.
Football fans, put someone on your team that's ready to fight for you. I'm Julio Costa of Costa Ivoni Injury Lawyers. Our team combines technology and expertise to deliver a first-class client experience and get you the wins that you deserve. We're here to help fans everywhere with their injury-related needs. Winning consistently isn't easy. Let us show you what Football Tough Injury Lawyers can do for you. Call us at 708-4MILLION or visit our website at cilaw.com for a free consult.
Costa Ivoni Injury Lawyers, 708-4MILLION.
Hey, football fans, don't get sacked by unexpected vehicle repairs. Amco Transmissions has easy pay plans for most credit needs. Call 1-800-GO-AMCO today.
Peggy and Yurko postgame, ESPN Chicago.
Direct snap, fakes at the field, running left 15, 10, 5, end zone, touchdown! Touchdown Bears! 17 yards, DJ Moore! has found a new way to get in the end zone, and the Bears jump out in front. A magnificent opening drive against first place Detroit.
Hey, if you were watching us live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1000 Chicago, you would see Yurko singing and dancing in the breaks here when the music gets moving. It's the defense that's really got everyone moving today. Hats off to the Bears defense today. They've now had 11 takeaways in the last 3 games. They had 4 sacks today of Jared Goff, 2 interceptions, a fumble recovery. And how about this? Jaquan Brisker, 17 tackles today, a career high 13 solo tackles, 2 pass defense. Holy cow. Defense was flying today. Defense looked really nice. They had a great game today. And 3 and out. Force the
Their
Lions
second half. Their
on
second
downs.
half was
Second
phenomenal.
half, really nice
The second
job.
half for the Bears was a phenomenal performance by this team. And I hope it gives them a ton of confidence as they move forward.
It was their redemption game. They know they gave it away last time. The defense allowed the Lions to score. They scored 17 points in the final 4 minutes, 15 seconds a couple of weeks ago, gave away the 12-point lead. So the defense knew that this was redemption time, and they came through. Let's keep going on our phone lines out to New Jersey. Ed is standing by. Hello, Ed.
Hi, a great win. I'm excited about it, but I want to pump the brakes right now because the Bears are going to probably playing the best defense coming up next Sunday in the Browns. And I'm sure this will be brought up a few times, but I believe Fields' first game he started was in Cleveland, but I could be wrong about that. But I do recall that game against Cleveland, and he was like a fish out of water. He was I don't know how many times he was sacked in that game, but it was not a pleasant scenario. So I'm really excited about it. But if they can beat Cleveland, and that's a big if, then I'm really excited. And I think then they have a chance because especially with the way the new playoff system is, that you could basically get in even with a sub 500 record. So
yeah, it's the craziest thing in the world when they went to 7 playoff teams, exactly how it ends up working out. Where we've seen sub 500 winning division winners end up in the playoffs. 500 division winners end up in the playoffs. And guess what? All you want to do is an invitation to the dance. Once you get there, anything crazy can happen. So, but you're right. It's a test. It's a real test next week for the Bears offense.
Yeah, I think it was positive that Jacksonville put up so many so many points on them, considering their quarterback was probably playing on one leg. So I think that's definitely a positive, but it's still going to be a big test. And I'm not thrilled with Getsy because I think he has a tendency to take too long to make, to start changing his game plan. And that has shown the last 2 weeks. He seems to stick to the same thing in the first half and then change. So,
well,
I appreciate it. But
thank you. Only time will tell. We're going to see next week. This time we're going to be, whether we got smiles on our faces or we're going to be miserable here. We're going to find out next week. I'm going to savor the flavor, and I'm going to enjoy today's victory. I'm sorry. Today's victory, I'm going to enjoy. I look forward to great things that might be able to happen and try not to think about the bad things that could happen.
And a lot of people were excited that late September day back in 2021 when Justin Fields, as a rookie, was making his debut in his first start. Unfortunately, they lost 26-6. 47 total yards the Bears had. They ran only 42 plays and gave up 9 sacks to the Browns defense. So yeah, it was a day to forget. That was a day to forget. And I'm sure Justin Fields would like a little redemption as well. So thank you for the reminder of that one, Ed.
Yeah, okay. Bye-bye.
All right. 312-332-3776.
You play that one over. You let them see what it looked like.
Oh, that's a good point.
But there's a ton of different guys here. I bet you.
Different staff, different
I bet you
offense.
there's at least 30 different offensive players from that game. I mean, not offensive. 30 different total players.
Exactly. Let's go out to the south side. Eddie's up next. Hello, Eddie.
Eddie.
Eduardo.
Hello? What's going on, Eddie?
Hello?
Hello, Eddie.
Yes.
Go ahead. You're on.
Yeah, so I want to talk about the Bears defense.
Yeah, go ahead.
And how and how even playing at his.
Eddie, I'm sorry, we're losing your phone line. Oh, poor Eddie.
Poor Eddie waited for a while, too.
I know, he did wait.
And
Eddie, I'm
phone,
sorry.
His phone kept cutting in and out.
Your phone was going in and out. We had to let you go there. Give us a call back if you want, though, at 312-332-3776. Let's go up north to Wisconsin. Dave is up next. Hello, Dave.
Hello, Dave.
How you guys doing?
Great, Dave. What's up?
Nice win today. Now we got to take Cleveland next week, and we're going to be going to Green Bay, to Lambeau Field, a place that's not been good to us. We got to find a way to win there if we want to be in the hunt in the playoffs.
Well, listen,
I like our team.
Yeah.
I like our team, and if we stay together, I think we can be a contender.
All right. Well, we got Cleveland, then we got Arizona, then we got Atlanta, and then we've got the Green Bay Packers. So let's worry about Cleveland coming up. One game at a time. It's going to be a tough one. It is going to be a tough game. Two good defenses going up against each other. Joe Flacco, you got a week on film. Got a week of film to see what he did. And for the Bears to be able to make an adjustment and get after the quarterback.
38 years old, Joe Flacco. What was he doing before they signed him?
I think he was painting cars at Earl Scheib. Paint any car, any color for $99.99 at Earl Scheib.
Remember those commercials?
Sure. He's painting cars. Why not? Or he's making those nice acrylic and wood tables. You've seen those? Where they get the nice pieces of wood, they put them in a frame, and then they pour the acrylic over there to get you a real beautiful looking table. You haven't seen that?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I'll show you a video of that. It's cutting edge stuff, and you could use them as doors too. I mean, they're beautiful.
Are you talking about like live edge tables?
I don't know what that means, live edge. I mean, I'm not talking about animals. I mean, what are you talking about here?
Talking about the wood has a live edge to it. It's not finished. It looks more like a log.
No. It's wood with acrylic. Actually, they pour acrylic in there to make you
makes it
the
look finished.
that you want.
Yeah.
Well, it's like half clear, half wood.
Oh.
Yeah, not a finish, not just the finish. They do finish the product with a nice little oil doohickey thing. I'll show it to you.
Some would say that you're a live edge.
Well, I appreciate that.
I don't know if it was
I gained the edge. I think you did compliment me. And it doesn't matter if you insulted me. I'm going to take it as a compliment.
It's a feel-good post-game.
Well, it is for me.
It's a winning streak.
Bears won. Victory Monday.
Absolutely. First time since week 16, 17, was it, of 2021.
It's back-to-back.
Back-to-back wins. NFC North win at Soldier Field. The fans are happy. They get to see. And there were Honolulu Blue.
A lot of people.
Everywhere.
A lot of Detroit
before that
Lions
game
fans.
started.
Yes, a lot of sad Lions fans going home, knowing that it's basically all a mirage. This is all a mirage. The Bears have taken us to the hill 2 weeks, 2 out of the last 4 weeks. Yeah, we barely survived one. They gave it to us, and then we got our asses kicked in Chicago. They got to know that their whole life, their whole existence is living on some falsity.
Oh, the Lions were the team, everyone's favorite going into this season.
Well, to win the NFC North, yeah, because they were the best team in the NFC North.
Everyone likes Dan Campbell. Everyone wants Eberflus to be like Dan Campbell.
They still have 9 wins. The Bears only have 5.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, they still have 9 wins.
Yeah, you put me in my place.
Well, I didn't want to, but then the other 2 teams got 6. And Minnesota can't move the ball right now. They look terrible. Justin Jefferson went out of the game a little bit earlier. He took a big shot, and now he's out of the game. So it looks like they're going to lose. Green Bay plays tomorrow night.
Yep.
Looks like they're going to lose. Guess what the Bears are doing?
Winning.
They're marching in.
Right.
Oh, when the Bears come marching in.
It's for the Saints.
I'd like to be in that number. Oh, when the Bears go marching in. Oh, when the Bears
go marching in.
Oh, when I'm telling you, it'll be good times. Hey, you can jump on board. You don't have to jump on board. Stay on the sidelines. It doesn't matter to me. It's the holiday season. Enjoy.
Are you convinced that the Bears are on an upswing? That was the question that was posed to the Bears general manager. That is what he is looking for in the final games of the season here. Are you, as a Bears fan, convinced that they are on an uptick. 312-332-3776. More of your phone calls on the Bears Radio Network.
Want to live life at max volume? Then look no further than Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. With over 1,700 slots, 80 table games, live entertainment, and 5 restaurants which span a wide range of culinary genres, we are sure to have something for everyone. Whether you want to indulge in a savory dish at Council Oaks Steaks and Seafood, or take in dinner and live music at the world-renowned Hard Rock Cafe. Amplify your entertainment experience at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana. Just off Exit 6, I-8094. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
At EasyCater, we know ordering food for work isn't as easy as it seems.
Lunch meeting is set for Wednesday.
We need food for 27 people. And it has to be on time. Client is coming.
He's vegan.
Messy eater.
Where's
White shirts.
You getting this?
Okay, what do we need?
Gluten-free. No more sandwiches.
Make sure there's enough. Make sure the food is hot.
Client has a hard stop at 12:30. Make sure there's plenty of spoons, tomatoes, and potatoes. Stay on
More people.
Lunch meeting? Just use EasyCater. Food for work delivered on time as ordered with a huge variety. 100,000 restaurants, one platform. Order 24/7 at EasyCater.com.
Wherever the road takes you this holiday, make it memorable in the ultimate driving machine. Step into the BMW X5 with capable performance, cutting-edge technology, and unmistakable presence. Or chart a different course in the BMW X3. With style and powerful all-terrain versatility, there's no limit to your adventure. Find your ultimate BMW X3 or X5 at the Road Home sales event. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. Take advantage of exceptional offers now through January 2nd.
Our patient Mike had blood clots deep in his lungs that were putting his heart under major duress. Using a minimally invasive pioneered by our team, we were able to clear them.
Top ranked in Illinois for heart and vascular by U.S. News and World Report, Northwestern Memorial Hospital used tiny balloons to widen the vessels in his lungs, the first in Illinois to master this breakthrough method.
As Mike's nurse, I'm proud to have helped him breathe freely again.
Northwestern Medicine. Better.
I'm Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Morisi, the managing partner of Morisi Longo & Associates. If you've been seriously hurt at work, in a car accident, or on a construction site, you know the insurance companies are not on your side. Our trial lawyers will level the playing field and put you in control. Consultations are always free. Google Morisi Longo & Associates, MORICILONGO.com, or call 312-372-9600. We're here when you need us.
Hey, Chicagoland, the new Steinhoffels is now open on the corner of Lawrence and Harlem in Harwood Heights. And since 1934, Steinhoffels has been helping families make the home of their dreams. They have the largest selection of quality furniture and all the biggest brands of mattresses for every style and every budget. Take it from me. Visit any of their 4 Chicagoland locations and see what everyone is talking about. Or visit them online at steinhoffels.com. Relax, it's Steinhoffels.
Are you sick of not being your bank's top priority? We are too. At Wintrust, we take a different approach to banking. We're proud to be your one true banking partner focused on your unique financial goals. That's right in your backyard. Whether you're opening your first account, buying a home, planning for the future, or starting a business, we have tailored solutions to get you there. Stop settling and start experiencing a better way to bank at Wintrust.com. Wintrust, different approach, better results. Banking products provided by Wintrust Financial Corp Banks, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
Big news from Bill Jacobs Auto Group. Get ready to hit the road with total peace of mind. Every car purchased or leased from any Bill Jacobs dealerships now comes with our Bill Jacobs Total Mile Protection. New car? You're covered with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Used car? No worries. You get a 3-month, 3,000-mile powertrain warranty. Visit us today and drive away with the confidence of Total Mile Protection. Bill Jacobs Auto Group. The cars bring you in, but the experience brings you back.
Personal foul, leaky store brands.
When all else fails, try North Shore adult diapers for even the heaviest control problems. Visit northshore.com.
Hear more Yurko weekdays noon to 2 on ESPN Chicago.
Bears win today 28-13 over the division-leading Detroit Lions. Nice second half shutdown by the Bears defense, sending Detroit home with a loss, as the Bears will head to Cleveland Browns Stadium next Sunday for a 12 noon kickoff don't forget you can tune in to the pregame show at 10 a.m. Chicago time for all of the pregame festivities, followed by the call of the game and then the postgame show right here on the Bears Radio Network with yours truly and John Yurkovich. Yours truly.
Yeah, we're excited about it.
Yes, no, 12 o'clock start, Cleveland. That's going to be a great game.
We are excited about it. We'll be joining you at about 3:05 usually. Isn't that about the time?
Yeah, typically, 3:05, 3:08, 3:12.
We'll get the fellas, Tom Thayer and Jeff Joniak. They get to control it for a little bit. They do a couple interviews for us, Jason McKie, and then they kick it over to us, and that's truly when the excitement and the entertainment starts.
And next week should be a defensive tilt. It should. Yeah, I like games like that.
It's going to be a taffy pull.
It will.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It'll be a turnover, maybe a hands up, deflected pass into the hands of a defender, setting you up in good positive position. The Bears didn't turn the ball over today. We're looking to do that again next week. Don't give nothing easy to the other team. So if it's a field position game and you got to fight for it, I'm banking on the Bears being able to play good enough defense to be able to stymie the Cleveland Browns for a little bit.
In 34 starts now for Justin Fields, this is his 10th game without a turnover. So he did a nice job of protecting the ball today, considering the number of strip sacks and lost fumbles, interceptions late in games. Justin Fields took care of the football today. Although he does have a league-high interception rate, he has really cut down on it this year. And his numbers are going up in terms of quarterback play. So Justin Fields is really doing a nice job. And I think a lot of people are starting to I think Justin Fields is the guy to carry this football team. 312-332-3776. Are you one of those people? Let's ask Steven in Kansas City. Steven, you're on the postgame show.
Hi, guys. Very nervous throughout the game, but, I'll give credit. They really showed up this time. And I know there have been a lot of chatters about, whether we should bring back Eberflus, and certainly he's starting to make check marks, winning the division, winning consecutive games now. So he's certainly making a strong case for it, but, there's still a part of me that really I'm bothered by Eberflus, not the defense itself, but the fact that, he's hired untested OC in Luke Getsy. And today, once again, Getsy, after that scripted play on the first drive, just completely went cold and just had no flow for the game. And I'm sure Eberflus is probably plotting that I can get a different OC. That will be a much better fit for my system.
Yeah, I don't know if he's plotting. But I don't know if he's plotting for that or not plotting for it. Luke Getsy was an offensive coordinator, I believe. Was he a quarterback coach or an offensive coordinator?
He was quarterback's coach in Green Bay.
He's the quarterback's coach out in Green Bay, which if you've got Aaron Rodgers, who's been there for 15, 16 years, how much coaching are you actually doing? You know what I'm saying? And the art of being able to call an offense only comes with time. Okay, so you've spent 2 years here grooming this guy. I don't want any part of Frank Reich. I'll be as honest as I can with you. Frank Reich.
No, I'm just throwing it out there because of the past time.
I got you. I understand. I'm just saying Frank Reich is a two-time loser now, and I don't need any of the stench of Frank Reich anywhere near Hallis Hall. So, I get it. I get it. Are there other guys out there? Might be better names that are out there that might become available that will be on teams where coaches get let go, and you might have a chance to hire them. There's a possibility, but you're going to have to wait to see exactly how that happens and how that plays out over the course of time. But I'm sure there'll be a name out there that might have a little bit more pedigree than Luke Getsy, and certainly then that can become a possibility at the end of the game. But what if the Bears go 8-9? Are you going to be looking to replace everybody as much as you want? The one complaint that we've had here in the city of Chicago is we've changed coaches and offensive coordinators for our quarterbacks so many damn times that we've got zero consistency whatsoever at the position.
Exactly. Quarterback, head coach, OC, they all have to be on the same timeline, and there are very good OCs out there for the head coaching candidates. So it's going to be very interesting the next 4 years, whether, they run the table or they just completely, for the lack of better terms, crap the bed.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to find out, and I love crap in the bed. I mean, not for my team.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Not for my team and not for me personally. You're welcome, Steve.
Oh, my gosh. 312-332-3776. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll talk a little bit more about the offense. DJ Moore is just 122 yards away from his career-high receiving. Cole Kmet now has a career-high 61 receptions. Darnell Mooney was back today. We saw more of him today.
Yes, he's back.
So maybe the offense is also starting to go on the uptick as well. 312-332-3776. We'll continue with your phone calls. But first, let's pause 10 seconds for a station identification. You are listening to the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Welcome to the new era of the Chicago Bears on your new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WSHE, HD2, Chicago.
ComEd is preparing the electric grid and providing incentives to make it possible for more households and businesses to make the switch to electric products, like induction cooktops, clothes dryers, heating and cooling systems, and even electric forklifts. Learn more about how we can help create a clean energy future for all at ComEd.com/clean energy. ComEd, powering lives.
Hello, Jan from Toyota here. Hi, Jan. Just wanted to say thanks. With the Grand Highlander we got at Toyotathon, we've been able to do so much, including 5 different ski trips, 4 family functions, 3 potlucks, 2 shopping sprees, and we even got a really big tree.
Wow, I'm really impressed.
Dealer inventory may vary. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 2nd. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
With Robinhood Gold, you can make your money do the most. Make your money do 5% APY. That's big. At 8 times the national average savings rate, that's huge. Start earning 5% APY with FDIC insurance up to $2.25 million at partner banks for only $5 a month. Sign up today at Robinhood.com/getgold. As of 9/21/23, the bank rate. Interest is earned on idle cash swept from your brokerage account into program banks. Cash sweep program is offered through Robinhood Financial LLC. Terms apply. Rate may change. Robinhood is not a bank.
I was born and raised right here in Illinois, and one of the greatest communities is Greater Peoria. Peoria is a great place to live, work, and play. Their family-friendly atmosphere and their low cost of living make the work-life balance greater in Greater Peoria. Fine dining, world-class museums, hundreds of miles of trails, and thousands of acres of creeks, rivers, and parks. Whatever your passion is, you'll find it in Greater Peoria. Go to choosegreaterpeoria.org to learn more.
Hey, Chicago fans, I'm Julio Costa of Costa Ivoni Injury Lawyers. We know injuries are part of the game, and if you've been in an accident, part of your life too. When the insurance companies are trying to score against you, we're there to intercept. Football fans, we are ready to fight for you. With over $100 million in recoveries for our injured clients, we know how to tackle the competition. Let us show you what Football Tough Injury Lawyers can do for you. Call us at 708-4million or visit our website at cilaw.com for a free consult.
Costa Ivoni Injury Lawyers, 708-4million. From the backyard to the big screen, pair this year's tailgate with Tito's Handmade Vodka. Fill your roster with a bottle of the good stuff and enough garnishes to last till halftime. Then snag your favorite seat on the couch with an ice-cold Tito's cocktail in hand. In our playbook, that means you're a winner before the game even starts. For game day recipes, gear, and more, visit Tito'sVodka.com. Distilled and bottled in Austin, Texas. 40% alcohol by volume, namely 80 proof. Crafted to be savored responsibly. Hey, football fans, here's a tip from AMCO Transmissions. Noises, changes in drivability, or an illuminated check engine light can be warning signs of transmission trouble. If cash is tight this holiday season, AMCO can help. AMCO offers up to 12 months no-interest payments. Let their expert technicians diagnose and fix your problem right. In fact, more than half the cars they service don't need major repairs. Call 1-800-GO-AMCO or search AAMCO for a location near you. That's AMCO, AAMCO for transmissions, brakes, maintenance, and everything in between.
At Great Clips, we know you live a full life, which is why we're full of ways to make getting a great haircut easier. With Clip Notes, we save your haircut details, so you can get the look you love from the skilled stylists at any Great Clip salon. Plus, with convenient online check-in and everyday great prices, you save time and money too. So even when you're not thinking about your next haircut, we are. And when you choose Great Clips, it's gonna be great. Download our app today.
The new home of the Chicago Bears.
Hungry Chicago
champions on this January day in New Orleans. ESPN Chicago. Lance Briggs in studio, Monday, 9:30 with Cap and J Hood.
So here's Jared Goff. They are headed toward the north end zone. He takes the snap, looks to throw, zips a pass, and it is broken up on the hit by Jaquan Brisker. My goodness. Number 9 has brought his big boy pads today at Soldier Field. He is bringing the boom.
Oh, Kwani B finding the great with the great play of the game, Jaquan Brisker. 17 tackles today, a career high, third most ever by a Bear, most by a non-linebacker as well. 17 tackles for Jaquan Brisker, and bringing the great because at Great Clips, their online check-in app saves you time on haircuts. With just a few taps, you can get in and out with a fresh haircut.
That's right.
Great Clips, it's going to be great. Also, join the greatest salon team. Visit jobs.greatclips.com. All salons are independently owned and operated. Contact your local salon for specific safety measures. Jaquan Brisker, a lot of people do and may not know the story of his grandfather, Big John Brisker. Do you remember that name? Played in the ABA. He was in the NBA as well. He was just a hard-nosed professional basketball player to the point that it scared people. He scared a lot of people. His story went on to this very mysterious. He went missing. Jaquan Brisker's mother.
He went on a walkabout?
Oh, no, he went missing. And
period.
was never found.
Oh, no.
No, was never found. And his, I don't know, wife or girlfriend was pregnant with who is Jaquan Brisker's mother.
I got you.
And so she was raised by her mother, and Big John Brisker was never to be found again. They don't know what happened to him. He went missing. They don't know if he was doing some business out of the country and never returned. Yeah. But the whole story of Big John Brisker, when you look at the type of basketball he played, he was a scary dude. I mean, he could play. So when you see Jaquan Brisker now, would be his grandson, 17 tackles, career high. He just played lights out. And even Eberflus was asked today in the postgame about the game that Brisker had today.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Sounds like my college stats for crying out loud. But no, it's what, Ball State over there. I got you. It's unbelievable to get 17 tackles. I mean, that's unheard of. I don't think that's ever happened in my career to have a guy have that many tackles. I honestly can't remember. I mean, I have to go look it up, but that's amazing.
University of Toledo, which is where Eberflus played his college ball. I might be wrong, but I actually think Big John Brisker played at Toledo. Can you guys look that up real quick? I think that Big John Brisker played college basketball at Toledo as well, which is the alma mater of head coach Matt Eberflus. I have weird things in my head sometimes. I remember little things. I don't know where it comes from.
I'm looking it up for you.
See where John Brisker played college basketball.
Big John Brisker.
Yeah.
Wikipedia.
Where did he play college?
It says the Toledo Rockets. Is that the same? What is Toledo's? Are they still the Rockets?
University of Toledo. So they did.
Right.
They did. See those little nuggets that just come out of nowhere?
Yeah, mine just says Toledo. So, yeah.
Amazing. Yeah, nice little coincidence there. Let's continue on the phone lines.
66 through 68.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Yeah. 312-332-3776. We continue. In Norridge we go, my old neighborhood. Let's find Nick on the postgame show. Hi, Nick.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. So I'm a season ticket holder, leaving the game, and my thoughts are that the Bears need continuity from a perspective of a head coach and an offensive coordinator. Unfortunately, I feel like unless Eberflus can really evolve as well as Getsy, they both have to go. I mean, when the Bears had the ball with 3rd and 2, why are they doing a QB sneak? And then on 4th and 1, they go to the tush-push lineup and they fake that to a toss back to DJ Moore, and they don't even convert. Well, why are we making the easy so difficult? on offense. I mean, on 3rd and 2, you can either pass or you can just run a normal running play with a fullback and see what happens. Instead, Getsy it up, and it leaves you to not have any faith that they're going to actually pull out the victory until they're literally lining up for the victory formation. I mean, everybody was not confident with a 12-point lead and 5 minutes left that they could pull it off.
Yeah, he gets
it was like
it
we
up.
were at the edge of our seat.
They certainly get seated up right there. Yeah, that was, I think, unnecessary what they ended up going for. And, I mean, I wish they could just go ahead and say, we're going to run our offense. We don't need to do what the Philadelphia Eagles do. We got a 3rd and 1. Well, give me 3 wides, 1 tight end, give me 1 running back. And depending upon what you guys are going to do, we're going to do something that we can run off of that. Or we put the ball in Justin's hands and we give him a run pass option where he could take a look. If he doesn't like anything downfield, go ahead and just go.
I think he was trying to fake out the Lions into thinking that DJ Moore was only going to be used as a running back today and then come and start targeting him in the second half. DJ Moore finished as the top target, 6 of 10 targets today for 68 yards. He had his first rushing touchdown, a receiving touchdown as well. Pretty much split, though, with Getsy, 33 pass plays, 30 run plays. They were pretty much split down the middle. Rushing touchdown not only from DJ Moore but also from Justin Fields as well. So they were pretty much split. But there's always got to be that cutesy play that drives everyone crazy. But we talked about this, Yerk. That first play with DJ Moore's touchdown. We've never seen that formation before. We've never seen them direct snap to DJ Moore, not in a Bears uniform. They typically are direct snapping to Cole Kmet. Not even to Rashawn Johnson, who was the Wildcat player at Texas.
And it was the fake reverse.
It was the fake reverse.
Fake reverse, and they ran it left side all the way into the end zone.
Yeah, it was a nice play. That was a really nice play.
Who had the nice block?
Braxton Jones.
Nope, on Aiden Hutchinson. Who had the nice block on Aiden Hutchinson?
Was that Roshan?
Rashkan.
Oh, see?
Our guy Rashkan Johnson got into the theoretical best defensive player, got into him, kept him hooked. Hutchinson tried to go the easy way underneath, and he wasn't going to be able to make it. Then he did that little run where, oh, look, I'm giving effort. And then he flailed his arms in the air.
Oh, he does flail his arms.
Yeah, he's an arm flailing guy, effort guy. Great. You can make all the effort in the world. But Rashkan, our 225-pound running back, 4th-round draft choice out of Texas, got into their best defensive play. Did you ever see the video where Chris Carter tries to block Reggie White?
No.
Did you see what happened to Chris Carter?
No.
Reggie White went and
Pancaked.
grabbed him and tossed him into Warren Moon and got the sack. After Chris Carter hit him, he went down and then Reggie tapped him down for the sack.
Oh, my.
That's what happens when a little guy is supposed to block a defensive end. Chris Carter got up on Reggie and Reggie said, what in the world are you doing here? What in your ever-loving mind do you think is going to happen right here? And he went him and he just vaulted him back and tossed him into the quarterback, which is what a proper defensive end
Hutchinson should do.
Hutchinson should do. You don't let the little guy block
Bigs
you.
on the littles. You got to, yeah.
What are you doing? So good block by Rashkan on that. That was a good play. DJ Moore in for the touchdown. I liked it. Again, everything's not going to be perfect.
Right.
It's not going. Every play is not perfect. Doesn't work that way. You've got to go ahead and you got to be able to adjust on the fly. That's what you look for an offense coordinator. What are they doing? What can I anticipate? What can I catch them in? Dare I say Ben Johnson on the play that Jahmyr Gibbs caught when the Bears brought the blitz? It was early in the game.
Yes.
They got the ball into the flat to Jahmyr Gibbs, and if he catches it, he is down the sideline for 65.
Yeah.
But what happened? Dropped the ball.
Yes.
The Bears defense didn't do anything special. Dare I say, they went with a blitz, and they were caught. They were caught in the blitz. It was going to be a big gainer. I don't know if it was going to be a touchdown, big gainer. What happened? They did us a favor. They dropped the ball. Ben Johnson dialed up the perfect play against an Eberflus defense that was coming on a blitz. They had 2 blockers on 2 guys with Jahmyr Gibbs with momentum running. And what happened? Great offensive call against a defensive call that it just matched up perfectly against. And what happened? Bears win. The Bears won on that play. Why? Because the running back dropped the ball. So, I mean, that's what happens in the game.
The tone was also set early in this game that it was going to be a hard-nosed, black and blue type of game.
Physical game.
And when that happens, sometimes those running backs hear footsteps.
They do.
And they get a little nervous because the hitting was hard today. There was Justin Fields took a hit that I thought, I can't believe
there's no flag.
Well, not only the no flag, but I couldn't believe that the eye in the sky didn't say, hey, you need to check him out.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, listen.
I mean, he took a
So
hit.
here's what happened. The crown of your head, when you get hit like that, it has more of an effect. If you get hit in the face mask, it's not as bad.
Right.
And he got hit in the face mask.
Right.
So
it's really the temples where
and then the whiplash.
The whiplash,
effect
exactly.
into the ground.
Yeah.
It will do it. Or the jawline. If you catch one into the jawline,
yes, exactly.
then it's hasta la bye-bye.
Yes.
It's good night. That's why you've seen the Riddell helmet. If you look at all my helmets I have at home, it doesn't have an extended jawline.
Right.
The ones later in my career and early in the 2000s started coming out with a little bit more of a jawline.
Oh.
To protect,
yeah.
That. So if it gets hit, you'll be all right.
I never had that in basketball. I had 2 concussions.
Why?
Yes.
Who were you going up against?
Against guys playing basketball.
Were you going up against Robin Baumgartner?
I got.
Boy, you ever see the video of her playing?
You could have said Robin Roberts.
Yeah, no.
You didn't have to say Robin Baumgartner.
Baumgartner. She was a low post center.
Yes,
she was
back in
West
7th grade,
West
right?
Sunsult back in the day, high school.
No, I got
Queen of Mary. She played for.
I played at Resurrection.
Well, there you
How
go.
about that?
You guys may have battled,
right?
I don't know.
Those Catholic school girls, I tell you. No, I took a rejection right in the face,
right in the melon,
right back in the nose. Broke my nose.
And you were concussed.
And I was concussed. Yeah.
Did you have black eyes?
I was keeping score for the guys' game. And when I went home, it happened. We were shooting around at halftime. And when I went home after the game, that was it.
Did you put any steak
Did not
on
even
there?
remember keeping score the whole second
you're
half.
Kidding me.
No. And my mother thought, Peggy, what have you been doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, she didn't know. She thought maybe
Did you put some steaks on your eyes?
a couple of bags of peas.
Peas?
Yeah, a couple bags of peas, frozen peas.
That's what I used for when I got my vasectomy. Worked like a charm right there.
With that, let's
right
take
on
a
the
break.
family jewels.
I do not need to know about that. That's the last time I'm eating peas. 312-332-3776. More of your phone calls. You're listening to a celebration of a Bears victory and a win streak. This is the Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
Don't miss out on the best gaming in Chicagoland. Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, where we're sure to have the action you crave. The choice is yours with a world-class selection of over 1,700 slots and 80 table games. Enjoy some of your favorite games like blackjack, roulette, craps, and baccarat. A roll of the dice or a spin of the reels, and you could be a winner. Live life at max volume at Hard Rock Casino, Northern Indiana, just off Exit 6, I-80-94. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
The holidays are always hectic, but with the BMW i5 and iX, you can make them 100% electric. Make every journey a thrill with the cutting-edge driver technology in the BMW iX, or step into the first ever BMW i5 with its dynamic performance and iconic presence. Find your ultimate 100% electric BMW at the Electric BMW Road Home Sales Event and turn the holidays from hectic to electric. BMW, the ultimate electric driving machine. Take advantage of exceptional offers now through January 2nd.
Imagine having your skull detached from your spine to save you from paralysis. When Phil came to Northwestern Memorial Hospital, his spine was digging into his brainstem, but our team developed a plan to rebuild his spine.
Anchored by the top neurology and neurosurgery program in Illinois by U.S. News and World Report, Northwestern Medicine is pioneering treatments for the toughest conditions. Incredibly, Phil was walking just days after surgery.
As Phil's nurse, I'm proud to be on a team that's changing lives.
Northwestern Medicine, better.
Hey, Chicagoland, the new Steinhoffels is now open on the corner of Lawrence and Harlem in Harwood Heights. And since 1934, Steinhoffels has been helping families make the home of their dreams. They have the largest selection of quality furniture and all the biggest brands of mattresses for every style and every budget. Take it from me. Visit any of their 4 Chicagoland locations and see what everyone is talking about. Or visit them online at steinhoffels.com. Relax, it's Steinhoffels.
Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality, value, and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial, and institutional roofing and waterproofing industry, promoting skilled craftsmen and craftswomen through apprenticeship training. Local 11 members are trained in the application of the latest roofing and waterproofing techniques. They are at the forefront of design and installation of environmental-friendly solar, green, and garden systems. To find a highly skilled roofing contractor today, go to chicago-roofingcontractors.org.
I'm Chicago personal injury lawyer Jim Morisi. Even when we're careful, other people's negligence can threaten our futures. As one of Illinois' most successful injury firms, winning the most complex personal injury and workers' compensation cases is what we do. Consultations are always free. Visit us at MorisiLongo.com. That's MoriciLongo. Morisi Longo and Associates. We're there when you need us.
Holidays are magical until you check your bank account after the gift giving. Enter Wintrust Community Bank's Total Access Checking. No minimum monthly balance and no maintenance fees. Just a different approach for better results. Give yourself the gift of smart banking and take home a $300 bonus with qualifying activities. You deserve a stress-free, wallet-friendly holiday season. Open your Total Access Checking account today at wintrust.com/gift. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Only $100 required to open. Member FDIC.
Excellence. It means going the extra mile. You know that Volvo cars speak to excellence. And at Howard Orloff Volvo Cars, going the extra mile starts and ends with their culture of care and thoughtfulness. Guys, it's Carmen, and I've seen firsthand how Orloff Volvo goes the extra mile every day for everyone. And the Orloff name attached to the Volvo name is perfect, and they're known for safety and reliability. Howard Orloff Volvo Cars, just off the Kennedy at Armitage in Chicago. Volvo for life.
The Chicago Bears' new home. ESPN Chicago. Postgame. More Bears talk coming up. ESPN Chicago.
One more time for Justin Fields. Fade to black. Bears get this one done. 28-13. They win another division game. They do so in front of the home crowd, and they do it with a combination great defensive effort, especially in the second half. They completely shut down the Lions. DJ Moore with a 16-yard touchdown run and a big touchdown throw from Fields to Moore for 38 yards. Fields runs for one as well. And the Bears do a nice job with special teams included, because Trent Taylor had himself a big day today in the punt return game. Cairo Santos, 3 more field goals, and the Bears are 5-8.
The defense certainly is a different unit since Matt Eberflus has taken over in place of Alan Williams, who left the team in week 2.
And since they got the sweaty one.
And since
Montes
Sweat was acquired by Ryan Poles, Sweat has made such a difference opening things up for the other guys on the line, making it
1 for 2 in trades.
Easy for 1 for 2.
In-season trades.
In season,
1 for 2 in-season trades.
Let's hear from Montes Sweat after the game on the performance of the defense today.
Yeah, man, I felt like it was a really tight group. I saw a group of guys that had chemistry and had each other's back, and I really admired that. So I'm glad to be a part of it now.
When you're 2-6 or whatever they were when you got here?
Not at all. I mean, it wasn't the case where I came from. It was, you know what I'm saying? It was kind of like just waiting on the season and kind of. But here it's like every week, you know, it's a new challenge, and people want to play for the man beside them, man. That's what I'm here for.
Does Eberflus have something to do with kind of setting that tone?
Sorry?
Does Coach Eberflus have something to do with kind of setting that tone every week too?
Yeah, I mean, Coach Flus is a great coach, bro. He keeps us motivated. I never seen a head coach run the team and call defensive plays, so that's new for me. But a lot of respect for him as a coach.
On the same line, clearly flashed a lot more passing. How much expansion playing that Chicago?
Yeah, I mean, I'm noticing what my teammates like to do beside me. I'm getting more familiar with the calls and situations and stuff like that. So, yeah, it allows me to play a little bit more fast.
Does it feel like this group is building something and can do something down the stretch?
We're going to see, man. It's any given Sunday. Of course, you see we got off to a slow start, man, but I like the direction that we're heading in. So it's the NFL, man. Games is won. I mean, the season is won in December.
How important is it for you to get to double-digit sacks, which you are?
Man, that was a goal that I've had ever since I got in the league. So it's definitely a good day for me, and I thank God for that.
How would you describe the second half with dominance?
You taking all the questions, man. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
Last
time at Ford Field you did not finish, this time you did. What was the
I mean, we choked them out. We strained. The offense got us some first downs, and the pass rush got home, and the back end was covering up. So, man, he finished with a pick. We finished with a couple sacks, man. That's poetry.
A redemption game for the Bears defense 2 weeks after they gave up a 12-point lead, allowing Detroit back in the game in a 4-minute, 15-second span where Detroit scored 17 points. The defense got after it today. They now have, there's 11 takeaways in the last 3 games. They're just playing very well. They played very well in the second half. They'll have to do the same thing next week when they travel on the road to Cleveland Browns Stadium to take on Joe Flacco, who threw for over 300 yards today and 3 touchdowns, leading the Cleveland Browns to a win. It's going to be a tough game next week.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. You got 1 week of Flacco on film, so that's at least the good thing that you have. They're getting pressure on the quarterback, which is nice. You want more efficiency out of your offense. You're forcing turnovers, which is a good thing. You've got guys flying to the ball. If you tackle solidly, right? Tackle solid. You get off the field. You give yourself a chance at victory. That's what you give yourself. I think Justin Fields is dynamic enough, both with the arm and with his legs, to always kind of give you a chance and put you in a position where you can win a game. And the more you start winning games, the more of a habit it becomes, the more familiar you become with the mechanisms that you need to have happen for you to win games. And so it's important. The more you get into that position, the more comfortable you become.
If the Lions continue to lose, this division could actually be open for the Bears because the Vikings right now are in a scoreless tie with Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's a taffy pull over there, guys.
0-0 in the fourth.
0-0.
The Green Bay Packers take on the Giants. Is that tomorrow night? Monday night football. Monday Night Football is the Packers and the Giants. Bears now at 5-8, and anything could happen. They looked at this as a 5-game playoff. Well, they won the first game. Now they got the next one next week starting at noon at Cleveland Browns Stadium. Our pregame show starts here on the Chicago Bears Radio Network at 10 a.m. Chicago time. And then the postgame show with Yurko and me immediately following the game.
Don't forget about the pregame show.
And the pregame show is here in Chicago on ESPN 1000.
At 8 o'clock.
Exactly.
8 a.m.
Our thanks to executive producer Eric Ostrowski, Kendra Smith, and Justin Pottinger. Our broadcast crew today, Jeff Joniak, Tom Thayer, and Jason McKie. Thank you to our guest head coach, Matt Eberflus, QB1 Justin Fields, and a career-high game, Jaquan Brisker as well. Thank you all for your phone calls and for listening as well. The Bears beat the Lions 28-13. Back-to-back wins. They'll try to make it back-to-back, I think, next week at Cleveland Stadium. For Yurko, I'm Peggy. You've been listening to the Great Clips postgame show on the Chicago Bears Radio Network. As we say goodbye to our affiliates, we welcome the rest of you to stand by. The postgame show with Jeff Meller, Jason McKie, and Pat the Designer is next.
'Tis a cautionary tale I'm about to recite. For those who may indulge tonight, Santa knows when you've been drinking. If you're a bit too enthused, or if you're smoking, when you sound quite confused, grab a cab, a bus, or an app-summoned ride, because driving while buzzed brings troubles in tides. Remember, friends, to always think twice. Don't drive impaired. That's the ultimate advice. Visit itsnotagameillinois.com to learn more.
All right, so there we were, cruising through the new open-air zoo, when I realized that the park was closing in like 15 minutes. Luckily, we were in my Nissan Rogue. With its powerful DC turbo engine, well, we had time to see all the animals. Whoa! And outrun a few!
Drive the Nissan Rogue.
With Robinhood Gold, you can make your money do the most. Make your money do 5% APY. That's big. At 8 times the national average savings rate, that's huge. Start earning 5% APY.
with FDIC insurance up to $2.25 million at partner banks for only $5 a month. Sign up today at Robinhood.com/getgold. As of 9/21/23, deal bank rate. Interest is earned on idle cash swept from your brokerage account into program banks. Cash sweep program is offered through Robinhood Financial LLC. Terms apply. Rate may change. Robinhood is not a bank.
Take it from me. You only get one life. Which parts of it do you want to live greater? In Peoria, you can have a greater work-life balance, greater family time, or greater opportunities to make a difference in your career or community. Peoria is a great place to live, work, and play. With a mix of outdoor adventure, cultural experiences, and family-friendly attractions. Go to choosegreaterpeoria.org to learn more.
Football fans, put someone on your team that's ready to fight for you. I'm Julio Costa of Costa Ivoni Injury Lawyers. Our team combines technology and expertise to deliver a first-class client experience and get you the wins that you deserve. We're here to help fans everywhere with their injury-related needs. Winning consistently isn't easy. Let us show you what Football Tough Injury Lawyers can do for you. Call us at 708-4MILLION or visit our website at cilaw.com for a free consult.
Costa Ivoni Injury Lawyers, 708-4MILLION. Hey, football fans, here's a tip from AMCO Transmissions. Noises, changes in drivability, or an illuminated check engine light can be warning signs of transmission trouble. If cash is tight this holiday season, AMCO can help. AMCO offers up to 12 months no-interest payments. Let their expert technicians diagnose and fix your problem right. In fact, more than half the cars they service don't need major repairs. Call 1-800-GO-AMCO or search AAMCO for a location near you. That's AMCO, AAMCO for transmissions, brakes, maintenance, and everything in between.
At EasyCater, we get it. Ordering food for work means you have to deal with this. Client meeting on Tuesday.
Client wants Taco Tuesday.
19 people.
Need vegan options.
Our budget just got slashed. Meeting is now Monday.
What about Mediterranean? Client still wants taco.
Claire has a nut allergy. Gluten-free. Under budget. Tacos for a client meeting? Just use EasyCater. Food for work delivered on time as ordered with a huge variety. 100,000 restaurants, one platform. Order 24/7 at EasyCater.com.
Hello, Jan from Toyota here.
Hi, Jan. Just wanted to say thanks. With the Grand Highlander we got at Toyotathon, we've been able to do so much, including 5 different ski trips, 4 family functions, 3 potlucks, 2 shopping sprees, and we even got a really big tree.
Wow, I'm really impressed.
Dealer inventory may vary. Offers are subject to change throughout Toyotathon, which ends on January 2nd. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
The new home of the Chicago Bears.
Quick pitch to Walter, looking for the record, cuts back, he's got it! Walter Pate, the National Football League all-time leading rusher.
ESPN Chicago.
You've been listening to Bears football on the Bears Radio Network.
Here comes the boom, boom. Here comes the boom, boom. Here comes the boom.
Thanks for listening to the Chicago Bears Radio Network.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. So minivans, sedans, JDMs, roll out. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. And with eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What do you mean he's not coming in? This is our busiest time.
The mixologist at Claude's Bar is moving to Manhattan.
I'm already down 2 bar backs. No one's manning front of
Now he needs an equally cosmopolitan replacement.
How am I going to find a new bartender before New Year's Eve?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for my friends at Window Nation. You know, it may seem like a weird time to replace your windows, but take it from me, this is the perfect time. I used to have cold, drafty windows. When I used to walk in my kitchen, my floors were freezing and it was no way to live. Then I replaced those windows in the kitchen. Then I replaced the windows in the living room, and I saved money in the long run. My energy bills, they've gone down 30%. Now's the time to replace the windows. You've heard me talk about it for a while. Call my friends at Window Nation, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. Right now, you can save 50%, plus no interest payments for 5 full years. In the summer, when things heat up, your house is going to stay cool and the hot air will stay on the outside. Trust me. Call my friends at Window Nation. It's a family-owned business that does business the right way, and they will guide you through this process. Call them now to get started, 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, your favorite drafts are poured at a frosty 29 degrees, and rare barrel-aged whiskeys are served just the way you want them. It's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch? Every day, from lunch to late night. Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Get wings the way you want them. Try Twin Peaks wings bone-in breaded, naked, smoked and grilled, or boneless in your favorite sauce or rub.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
Postgame continues now on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Here are your hosts, Jason McKie, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer.
Got ourselves a winning streak here as the Bears take down the Detroit Lions 28-13. Tyler Rocky in for Jeff Meller alongside Pat the Designer and Jason McKie. Big win, guys, as the Bears make it 2 in a row. Not just 2 in a row, but 2 divisional opponents in a row as well. Justin Fields, clean game from him, from a turnover standpoint, no giveaways, but the defense in that second half puts the clamps down, shuts out the Detroit Lions, holds that team under 300 yards, and really silenced a bunch of playmakers.
It was a great NFC North battle, here on the lakefront, and it was good to see that this defense is continuing to progress, continuing to stack good performances on good performances. And, a lot of guys who you count on, your blue chip guys are making plays. Jalen Johnson with another pick. Montes Sweat.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, all over the place. I mean, it's a beautiful thing, man, when you have, what Coach Flus always talks about is complementary football, right? Your defense putting your offense in position, giving them short fields to put points on the board. So, yeah, it was a good thing, man. That's Bears football in a nutshell, and we saw that today.
Yeah, seeing how they came out in the second half, I mean, that was exciting football in the second half. I thought offensively you were able to capitalize on what the defense did. That was my biggest issue in the first half. One of my bigger issues in the first half, right, was you looked at the first half and you were like, we're getting takeaways again, guys. We've gotten now, 5 takeaways? Just up to the first half on the Lions over 2 weeks, and we had a total of 10 points. That was a problem for me. Second half, you start to actually be able to capitalize on what the defense did, how they went 3 and out, multiple times. We're getting scoring on the other side of that. I thought that, like you said, complimentary football on all fronts, right? Like even special teams getting in on the act a little bit. Yeah. Couple big returns, put you in a good position. You know a little something about that with the Bears offense that you played in with Devin Hester setting you up in some good positions. So, I mean, this is probably one of the more complimentary games we've seen the Bears play. And I'll say this is one of the biggest wins, if not the biggest win of Matt Eberflus's tenure because of a lot of the things we talked about coming into this week.
Well, no doubt. For me, this is by far and away the best win we've seen from Matt Eberflus. I mean, the defense was dominant. He, of course, is all hands on that front there. Your offense doesn't give the ball away. And it kind of, everything about this hits principle you saw. I mean, there were guys flying around. Where wasn't Jaquan Brisker in this game, right? 17 tackles in this game. You were getting the takeaways, all of that stuff. Everything about what he was brought in here to preach, you saw play out on the field there. And I look at what the defense has done these last handful of games. I saw some of the stats. The sacks, 11 sacks in the last 4 games now for the Chicago Bears. Montez Sweat, getting one, but it was 2 half sacks, so he's getting pressure on the quarterback time and time again.
They could have gave Dex that full sack, bro. Was anybody else? Was I the only one upset on that?
No, look here, man.
Dex had him fully wrapped up, and then Sweat came in and said, hey, let me get that. Let me get that.
I played with some D-line guys. If that quarterback hits the ground, they're running in there to tap the quarterback. Get the sack. Like, they don't play about that, man. Half a sack, it all adds up. But here's the thing, right? And we can say what we want about Coach Flus this year, right?
Yeah.
The one thing we can say, he's done, especially with his defense, right, is make those adjustments. All right.
Yeah.
So you look at the Bears, right? Look at this game. First quarter, we came out, we set the tone. Detroit came back in the second quarter, regained momentum, right? Had an opportunity. They scored and put points on the board. They come back in the third quarter. They open the third quarter with the football. But Flus makes those adjustments and really just shuts the door completely on this offense. He made some great adjustments, man, in terms of his defensive play call.
Well, and I think here's the thing, right, that is major when you look at this game. The second quarter, first half kind of as a whole, but more so the second quarter, felt like the Lions' quarter, right? It felt like the time where they were dominating the Bears.
Yeah.
13 points to 0 for the Bears.
Points. Yeah. But 13 points. Right, you give up 13 points and a half, let alone 13 points in a game. You're going to be in a good position at the end of that game if you could stay in it offensively.
Yeah, and here's where the momentum changed that first half, right? And we talked about it.
Listen,
the 4th and 1 play.
Yes.
Right. After we did not convert on that 4th and 1 play, what happened? The Lions literally took the rest of the half and ran with it, right? 13 points in the second quarter after that failed 4th and 1 conversion.
Right. 312-332-3776. If you want to join us here on the Bears post-game show, Tyler Rocky, J-Mac, Jason McKie, and Pat the Designer. The thing about everyone talks about the middle 8 in football, right? The last 4 minutes of the first half and the first 4 minutes of the second half. And the Lions had a chance because the Bears won the toss and elected to receive, which when you're a team that's at the time 4-8 and you're just trying to rip off win after win, I have no problem with it.
Yeah.
You want to be the aggressor, and we've seen the Bears in those first scripted drives look pretty good.
Yeah.
The first quarter offense has been pretty solid, but I look at the Lions had the opportunity to put a stranglehold on this game.
Yeah.
And the way that defense came out and forced a 3-and-out to start the third quarter, they had 3 3-and-outs and a turnover in that third quarter.
Yeah.
That was a dominant performance, and that's where the game flipped. Everyone thought it was going to be the 4th and 1 was going to be the point that kind of doomed the Bears, but that defense showed up to play in the third quarter and won them the football game right there in that third quarter.
And it was, again, right, it wasn't just pressure, right? You're getting to Jared Goff. You're actually making him – he hates the cold.
Speed him up.
We have this. Now we know this 110%. If we didn't know it the first time, I swear I'm surprised he didn't have the big jacket on the sideline. He hates the cold. He's the only dude out there in sleeves.
He golfs.
He's the only dude out there in sleeves.
He's a golf in cold weather.
He hates the cold. And I think they're right. Like, you hate it even more when you actually hit Soldier Field.
Yeah.
When you hit the grass. 1 for 6 in that second half, or in that third quarter, I should say, to start that second half. And there was real pressure, maybe not getting the sack numbers, but getting to him at a quick enough time where as he's releasing the football, he gets that hit, and it can't be a penalty call.
And I'm going to talk about one guy on that defensive line, right, who, he's been getting his flowers as of late, and he's not really an impact in terms of getting to the quarterback. It's Billings, man. Like, he really does a great job denting the middle of that pocket, right? He's going to give you a 2-gap. He's going to give you a bull rush. He's going to give you that because that's his style. He's a short, stocky guy. But he did a great job denting the pocket to where Jared Goff couldn't step up in the pocket because there was pressure up the middle, allowing Sweat and Ngakoue, DeMarcus Walker to really, corral to keep Goff in that pocket. So, kudos to Billings, man. He did a great job. Not just in the run game, what he's known for. He's done a great job the past few weeks denting the middle of that pocket.
Feels like a lot of the signings from the offseason on the defensive side of the ball really showed up. You brought up Billings. Yannick Ngakoue also had a sack in this game as well. Tremaine Edmonds made some pretty impactful plays, too. It felt like when he was there, he was flying to the ball carriers, and it was done in the tracks right there once Tremaine Edmonds got a hand on him.
Holding on to him, too. That's been the issue the last couple weeks for Tremaine, right? It really hasn't been him in coverage. There's been a couple of things in coverage that have irritated us, but the last couple of weeks it felt like there's been that, I got him. Oh, he got away from me again. Yeah, I mean, when he was able to get a hold of, I think it was Gibbs in the backfield and bring him down, that felt like, oh, we're dominating. Oh, like they don't have an answer for what we're bringing when we do bring our linebackers downhill, when we do start to attack. You know what I mean? Like, those were the things that defensively, this is the first time with this defense where it felt like the team just, they weren't able to find an answer.
Yeah,
because even last week, right, with Minnesota, it felt like, okay, yes, it's a tough game, but like there's something coming. Week before that, of course, Detroit, right? Like they found the answer with 4 minutes to go. This felt like they just slammed the door shut.
Yeah, and the good thing, when you have a great defense, right, you got to have playmakers at every level of the defense, right? So you look at the defensive line. Sweat, right?
Yeah.
He became a multiplier. He elevated the play of Ngakoue, DeMarcus Walker. Andrew Billings has done his thing the entire season, right? You've got linebackers that can run and hit, that can create takeaways, that tackle. TJ Edwards, Jack Sanborn, Tremaine Edmonds, who's flying around today, who's got range. And then on the back end, you know, Jaquan Brisker, Jalen Johnson, you know, Tyreek, yes, he's a rookie, but he's made a lot of great plays, and he made a lot of rookie plays. But that's the growing pains of being a rookie. So, you know, when you look at it like that, like that's the type of defense you want to have. You want to have guys at every level of a defense that can impact the game. And we saw that today. Every level of this defense had an impact on the outcome of this game.
Yeah.
That's a good point. And like, usually you don't love to see 17 tackles out of a safety. Sometimes that means a lot of second-level stuff's happening. Not Jaquan Brisker in this game, though. It felt like he was making an impact everywhere on the field and kind of just filling in the holes that this Bears team, we've seen at times, they've let their hands off the rope. But the way that this defense showed up in the third quarter, especially that first opening drive 3 and out, that was when I kind of said to myself, you know what, I don't think they're going to blow this game like we saw them blow it the first time against the Lions. Just because of the confidence that I was feeling out of the defense in that second half. I mean, everyone was up for the task in this game.
And it feels like the defense is legit, right? This is not new, right? These are things that have been growing all season, but the last 3 weeks has been something I've come to expect now. Right now, don't tease me and take it away. Yeah, I mean, like that's what I'm worried about here. But it's the consistency. You see the immediate difference after somebody can get pressure on the quarterback, pressure bust pipes. And Jared Goff struggled with the pressure today that was constantly in his face. And I know everybody doesn't want to do it, right? But we got to do it when it actually happens. We have to give credit to Flus. Flus dialed up in the second half some pressures that I think absolutely broke this the Ben Johnson offense that we have lauded the entire season.
Yeah, and that's, you know, we talk about Jaquan Brisker, right? And when you have a guy that you can use in a variety of ways, and I recall Jaquan saying in camp, he had a press conference, and I kept this with me because I thought it was awesome. He said, I want to be used. Use me like a bar of soap.
Oh, yeah,
I want to be used
that.
in a variety of ways.
Would you nickname him?
No, that's what he said. That's what.
No,
Brisker
would you
said.
nickname him because of that? You gave him Dove Brisker.
Oh yeah, I did.
You named him Dove Brisker. You named him Dove Brisker.
Yeah, but use him. You know, he can. I mean, he's got the versatility and the tenacity and the physicality to be able to make plays in the box. He can cover. You know what I mean? You can put him out there on a slot receiver. Like, he's just a great young weapon to have on this defense, and he brings that energy, that tenacity. He sets the tone. He's a physical tackler. He's an alpha. You know, I just love his energy on the field. It's really infectious.
Pat, you brought up the pressure that the Bears were getting on Jared Goff. This is from Kevin Fishbane from The Athletic. Over the last 4 games, the Bears have 11 sacks and 9 interceptions. Last 4 games.
Yeah, beautiful.
First 9 games, they had 10 sacks and 6 picks. You've seen a complete flip these last 4 games, and the pressure is, a lot of it I think has to do with you bring in a guy like Montes Sweat. He's earning his money, it looks like, so far. He's making that second-round pick.
Well, Lance says market value? Call him market value?
I don't know what you call him. He got quarterbacks sweating for sure. I mean, man.
Hey, yo. But no, I look at, I think here's the thing. The turnovers, you just gave something that was great. The turnover numbers, right? How many of them have we looked at and said, there could have been more? You got 2 picks, maybe 3 at least more for Jalen Johnson. I thought today you had Brisker who could have came down with 1. I thought that you had Edmonds who could have came down with another one. I thought that last week there were 2 or 3 that were left on the board. This is a defense that is, and this is what Flus has talked about, right, with the hits principle. Creating these moments. Creating the moments where takeaways are going to be something that is an option often if you can take advantage of them. And we're starting to see that play out. And that's, listen, the best part of it is, and we got to talk about that as well, the offense turned it into something.
Yeah.
That's been the biggest issue the last 2 weeks. That's why people have been killing Fields. That's why people have been looking at Getsy. That's why people have been, and the first half did not leave me feeling great. But that's why people looked at that and said, that's our issue. Because I think out of 8 turnovers, 13 points, if I'm not mistaken.
It was a very low number. And I think the other thing, too, with the turnovers, it's not just the interceptions and fumbles, but how about this defense and the turnover on downs, too? And it's one thing that kind of frustrates me with the NFL stat keeping. For some reason, turnover on downs don't get factored into all of that.
You're right.
Those may be more impactful in certain moments, depending where you are on the field. Like one point where the Bears stopped the Lions at their own 34-yard line.
Yeah,
those are big momentum-changing plays, and you're putting your offense in a situation with a short field in that instance right there. That leads to 7 points. All of that stuff really does matter, and I don't think it gets looked at enough.
I can't agree more. I'm just happy that we actually saw, some touchdowns this week.
28
long game a couple weeks ago.
28-13, the Bears win over the NFC North Division leading Detroit Lions on the lakefront. If you want to join us, 312-332-3776. We'll take some of your phone calls, and we also have to get to the offense too. Justin Fields, a clean game in this one. We'll discuss all that and more when we come back. This is the Bears post-game show on the ESPN 1000 Hard Rock Casino Chicago Bears Network.
The new home of the Bears. Barstool Big Cat on the Waddle and Sylvie Show on ESPN Chicago. Now Wednesdays at 4. Brought to you by Curcio Law Offices. Coach Matt Eberflus joins ESPN Chicago in the Waddle and Sylvie Show tomorrow at 2:10. Hear the coach only on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie for my friends at Window Nation. It may seem like a weird time to replace your windows, but take it from me, this is the perfect time. I used to have cold, drafty windows. When I used to walk in my kitchen, my floors were freezing and it was no way to live. Then I replaced those windows in the kitchen. Then I replaced the windows in the living room, and I saved money in the long run. My energy bills, they've gone down 30%. Now's the time to replace the windows. You've heard me talk about it for a while. Call my friends at Window Nation, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION. Right now, you can save 50%, plus no interest payments for 5 full years. In the summer, when things heat up, your house is going to stay cool and the hot air will stay on the outside. Trust me. Call my friends at Window Nation. It's a family-owned business that does business the right way, and they will guide you through this process. Call them now to get started, 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
What's up, everyone? Zetterman here. Score early this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is super easy to use, and there's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, overs, unders, same-game parlays, first to score, and more. Plus, when you bet on FanDuel, when you win, you get paid instantly. It's great. I love it. So visit FanDuel.com/Zetterman, Z as in zebra, EDERMAN, and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now drawable. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Old National Bank.
I just got your home equity loan, and this feeling of joy and exhilaration overcame me.
Yeah, it's a phenomenon we call getting old.
Wow, so I'm not the only one?
No, small business owners feel it with expansion loans. Families feel it when they're setting up trusts and 529s. Nonprofits who need financing to help the community. And anyone who needs investment advice, they all feel it.
So it's not just me?
No, you're in a pretty big club.
Like a club I can join?
I really don't.
Is there at least a secret handshake?
Old National Bank, where relationships and results matter. Old National. Get old. Member FDIC.
Your Bears Monday on ESPN Chicago can only end one way, with a bear. Miller Lite invites you to a live broadcast, Bears Night in Chicago, tomorrow night from 6 to 8, live from Scratch Public House in Forest Park. Bears linebacker TJ Edwards joins Bleck and Abdallah to break down the Week 14 battle against Detroit. Brought to you by Miller Lite. Tomorrow night, TJ Edwards joins Bleck and Abdallah. Join us at Scratch Public House in Forest Park. Please drink responsibly.
Ultra-fast, ultra-reliable internet is a big deal. 'Tis the season for Astound's best cyber deal ever. Make your whole house happy with Astound Internet. Just $25 a month for 2 years, plus a $100 gift card when you order online. Or get a $200 gift card when you order Astound Internet and mobile. Hurry, because this is a limited time offer. Go to astound.com and switch today. Additional terms and conditions apply. Gift card with online orders only. See astound.com for details.
With Robinhood Gold, you can make your money do the most. Make your money do 5% APY. That's big. At 8 times the national average savings rate, that's huge. Start earning 5% APY with FDIC insurance up to $2.25 million at partner banks for only $5 a month. Sign up today at Robinhood.com/getgold. As of 9/21/23, deal bank rate. Interest is earned on idle cash swept from your brokerage account into program banks. Cash sweep program is offered through Robinhood Financial LLC. Terms apply. Rate may change. Robinhood is not a bank.
Postgame continues now on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Here are your hosts, Jason McKie, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer.
Away to the snap, Justin Fields moving on the left side. Free play for Justin, worked it down the left side. He's got DJ Moore at the 5. Looping into the end zone for the touchdown. Touchdown Bears, and they're back in front.
Yeah, okay, offsides, good.
38-yard strike. DJ Moore, the catch.
That was the big one today as the Bears take down the Lions 28-13. Talking about it with you here on ESPN 1000 as Justin Fields linked up with DJ Moore. One of 2 touchdowns for DJ Moore. He had the one where he ran it in for the first time in his career, his first rushing touchdown of his career, and then he has the big strike there on a free play. The Bears were not intending on running a play. Remember, this was a play that was near the end of the quarter. They were content with letting the play clock run out, but ultimately you get a jump over the line, and then it was a free play, and Justin made him pay.
Yeah, it's a freeze call. You know, you freeze and you give a strong cadence and get the defense a jump. It's a free play. You toss that thing up to DJ Moore for the touchdown. I mean, he's been everything is advertised. Yeah. I mean, he's come here. He's been tough. He's been available. He's made plays. I mean, back up the Brinks truck, and when you got to do whatever you can to keep that man here. I don't care what you say.
He's
a stud.
He's an absolute monster, and I love that we're starting to see that connection build. Right, like I know, calm down, everybody. Right, or maybe cover your ears real quick. That was Rodgers and Adams. We've seen that play so many times. Hard count, gets you to jump. We never see the Bears run that play. Right? Like, remember when Matt Nagy was here, we were begging for the Bears to do something like that because they were actually getting people to jump with the hard count.
Right.
That was okay, I'm starting to see that connection become a real, legit connection to where they just knew, because even how Justin talked about it, and DJ said Braxton giving up too many secrets. But it was a false protection. Like, they weren't planning on doing anything. They literally were done, but just DJ saying, the second I heard, I saw that they jumped, I took off.
Yeah.
They just so happened to snap it. We get the playoff. Boom. That's starting to build a chemistry that I think could be here in Chicago for a long time, depending on what you do with the quarterback position. But seeing that chemistry build, to me, is one of the more important things for this team's future.
I won't go as far as to say that was Rodgers to Adams.
You said I didn't comment on that.
I mean, that's who we always saw do that, right? Like I think Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams were the experts at that, where they got somebody with that almost every week for a play.
Yeah, I don't comment on that team up north. So
you won't speak.
You already know.
You don't even know the names I'm saying right now.
I don't care what they.
There's a wide receiver in Vegas right now.
They may have done it, but today it looked better.
By the way, DJ Moore now 122 yards away from his career high. He's got 4 more games to do that. So I think we will see DJ Moore get to that, barring health. But like, he has been everything that you've wanted him to be. He's been that steady number 1. And if you're really seeing now with DJ Moore, he was a guy who was kind of buried on a bad team, and he's finally getting to play with say what you want about Justin, but he's playing with a better quarterback than he's had in years past in Carolina, and you're seeing what it looks like when he is the number 1 in an offense, and an offense that's put up some points in this game.
Yeah, and I think we talk about what he's done on the field, but look at him as a person off the field, as a teammate. Like, he's not a prima donna. You know, we've seen receivers that are prima donnas. Oh, I'm not getting the ball, but they don't want to do the little things on the field.
0 targets in the first half for him.
Yeah, and he's still going out there running his routes full speed. Now you target him in the second half, and he shows up. But like he's a true number one. He's a good teammate. You see the guys; they all speak highly of him. Like, he's what you want in terms of a guy that's going to be the focal point of your offense. Like, he's available. He plays through injuries. Like, he got banged up today, went right back in and made play after play. Like, that's the type of guy you got to have on your roster for a long time.
Physical guy, loves the contact. He'll do everything on the football field. He'll catch the ball. He'll block for you. We saw him run the ball today, too. So he's got a myriad of things and ways to hurt you on the football field here. And he's really showing it with the Chicago Bears team. It's been a really welcome thing. And I mentioned the no targets in the first half. He gets 10 in the second half.
Yeah.
And you see him really start to pop off.
And I think you see the differences, right? And I think that is there was a lot of Bears fans that I think were on Twitter and different things like that who had a lot of the same complaints. The first half offense just looks confusing. You didn't attack downfield. You didn't target DJ Moore. Justin Fields throws the football 8 times. We come away with 10 points. Okay. Yeah, that feels like what we should have gotten on what we ran in the first half. You look at the second half, Justin Fields throws the football 25 times. 15
Think
for
about
25.
that, 25 times in a 2-touchdown win.
You got to get to ball.
Just in the second half. Just in the second half. For the game, 33, it looks better. But just in the second half, 15 for 25, 142. And DJ Moore, a good reason for that, right? Like, again, why are we losing sight of our best receiver in the first half? Well, I guess you didn't, right? Like, he runs a touchdown in.
Yeah.
But I don't want, 3 running plays in the first half is not what I thought was on the script for DJ Moore to start this game.
Yeah, and we talked, like you said, we talked about, Getsy finding ways to scheme his best player, right, to give him opportunities. So you give him opportunities in the run game, but you forgot about him in the passing game in the first half. You come back and you just target after target after target the second half, and good things happen.
And I care what no one says on 4th and 1. Give it to the guys over 6 feet tall.
Bears win 28-13 over the Detroit Lions. We'll take your phone calls, and we'll talk a little more Justin Fields when we come back. 312-332-3776. This is the Postgame show on ESPN 1000.
Right up.
ESPN Chicago.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, you're in the red zone for every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. On game day, you never have to decide which teams to watch, only what combination of bites, burgers, wings, and more to order. Plus, where else are your favorite draft beers always poured at a frozen 29 degrees? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Draft the ultimate lunch lineup starting at $7.99. Choose from a combination of half sandwiches, soups, salads, and more. Only at Twin Peaks.
When navigating the beer cooler, it can be hard to know what's quality. Me? I look for the unicorns. Pipeworks Brewing Company has been proudly brewing quality and creative beers in Chicago since 2012. Ninja vs. Unicorn, their balanced yet bold double IPA is brewed with 5 pounds of aromatic hops per barrel. Expect lush hop aromas of pine and fresh juicy citrus every time you crack a can. In the battle of Ninja vs. Unicorn, the beer drinker wins out. Pipeworks beers are available throughout Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin, wherever fine beers are sold.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
Live from the Old National Bank State Street Studios, this is WMVP WSAG HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station. Here comes the ball on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. More Bears postgame is coming up. WMVP WSAG HD2 Chicago.
Bears win at 28-13 over the Detroit Lions, the signature win of the Matt Eberflus era thus far after he puts together his first winning streak as a coach after beating back-to-back divisional opponents. It's the little things right now when you're a team that entered the game 4-8. You had never beaten a divisional team before that under your current head coach. They did that last week, and now you put together a winning streak. Dominant win for the Chicago Bears. Justin Fields was pretty good in this one as well. He did find the end zone with his legs, also connected with DJ Moore on that long touchdown, kept the ball in his own team's hands as well. No turnovers in this one for Justin Fields. Another welcome sign. His third turnover-free game of the season thus far.
He's turned the corner, boys. A corner, not the corner, right? A corner. And I look at now 5 of the last 6 games, and I see a Justin Fields that, to me, has perfectly executed the game plan that his OC has put in front of him. I don't see a Justin Fields that can overcome some of the inabilities we may see in that game plan, right? 16 screen passes, different things like that. I don't see a Justin Fields that is always accurate, right? That pass to DJ Moore, got to make that. Those 2 throws to Darnell Mooney, I think one was catchable for Darnell, but I thought they were both out of reach. I think even he would tell you maybe that Cole Kmet pass, a little tough.
Right.
But I've never seen a quarterback go 100% passing the football for an entire NFL game, because those guys on defense get paid to play as well. I think that we're seeing a guy who can consistently go out there with pressure in his face, navigate the pocket. Is he going to miss sometimes? 100%. I'm not going to absolve him of everything, but he's turned a corner as far as a quarterback that, to me, can play in this NFL and be a starter on a team that maybe is not the guy that does everything you need him to do to lead you to the promised land, but he can do enough to keep you in games like this and win you games like this. We don't get this one without his play in the second quarter.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it's, you look at the last 2 games, right? Talk about his response when things go bad, right? He had the fumble. He responds with that big play to DJ Moore in the Minnesota game that set up Cairo Santos for the win, right? You talk about his response after, having a not good showing in the second quarter. You come back. Yes, the defense gave you opportunities, gave you some short fields, but he executed. He made plays. He scrambled, kept his eyes downfield, made throws when necessary, but he also used his legs to extend plays when necessary. Like, he's just such a dynamic player, and I think he's just playing with such a high level of confidence. You can see that, like, he may get sacked, he doesn't get rattled, he doesn't hold his head down, keeps his head high, goes back to the sideline, looks at the tablet to figure out what he can do better the next drive, and he goes out there and he's right back at it, trying to make plays to put his team in position to be his offense in position to be successful and put points on the board. And that's what you talk about. That's what we've talked about all season here in Chicago. We talked about growth, development, and we're seeing it week in and week out from Justin Fields.
He looks like a different quarterback than he did before the injury, and everything, especially the last couple of weeks, it seems like it's sped up for him a little bit. Everything's looking a little bit more fluid. In that first half, though, there were still some of those moments where I feel like you saw the gears turning in his head a little bit slow, and that's why I think we saw more of the scramble runs from him.
Yeah.
And he was very, very effective with his legs in that first half. I mean, the first play of the game, I don't know how we're not getting the 15-yard penalties on those late hits still. I mean, it has gotten to a point where
he's too big. That's honestly the answer, right?
Man, come on.
Cam Newton didn't get those flags.
It's so late.
Ben
though.
Roethlisberger didn't get those flags.
It's so late.
It's ridiculously late.
It's the slides, though. Like, the second the slide, like, you start your slide, like, that's the play. No more contact from that point on. And it's like he's finishing slides and then getting hit, and that's the part I don't understand.
There was one he slid, and the safety, I think it was Kirby Joseph.
Yes,
did a flying knee to his head.
He was already popped up.
Yeah, I'm like, man,
he took the hit.
I think that when he was trying to jump over him. Now I get it, right? But I think he was trying to avoid it.
He didn't jump high enough. And he gave him the knee to the head. The official standing right there.
We talking about Deontay Foreman? Stop jumping people, brother. My bad. I had to get that in there.
Yeah, I mean, and that's another guy. We're talking about this offense. Like, it's just a different offense when he's in the lineup, when he's getting those carries. Like, he's just such a physical runner in between the tackles, right? And he made some, we look at Deontay Foreman, right? When he came here, right, we talked about him. Oh, he's just an inside runner. But he's shown us time and time again this year he has the ability to come out of the backfield and make some nice catches. Right now, does he have the ability to take those catches? And like I always say, to take it the distance? No. I don't, but he's effective in terms of, take the check down, get that ball to him. He can be effective, out there, in the passing game. But it's just good things happen when Deontay Foreman touches the ball.
Justin Fields over the last 18 games, 26 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. 8 of the touchdowns are rushing touchdowns. He's got a 92 passer rating, 3,100 yards, over 4,000 total yards. That's a quarterback that's developing. That's a quarterback that's moving in the right direction. That's a quarterback that, for all the flaws we've seen this season, I think over the last, like I said, 5 games that he's started, you're seeing a different level of development.
Is that a quarterback that should be here next year?
Well, the Panthers lost today.
Put that on you.
I'm just going to tell you, the Panthers lost today, and the Patriots won on Thursday.
Yeah.
So it would take something miraculous the rest of the way for the Bears to not own the #1 overall pick, based on what we've seen out of the Carolina Panthers this season.
Yeah.
And I think that's the part that really muddies the calculus of whether or not you are going to move on. And listen, I think with Justin Fields, this final stretch of games that he had out of the injury, you have to start banking these tokens, and there's a box of good and a box of bad. And today, I think, was in the box of good.
Yeah.
But you can't have those performances like we saw last week where there's not a lot of push down the field. And I get some of that's game plan tailored and all of that, but it is something that's going to be Justin's got to make it a difficult choice
100%.
right now, because if the season ended today, I think I'm taking a quarterback.
Really?
But he's got a few more games where he's got to try to change people's minds.
That's the interesting part too, right? Like you literally, right? If the season ends today, maybe, right? I don't know here's the thing. I don't know if I take one of the top names that's out there, or if I'm trying to see if somebody slides, right? Like I thought Jaden Daniels might slide, and then he won the Heisman, so he might be moving up. He was my guy. He was my guy that might slide. Yeah, I mean, he was my guy that might slide. He will not. But I as we have, 4 more games left in this season?
4 more.
3 of these games, you're facing defenses that you would think are much less formidable than this Lions game. And I think if you go out, I think these 2 weeks are huge decision makers for Justin Fields and for this staff. I think this one was a huge game to win. One, because of how you lost. You played well in the first game, felt like they took the ball away from you. They didn't really do that in this game, right? Fourth quarter of the first Lions game, Justin Fields throws 1 pass. Fourth quarter of this Lions game, he throws 7. Right? Like they're allowing you to actually be the guy that makes plays. But you bounce back in this second game, get a win, back-to-back divisional wins. That's putting tokens, like you said, in the good box. And as you keep going forward, if you can win against the defense that is the Cleveland Browns, if you can find a way to be this level of Justin Fields versus that defense, I don't think there's any question, right? Because the last 3 games of the season, we're going, oh yeah, Arizona. I mean, okay, right? Like we're all saying the same things. We're like, oh, okay, all right, Atlanta, all right, yeah, okay, they play. Yeah, all the Packers, you beat the Pack. Like beating the Packers would probably put it over the top, but even that, like if you lose versus Cleveland, the question marks are still in the air. If you win all 3 of the next games, it's like, but they were bad football teams. You were supposed to go out there and beat those guys.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to make that decision. That's a tough one, man. It really is.
It's as difficult as it gets right now in Chicago. 312-332-3776 if you want to join us. Chase is on the south side. What's up, Chase?
Hey, what's happening, fellas? How you guys? Hey, what's going on?
What's going on with you, Chase? How you feeling, brother?
Chase.
I'm good. Looking at this game, for starters, I just want to know this. Why is it every time when the game starts and they do the coin toss, I noticed the Bears are the only team that instead of deferring, they take the ball to receive. I noticed they do that a lot, and I really thought they would take it, given the fact they're at home with the defense and the crowd, that they would take the ball, that the defense would try to get on the field first to start the momentum of the game instead they allowed all. Now, granted, they did score in the first drive of the game, but I don't know. That was a little, I don't know. Every time they do that, I get a little confused about that. Another point I want to make is, I don't know. It seems like Dan, I know a lot of people are big fans of the Lions coach, but he makes some of the most dumbest decisions, like going for it on that 4th down play and then the clock management. I don't know, Lions coaching staff, they got to be questioning themselves too as well, the decision they be making also. But I also feel like Justin, played a really good game. He did miss some throws, but it happens. The missed throws don't bother me because all quarterbacks going to miss throws. I mean, it happens. But I also like the fact that he got rid of the ball, made some nice throws. I also, J-Mac, I got to ask you something. What's going on with Khalil Herbert? Have you seen – he doesn't look right. It seems like ever since he hurt that ankle, I don't know, he just don't look right. And I'll hang up and listen. You guys have a good night.
Appreciate you, Chase.
Yeah, in terms of Khalil Herbert, we were talking about that before he came on the air, and I just, I wonder if he's fully healthy. I just don't see that burst that we've seen, where Khalil could really plant that foot in the ground and really accelerate vertically and, rip off big chunk explosive plays. I just don't see it. And, are they rotating backs? Yes, but when he gets his opportunities, he's not making those splash plays. So I think that's why you see Deontay Foreman, getting the bulk of the carries, and he may continue getting the bulk of the carries because he's producing when he gets his hands on the football.
Yeah, and I think to answer the question about the coin toss, when you're a bad football team, you just gotta try and get points when you can, right? Like you want to be able to say we're up, so that we have a little bit more of an advantage.
You can kind of tell going into certain games which are the ones that you want to take it. I don't know how you feel. I mean, you're a head coach. You're part of this decision-making process.
Yeah,
now, you're a part of a good football team.
Yeah. But you know what? I'm one of the coaches, though, and I like to take the ball if we win the toss.
No matter what?
It just depends. I think it's all about the feel. Sometimes I want to put my offense on the field and set the tone, set the tempo right away. And a lot of times, coaches feel that their teams play better when they score first. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a feel, I think.
I think when you look at what's on the other side defensively, like the Lions defense is nothing to write home about. This is the team that you can go out there. You've already done it once this year where you punch them in the mouth early. Now you let the hand off the rope down the stretch here, but establishing that momentum early on, it could have came back to bite them had they gone out, if the Lions had gone out and scored in the opening of the second half, but your defense showed up. And I think when you've got a defense playing as well as the Bears is right now, you're not going to get many complaints from me if you take the ball first, even if you don't score first.
What was Levy's preference? I don't remember.
I think it was game to game, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't think he just had a pattern of just, taking the ball. I think it's just a feel.
Yeah.
Just a matter of like Tyler said, a matter of who your opponent is, the way your team has been playing, what you want to do that game. They may have said, we want to come out and set the tone right now on offense. We're going to take that ball. We're going to go down and score. So I just think it's really a feel.
That's probably tough, though. That's got to be a deflating feeling, right? Like you run into that 06 Bears defense, and then you got to kick it to Devin Hester. There's probably a lot of deferring in there. Like that's a tough day. It's like, no, we got to punt to him. Kick it out. We'll start at the 40. Kick it straight out. I'd rather start at the 40. It didn't go back.
You better not punt it to him. You're playing with fire. You know what happens? It's fire hot. You're gonna get burnt.
Hey, Dungy played with him. He got hyped right before the game. He always talks about that. He got hyped right before the game.
And what happened to him?
We kicking the football to him, man. That mug clean back.
And what happened? He had a third-degree burn after that play. You're gonna get burned.
312-332-3776. We'll take more of your calls. Bears win 28-13. We're talking about it on the post-game show on ESPN 1000.
ESPN Chicago. Former Bear Lance Briggs is live in studio with Cap and J Hood tomorrow morning at 9:30 on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
What's up, everyone? Zetterman here. Score early this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is super easy to use, and there's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, overs, unders, same-game parlays, first to score, and more. Plus, when you bet on FanDuel, when you win, you get paid instantly. It's great. I love it. So visit FanDuel.com/Zetterman, Z as in zebra, EDERMAN, and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now drawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Family. Isn't that what the holidays are all about? You know, this family. The Acura family. Get in the holiday spirit at the Acura Seasonal Performance event going on now.
Advantage Acura. With Robinhood Gold, you can make your money do the most. Make your money do 5% APY. That's big. At 8 times the national average savings rate, that's huge. Start earning 5% APY with FDIC insurance up to $2.25 million at partner banks for only $5 a month. Sign up today at Robinhood.com/getgold. As of 9/21/23 via bank rate. Interest is earned on idle cash swept from your brokerage account into program banks. Cash sweep program is offered through Robinhood Financial LLC. Terms apply. Rate may change. Robinhood is not a bank.
'Twas the night before Christmas when he hopped in his sleigh. Santa didn't strap in. No, he wanted to get on his way. Over skylines and cornfields, the reindeer did fly. Until they hit the brakes and things went awry. Prancer, Vixen, Comet, they stopped so abrupt that Santa went flying, face planting in reindeer butt. Rudolph will tell you, and he's really bright. Even sleighs have seatbelts to keep things just right. Stay on the nice list and buckle up this holiday season. Visit itsnotagameillinois.com to learn more.
Every day we rise so that together we shine. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois understands what it means to shine a light on the helpers, the healers, the ones building a lasting future of wellness for all of us. Together, we're on this journey empowering Blue Cross members with the newest technologies, fulfilling our oldest promise, to be forever by your side, rising together toward a healthier tomorrow through it all.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
Welcome back to Bears Postgame. Here are your hosts, Jason McKie, Jeff Miller, and Pat the Designer on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Roshan Johnson to the backfield, snap to Fields, rolling to his right. Fields looking, gonna keep it at 10 to the 5, to the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown Bears! And a juicy 7 for QB1. 11-yard run. And the Bears up 25-13 in the first minute of the fourth quarter here at raucous Soldier Field.
Justin Fields finding the end zone with his legs as the Bears beat the Lions 28-13. Your final from Soldier Field. That's back-to-back victories for the Chicago Bears at 5-8 now as they enter this pivotal stretch of their season with 4 to go at this point. And Justin, you know what was funny with him is he was really using his legs a lot in that first half. He had 50 rushing yards in that first half. Kind of dialed back on that in the second, though, but he did have that one big run there that found the end zone.
Yeah, I think the one thing we want to see Justin Fields do, and especially, right, this speaks to the game plan versus the Lions where now they know, right? In the first half, I felt like he was running, he was doing the designed runs a little bit too much because they instantly sniffed him out every time. In the second half, you saw him kind of spotty. I think he only had 2 in the second half or something like, let me see, 2 in the second half. I want to say 5 carries in the second half, but 2 that I believe were designed. But the thing about that is you saw the effect it had on the Detroit Lions. You saw them be like, anytime Justin moves, you assume that Justin Fields has the ball, and that was able to open up passing lanes for him. I thought that he was able to find guys, you know, a little bit more down the field because of that athleticism.
Yeah, you talk about them keying Justin so much. You go back to the play, the run by DJ Moore with the 17-yard run he had.
Broke that down.
You bring Fields in motion, right? And everybody on the back side is just keyed in on Justin, enabling DJ Moore just to run pretty much untouched into the end zone. Now, he had some good blocking. We got to give a shout out to Braxton Jones, Roshan, and Lucas Patrick. You know what I mean? Like,
I didn't even notice Lucas when you said that. Yeah.
You know, I mean, you know, it's a great play. If the FBI was to dust DJ Moore's jersey off for fingerprints, there was no fingerprints on him that play. Like, that's a great design play with great blocking. But that's the Justin Fields effect, right? Everybody keying in on him, following him. You use that eye candy, you bring him in motion, and bam, 17-yard touchdown by DJ Moore.
It's got to feel nice for him, too. He has not had a rushing touchdown since week 2, which may be hard to believe for some Bears fans, but like he has that's the one element that I feel like we've been missing out of him, is especially when you get inside the 10 there, his ability to run, and that I believe was not a designed run too. That was him scrambling after the play there. But that's the beauty of Justin Fields. He can make those plays, and when things break down or guys aren't getting open, especially when things get tight in the red zone and inside the 10, he was able to make things happen.
And that's the one play, like, when we talk about do the Bears go get another quarterback, different things like that. There's no quarterback in the draft that can make that play.
I'm telling you,
there's no quarterback in the draft that scores that touchdown.
Exactly. Like you're saying, Pat, when he tucks that football, when he actually, he's looking downfield that play, right? Development, you keep your eyes downfield. It's not there. You make the decision to tuck the ball and run. When he tucks that ball, I mean, there's a serious burst there. And the guy, he's not a small guy. He's a big quarterback.
No,
Justin Fields is 230 pounds.
Yeah.
He's got some burst.
We talk about, like, the running quarterback in the NFL. It's obviously more prevalent than ever.
Right.
But he's got the gift of, you've got physical runners that we've seen, and you've got speed guys. You rarely find guys that have that blend, and that's what Justin has. I mean, he's got the physicality of a Cam Newton or a Josh Allen, and he's got the speed of guys like Lamar Jackson, and it's like you put that together, it's tough to bring down, and that's why he's had so much success, especially against this Lions team running the football. He's had 300-plus yard games on the ground.
Yeah.
He didn't get to 100 in this game, but he was an effective runner in this game, and it's the physicality, I think, that really makes it go.
And all the adjectives you just used, Tyler, that describes his running style, but one we left out, he has the wiggle.
Yeah,
he's got what we call wiggle. Wiggle. It's a Florida term, man. Wiggle. You know what wiggle means? Where he made five defenders miss.
How many times
and
we
then take
talking
off
about?
for how many yards was that? For 30 yards? Like, that's what you call a wiggle.
Yeah.
Making guys miss in a small space, a phone booth, whatever you want to call it. Like, that is, like you said, you ain't going to find that in the draft. Caleb Williams ain't doing that. Drake May ain't doing that.
Yeah. Maybe Jaden Daniels, but he don't weigh a lot.
Exactly.
He scares me.
Right.
He's scared. That's the only thing about him that scares
Daniels
me.
is not doing that in the NFL.
He's what, 175, 160, something like that?
He's slender.
He's very light. It's the only thing that scares me about his game.
Is not doing that.
But I'll say this about Justin, right? In the part that I do like this developing with his game, you said eyes downfield, right?
Yeah, eyes downfield.
Justin Fields, and sometimes it does come back and it bites you in the butt, and I think this is why a lot of Bears fans get irritated with him holding the ball and different things like that. He can take off at what I would say is legitimately the last millisecond and be able to get away. And that's why you see him kind of hold the ball, looking down. Aiden Hutchinson is coming. It's like, oh, he's about to get sacked. Yeah. And he just disappears, and he's going on the other way, and now he's actually trying to run the football. Like, those are the things to me about Justin Fields' games that you don't see, like you said, you don't see people replicate. And it's not like, oh, he's quick, so, a linebacker's just going to meet him and take him out. Like, we've seen him knock guys over to get the first down. I don't want to see it a lot. I mean, a lot of contact to my quarterback. I don't need that. But I think that, to me, Justin Fields, with how he runs the football and what it did, that play where you watch the Lions defense just go, we have to watch him. And DJ Moore sneaks out the other side. And, of course, great blocking scheme, all of that. But, like, half of the defense was dead because they were watching Justin Fields.
Yeah, he's that type of player. And, you look at it in terms of, like, we're talking about him extending plays, keeping his eyes downfield, right? I felt like the first quarter, right, a quarterback, we want them to have an internal clock in terms of how long they're holding the football.
Yeah.
Right? His internal clock was working the first quarter, right? It's not there. Okay, I got to take off and run. And it seems like the second quarter, he got away from it a little bit, right? When we started getting pressure, it seemed like he started to hold the ball a little bit longer, but then he came back after halftime and really, changed it around, ran when he had to, like we talked about on the touchdown that he scrambled for, and delivered some really good balls to DJ, hit Cole on, Cole made a great catch, but he got it out there to Cole. He threw that ball with anticipation, and when that Cole kind of pinned that ball against his shoulder and came down with it, that ball was thrown with great anticipation before Cole came out of his break. It's just we keep talking about the two things, growth and development, and that's what we're seeing week in and week out with Justin Fields.
Does that go to his mindset maybe a little bit? Because it still feels like, right, Tyler, when you watch the games, you almost still see him. He's not going to throw a contested ball. Every now and then we'll see a couple, right? Like today, the Darnell Mooney pass, that was ridiculous.
Yeah.
The Darnell Mooney pass he throws in there. But for the most part, right, he's using his legs to try and get back to what feels like college football open, not NFL open. And I think that is one of the biggest things that you look at, that you say, no matter what happens with you, that's the next thing you need to fix.
Well, even with the Darnell Mooney, I mean, that's a hell of a catch, hell of a throw, but that's late. coming out.
It's
there.
late. It was late. It was late.
I mean, you see him. He's eyeing it down. He's pumping once, and it's the little things like that that's scary because that easily can be 6 the other way and be a big time momentum changing play there. Instead, not only is it a big gain for Mooney, but you get the late hit out of bounds as well on top of that, and all's good. But that easily could have gone the other way too.
That's one of those when you're in the booth, and I know Getsy's not in the booth, but if you were in the booth and you were a coordinator or on the field like Getsy, that's one of those no, yes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? No, yes. Like that's one of those. You know? I mean, it's high risk, high reward, and that's what you're going to get when you have a playmaker, a dynamic quarterback like Justin. Like you're gonna scratch your head sometimes, and then you're gonna, your eyes you're gonna be wide-eyed sometimes because of the plays that he makes.
Yep. 312-332-3776. If you want to join us here, Luis is in Forest Park. What's up, Luis?
Luis.
Yo.
What's good, man?
That was a good win, man. I was happy to see them finally get this win. I know they were so upset from that last game. So, and what a difference 2-3 weeks makes, man. We were ready to run this coach out of here and get out of here already. And now we're well, maybe we should give him a chance. Who knows? But one thing that I noticed is that they definitely were more disciplined. Especially when they Justin threw that touchdown to get those guys outside. I thought the same thing about Aaron Rodgers. I ain't gonna lie. And then Detroit was just shooting themselves in the foot the whole game. There was these crazy penalties everywhere. They were 4th and 20-something at one point. But, yeah, they're definitely showing that they're getting more disciplined. And as far as Justin Fields, I would still draft a quarterback. I would just, pick up that option. I mean, you never know. You could always trade whoever and then just get something big for him. I mean, I would do it. I would. Even if Justin Fields was good, I would still pick another quarterback. But we've never had a quarterback over here. We just gotta make sure we got somebody in back. Look at Jordan Love and Aaron Rodgers. They sat for a while, so why can't we have somebody else sit for a minute too? I mean, that's what I would do.
Yep. Thanks for the call, Luis. Appreciate it.
It's always interesting because your coach said kind of that was the mindset up in Green Bay, right? Until they found Favre. It's just every year you're drafting a quarterback.
Keep picking.
Why? Yeah. Well, we don't have one.
Yeah.
So until you find one, you got to draft one. I don't know if you can let marquee pieces go off the board to have another quarterback in there every year. Mm-hmm. And then you force the conversation where now you drafting a quarterback in the first round, right? Unless you find one, maybe you find a Bajan or something like that in later rounds outside of that, you know what the conversation is going to be. The second Justin has a bad game is we'll get a kid a shot.
Yeah. I mean, it's evaluations and stuff like that, but it's really luck. I mean, come on now. It's evaluation. You're evaluating,
and it's not just quarterback. It's any draft.
You're evaluating guys. You're evaluating guys based upon what they did in college, right? And you always have these workout warriors at the combine, the underwear Olympics, where the guy just blows a 40 away. He's never going to run the 40-yard dash on
Anthony
the field
Richardson hit the ceiling, bro.
Right, you always have these guys that just come out of nowhere. But it's really just luck. Just because he had a successful collegiate career does not mean it's going to translate on the NFL stage. It's just what it is. But that's the main thing. You have to have coaches, right, that can develop your players, because regardless, whatever quarterback you bring in, right, he's still not going to be NFL ready based upon what he did in college. You got to have a system in place. Does his skill set fit the system you haven't implemented? But also, do you have the quarterback coach that can develop the quarterback, that can accelerate the learning process to where he can go out there and he can make plays, sooner than later?
Yep. 312-332-3776. If you want to join us, Ken's in Wisconsin. What's up, Ken?
Hey, guys. First-time caller. I was just calling in. I don't agree with the last guy. We should not get rid of Justin Fields. He did nothing to prove. He hasn't done anything to prove to get rid of him. He's developing, as you guys have been saying for the past hour. He's developing. That's what you want to see. You see, with Jalen Hurts a couple years ago, you see him. He developed into what he is right now if you put pieces around him. And that's what he's kind of missing right now. Because if you add, with DJ Moore and Kmet, if you add a Marvin Harrison Jr. to that mix, you can kind of say that he has an embarrassment of riches. Because he has two number ones essentially, and Kmet's developing into one of the better tight ends in the NFL. You know, sky's the limit for the offense. And I hate to say it, you know, give Eberflus credit. You know, the team's developing into, you know, a great, you know, a young team that's growing. And also, too, no one's really talking about it, but you guys got to talk about, you know, how Ryan Poles really set back the Panthers organization 5 years. If you guys, I know everybody's filled on watching the Bears game today, but Bryce Young looks so bad.
Nobody like.
I think I saw you.
I hate to talk about the guy, but he looks so bad, man. And I feel bad for the little guy.
Little guy. All right, kid. We'll let you later.
Thank you, Ken. I think I saw he started 1 for 8 today.
Man, they need to put, to Ken's point, man, they need to put the Panthers game Wednesday nights on the Lifetime channel. Something like that, man. Nobody want to see that, man. Like, but to Ken's point, right?
Put it on Channel 11. Is that what you said? WTTW.
Put it on Wednesday night on the Lifetime channel for all I care. But to Ken's point, right? And you're talking about development. We just talked about that, right? Surrounding your quarterback with weapons, and that'll help, you know, accelerate the growth and development process, right? All right, we talk about Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
You bring in A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, right?
Yeah.
Now you have Jalen Hurts. Same thing in Buffalo, Josh Allen. What happened? You bring in Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
Now Josh Allen takes that next step, right? Here we bring in DJ Moore.
Yeah.
Cole Kmet stepped up, right? He's getting more and more comfortable within his offense, you know. Darnell Mooney, I'm trying to figure that one out. But if you have an opportunity to possibly bring in Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, if you can't get Marvin Harrison Jr., you know, one of those receivers that you feel that can come in and really contribute, or that could take some pressure off DJ, or be the sidekick to DJ. Now he has even more weapons, you know, and that's gonna enhance his already his playmaking ability. So it's just a matter of, you know, which way you want to go with it. If you don't, you trade him away, you bring in a new quarterback, you know, you get some new pieces. Now that quarterback come in and has to grow and mature.
Yeah.
You know, is it going to be a new system, new coordinator, new coach, new foundation, new culture? Like, you got to start from ground zero.
I think the best thing going for the Bears right now is that they don't have to make the decision right now.
Yeah.
You've got four more games to evaluate, because it is kind of a neck-and-neck thing right now. 312-332-3776. If you want to join us, we'll talk more Bears with you. They beat the Lions today, 28-13 on the lakefront. We're talking about it with you on the Bears post-game show on ESPN 1000.
The new home of the Chicago Bears.
Thanks to all who submitted parody songs this year. Another great show of creativity and frustration. But we are all winners with a Waddle and Sylvie holiday party presented by Elijah Craig Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey. Featuring performances from the top 5 finalists of the Holiday Parody Song Contest. The grand prize winner receives a year's worth of groceries from Jewel-Osco. See you at Bub City Rosemont this Friday, 2 to 6. Brought to us in part by Country Thunder, Jewel-Osco, American Sail, and 19 Crimes Wine. The Waddle and Sylvie Holiday Party presented by Elijah Craig Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey. Please drink responsibly.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
Ultra-fast, ultra-reliable internet is a big deal. 'Tis the season for Astound's best cyber deal ever. Make your whole house happy with Astound Internet. Just $25 a month for 2 years, plus a $100 gift card when you order online. Or get a $200 gift card when you order Astound Internet and mobile. Hurry, because this is a limited time offer. Go to astound.com and switch today. Additional terms and conditions apply. Gift card with online orders only. See astound.com for details.
The holidays come but once a year, and Masterforce is here to spread some cheer with drivers and drills and blades and bits. From sanders and saws to power tool kits, Menards has the value and savings, of course. Shop tools and accessories from Masterforce. Find great stocking stuffers and gifts at Menards. Plus, don't forget about our gift cards. Hurry now for deals on Masterforce. Available at Menards, of course.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Postgame continues now on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Here are your hosts, Jason McKie, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer.
Bears the 28-13 win over the Detroit Lions. Talking about it with you here on the post-game show. Tyler Rocky in for Jeff Meller alongside J-Mac, Jason McKie, and Pat the Designer, as the Bears, with their most impressive victory of the year, when you take into account the margin of victory, the opponent that you were playing, all that's good stuff. And it is a Bears winner 28-13, as they've now put together back-to-back games for the first time under Matt Eberflus. Also, this was an interesting note. I caught this from Patrick Finley. This is the Bears' first win out of a bye in 10 years.
Oof. Wow.
10 years since the Bears have won a game out of the bye.
Just rub salt on all the wounds.
You have to go back to 2013 and a victory over the Packers.
It's got to be Jay, right?
It was a 27-20 victory over the Packers. I'm not sure who was quarterback in there, but it is.
It might have been Clausen. Might have been Clausen at that point. Depends on when it was in the year.
Here's the thing, though. It
sucks. We have some quarterbacks here, man.
We got a lot of names, bro.
Me only want to names of quarterbacks
we're gonna do that.
play with.
We're gonna do that on the Chicago Bears podcast. We're gonna see how many of the quarterbacks you play with you can name.
It's some I've just like, man, it's wow.
You know, they make fun of the Browns for having that jersey with every single quarterback name on it.
Yeah. like we've got it. You know what I mean?
Right. And the Bears play the Browns next week. Like those jerseys could be dueling jerseys.
Yeah. Oh, we gotta win, right?
Yeah, we had some quarterbacks.
We gotta win. I think we got better names though. That might be the thing, right? We got a lot of the guys that like had decent careers other places and came here. Yeah,
my man Chris Leak was here in camp. Remember Chris Leak from Florida?
I remember
championship.
I don't remember him being here, but I remember he was.
I remember Chris Leak was in camp. He was just in camp.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my man Chris didn't make it to the. To
oh wait, are we counting quarterbacks that just got tryouts too?
I just was bringing it. Just the name just popped in my head.
Chris Leak was the first name.
It's such a big trivia question. So when I have like one of the answers, I got to say the name because I'm gonna forget.
That's funny.
312-332-3776 if you want to join us here. Now, for those of you that'll be watching football, whether it's tomorrow night, tonight, you're going to see a lot of graphics.
Oh,
now.
yeah.
And one of them that we love here is the In the Hunt graphic.
Yes,
and the Bears will be a part of that one now as they move to 5-8. They are the lone 5-8 team right now in the NFC. And the Giants, they play tomorrow night, but they could also join that with a victory tomorrow night. But 5-8 right now. You've got right now the 7th team in the NFC is the Packers, who sit at 6-6 and play tomorrow night against the Giants, who I just mentioned a moment ago. But you've got a lot of 6 and 7 bunched up in here with the Rams, the Seahawks, the Falcons, who are still on the Bears schedule, the Saints. There's a lot of teams right now that are kind of fighting for those last couple of spots. And like the Vikings right now, they're 7-6. They've got the 6th spot in the NFC, but 3-0 win on the road against the Raiders. That doesn't inspire a whole lot of confidence with a Nick Mullins-led drive there down the stretch.
That game, man, put that game on. I don't even know what channel. Like, don't even stream that
I was
game.
Gonna say,
I don't know what channel. Don't even put it on the channel.
You got to see that as cars drive by. It just you just catch a little bit of it.
That's like a gas station TV. You know, you go to the gas station.
That's a good one.
Black that game out.
Speedway TV. You know what I mean?
Black it out. Don't even play the game.
No, I will say this. I said this on the radio Friday. We got to be more specific with what we asked for to start the season next year. Because all we said was,
I'm telling you.
I just hope that at the end of the season, we're in that in the hunt graphic. Now, I didn't think that 5-8 would have us in the graphic.
The funny thing is, Pat, like we sit here a few weeks ago, me, you, and Jeff, who's not here today with us. We got the superstar Tyler is in here with us.
Tyler Rockstar. That's the nickname I've come up with him. I like that. Tyler Rockstar.
But the funny thing is, like a few weeks ago, we sat here and we're in tears. Like we're grabbing the paper, looking at stats. We're like, what are we gonna do? Like we're in tears. And now, Tyler just had that great breakdown in terms of us being in the hunt.
Yeah.
And it's in the hunt, but I don't care. As long as they have one logo on that graphic that they show on TV.
Yeah.
And that's the Bears logo. You got a chance.
Well, and I think that's the thing, right?
Chance.
Like the conversations we had where we want this team to be like the Detroit Lions were last season. This is where the Lions were.
Yeah.
This is how the Lions turned into the Lions now. Maybe, towards the end of the season, Lions fans are feeling like there's a little bit of fool's gold. You've now had 2 bad games versus the Bears. Almost blew a game versus a Saints team that literally almost nobody blows a game versus.
Lost to the Packers on Thanksgiving.
Like, I'm assuming there's some anxious feelings around Lions fans right now, but this is the team that we want to be next season moving forward. And the run that they went on last season, there's a possibility for the Bears to go on a similar run this season. And you're going to see, as much as many people might not like it, you're going to see a lot of the same faces in this building next year if they do. I'm going to tell you this right now. You're bringing back Matt Eberflus, whether it's Matt now. I'd put a stipulation in there as you got to be the DC. I don't want you as the CEO. I like you as the DC. Be the DC and the head coach, but mostly the DC. Yeah, I mean, I want him on that side. Maybe you change the OC, but listen, even to, I guess Luke Getsy's credit, right? How do we give Justin Fields credit for his development without the coach that's coaching him to help him develop? You're probably going to see a lot of the same faces back if we go 8-9, 9-8.
Yeah, I mean, like I've said the whole time, because it's such a hard topic, right now there's no concrete answer. I just defer it. I'm glad I don't got to make that decision. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what happens.
Yeah,
I really don't.
There's a lot of decisions that need to be made at House Hall.
It is.
At the end of the year.
Let's give J-Mac a raise real quick. I do this to Lance on the pod all the time. Let's give J-Mac a raise real quick. You're the GM of the team. Heck, I'll put you all the way up to president.
I'm not.
You get a nice corner office.
I'm not.
Get your orange tie.
You get an orange tie. I'd love to see the orange tie.
I'm not. I'll tell you.
It'd be phenomenal. Let's say best case scenario. Football team goes 9-8. Gut feeling. What would you do?
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna break everything up, right? Because I look at it like this, right? And I know this from experience. Defense wins championships, right? Our defense, when I played here, went to Super Bowl with a great defense, great special teams. Offensively, we were good. We weren't great, but we were good. We were effective. Made plays when we had to.
Run the football. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we ran the football.
Sorry,
right, we did run the football. Now, I say all that to say this, right? Defensively, if you can continue to build that defense, they can continue to play like they've been playing. Continue to, you lean on that defense to put you in position offensively to put points on the board and help you win games, right? I don't blow it up because offensively, I don't want to start from ground zero because I have a quarterback that's still, I think, scratching the surface on how good he can be. And he's shown you flashes, right? He's shown you flashes of good. He's shown you flashes of bad. But you're going to get that with any quarterback.
Right.
You're going to get that. You're going to get more flashes of bad with a rookie quarterback, unless you just hit a home run, which is, like we said, it's a crapshoot. So I'm if that's the case, I'm not going to blow it up because I feel like having another year with Justin, right? And in terms of the offensive coordinator, we have some stability in terms of the game plan week in and week out. It can't be, I go from having them roll out and do all the things necessary that fits his skill set to the complete opposite, having him sit in the pocket like he's Dan Marino. That ain't going to work for me. But those are conversations that the head coach has to have with the coordinator.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I don't want to start from ground zero when I see, them being able to really just take the top team in NFC North behind the woodshed today. So they show you they have the capability of being a great team. Now it's all about consistency in this league. Can you put on good performances week in and week out? And that's what we haven't seen here. That's why we're in the situation now. Do they come back? Do they don't?
We got 1 week in and week out now. It's our first one in 2 years. Almost 2 years.
Yeah, you're right.
To me, if you'll allow me to get a raise here as well.
Oh, yeah.
Man, give Tyler a raise, man.
I mean,
Come on, man.
Hold on.
Give him a raise, man.
Orange tie. You shaving the head? You going bald head here? Or you going Ryan Poles fade?
I'll go Ryan Poles fade.
Ryan Poles fade. Okay, he's keeping it. And phenomenal suit. What are you doing? Gut feeling.
9-8, you don't have a choice. Everyone's coming back at that point, right? Like 9-8, whether or not that's a good enough record to get you into the playoffs, 9-8 means you finish the season 9-4. Like that is, you can't.
It's hard
take
to think.
that.
It's hard to not think of it that way, right?
But here's the thing, too. Like, just look at how many games we gave away. Denver, ugh. You know what I mean? Just makes you want to scream. Denver, Detroit, the first one, like, oh.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I mean, the Vikings, the first game, like, oh.
Well, that's why I asked.
You know what I'm saying? Like, come
the
on.
Saints game too.
I had
The
asked.
Saints game.
I had asked. I think it was Lance. Right? Do these little games, the games that we think are, that was a terrible game, but you found a way to win. The Vikings game, is that a game that we're going to pinpoint and look at and say, that was the first time that we really saw this team find a way to win in a game that they shouldn't. Not that they shouldn't have won, but they did a lot of things that.
If you don't have Josh Dobbs on the other side playing quarterback,
you probably don't win.
If that's Kirk Cousins and Justin Jefferson out there, you're probably not winning that game.
Do we look at that as you found a way to do it, and then the next week you were finally able to close out a game versus a real opponent? Those are the questions that I think when we look back at this season are going to be the most important ones.
Yeah, I mean, it's about the results in this business, right? So teams are going to have injuries. Like, I don't care who's under center in Minnesota. It ain't my problem.
Right.
It ain't
No,
my fault
you don't
Josh
apologize
Dobbs
for it.
It ain't my fault if Josh Dobbs is handing out Christmas gifts early. That's not my problem. We're going to accept the donation. And we're going to take that victory. You know what I'm saying? Like, we had problems. Justin got hurt the first Vikings game.
Yeah.
Right? Tyson Bagent came in, did his thing, had an opportunity to win that game. Gave away a Christmas gift at the end to seal that game for the Vikings. You know what I'm saying? Like, this league, when you're talking about, and that's the thing, right? People look at an NFL roster and they just look at the starters. They look at the blue chip guys, right? But to have, like, you're going to go through injuries. So you got to have guys that can contribute, whether you're the number one guy on the 53-man roster all the way down to the last guy on that 53-man roster, because everybody at some point during the season is going to be called upon, step in and make a play. You're going to have to lean on these guys. So it's your job to develop the roster from top to bottom.
No doubt about that. You want to join us, 312-332-3776. You will see the Bears in the hunt on a lot of graphics over the next couple of days. We're discussing that right now here on ESPN 1000. It's the Postgame show. You're listening to it off of a Bears win, 28-13 over the Detroit Lions.
ESPN Chicago. Coach Matt Eberflus joins ESPN Chicago in the Waddle and Sylvie Show tomorrow at 2:10. Hear the coach only on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
What's up, everybody? It's Adam Abdallah. Score early this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on all of the action. The app is safe and it's easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, hundreds of player props, totals, and so much more. And the best part is when you win, you get paid fast. So visit FanDuel.com/Abdallah, ABDALLA, and get locked in for the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Abdallah, ABDALLA. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. You must be 21 or over and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Take a deep breath. You smell it? That's football in the air. It is Bears season. To celebrate, we are connecting 3 iconic brands, Miller Lite, Buffalo Wild Wings, and the Carmen and Yurko Show. It's a football feast. Join us for live broadcasts from Buffalo Wild Wings throughout Chicagoland all season. Next up at Buffalo Wild Wings in Plainfield. This Friday starting at noon. The Miller Lite will be cold, the wings delicious, and Yurko will be Yurko. It's Carmen and Yurko live from B-Dubs in Plainfield.
Please drink responsibly.
Okay, guys, it's time. I know what you're thinking. Time for what?
It's go time. Stop procrastinating and get over to Distinctive Gold Jewelry in Frankfurt. Talk to my guys, Joe or Tony, the maestros of the monthly Waddle specials. For the holidays, they are again pulling out all the stops. Incredible year-end deals with special pricing on their lab diamond engagement rings, bracelets, and silver Rembrandt charms. Whether it's your wife, mother, girlfriend, or anyone special in your life, the gift of jewelry makes a distinct impression. And Distinctive Gold Jewelry is loaded up with incredible inventory just for the holidays. So you'll find that gift that will impress. Is money an issue? All right, they have 12-month interest-free, no down payment financing available if needed. Don't wait. Go to my favorite jewelry store and the only one that I will endorse. The holidays, the perfect time of the year to show just how much you care. Distinctive Gold Jewelry in Frankfurt. Visit them at distinctivegold.com. That's Distinctive Gold Jewelry, where Chicago buys their diamonds.
'Twas the night before Christmas when he hopped in his sleigh. Santa didn't strap in. No, he wanted to get on his way. Over skylines and cornfields, the reindeer did fly. Until they hit the brakes and things went awry. Prancer, Vixen, Comet, they stopped so abrupt that Santa went flying, face planting in reindeer butt. Rudolph will tell you, and he's really bright. Even sleighs have seatbelts to keep things just right. Stay on the nice list and buckle up this holiday season. Visit itsnotagameillinois.com to learn more.
With Robinhood Gold, you can make your money do the most. Make your money do 5% APY. That's big. At 8 times the national average savings rate, that's huge. Start earning 5% APY with FDIC insurance up to $2.25 million at partner banks for only $5 a month. Sign up today at Robinhood.com/getgold. As of 9/21/23, deal bank rate. Interest is earned on idle cash swept from your brokerage account into program banks. Cash sweep program is offered through Robinhood Financial LLC. Terms apply. Rate may change. Robinhood is not a bank.
Postgame continues now on the new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. Here are your hosts, Jason McKie, Jeff Meller, and Pat the Designer.
Bears win at 28-13 over the Detroit Lions as they improve to 5-8. Detroit drops to 9-4 right now as the Chicago Bears consecutive victories for the first time under Matt Eberflus. Their first win out of a bye for the first time since 2013 as well. You want to talk with us? 312-332-3776 alongside Pat the Designer and Jason McKie, Tyler Rocky, filling in for Jeff Meller. Matt is in Streamwood. What's up, Matt?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my phone call. Tyler and Pat and Mr. McKie, I was talking to Yurko and Carm earlier this week, and I know since Phil Snow's been here with the Chicago Bears as a defensive analyst that he helps Matt Eberflus with a game plan. Is there any reason why he can't take over the DC quarter position if it becomes available next year if Matt Eberflus is retained? Because I don't want Matt Eberflus to be my DC. He needs to know why this offense, like today, Justin Fields still was erratic with the ball. The ball was sailing high. And I want to know why why is it something in the confidence in the system with Justin and Matt and with Luke Getsy, or if it's Luke Getsy and Justin, but it just seems like today, like Justin, the ball was just sailing so high in that third and fourth quarter that some of those plays he could have sealed the deal for the game, but he couldn't. And I just, for me, I just want to see Matt Eberflus, give that DC position away to somebody and let someone else be the DC so he can be the CEO of this head team. So I know if he is a good head coach or not. I know he's a great defensive coordinator, but there's two other sides of the ball too, as well as the offense and the special teams that he needs to reside over and to make sure that the game plan follows through. Because like today, the defense was given Justin so many opportunities with turnovers and that we couldn't capitalize because Justin was just so high with the ball.
I don't disagree with what he's saying. I don't know if Flus helps, though.
I was just going to say.
I don't disagree at all with what Matt just said. I do agree that, right, especially his points about Justin Fields. I said that to J-Mac. I was like, there's a lot of high passes there. Like, you got guys that are 5'10" jumping to be 6'5" on some of these catches.
Yeah, I mean, but this is the thing, right? Yeah, he had some sail high, but that's going to happen. Like, even the great ones have some passes that sail high. Like, Justin will be the first one to say, hey, I messed up. That one sailed high. I missed him.
Yeah.
Some of the greats will say the same thing. I missed him.
And
Tom Brady sails some passes high.
Yeah.
And granted, like the great ones, they don't do it as much as the bad ones. You know what I mean? The bad ones, majority of the time, it's always high. You know, everything they throw is high. So, you know, did he make some great throws? Yes. Did he miss some throws? You know, yeah, of course. It's the way the game flowed. In terms of him talking about Phil Snow, who's the defensive analyst right now, I think it's a case to where, you know, Phil Snow's an older guy. I think he just, you know, he doesn't even come to the games. You know, he sits there and analyzes, You know,
is he here? I don't think he's here.
I don't think he's here. I think he's just like an advanced scout. Like he's probably already scouted Cleveland, right? So when Matt gets back to the office tomorrow, he'll give Matt his breakdown of Cleveland, and there's less work for Matt to do. Now, I do agree with him, though, if, you know, I do think if Matt does stay, right, you do need to bring a defensive coordinator, because I think that's a ton of work for a head coach to be a head coach and to really manage the flow and make, you know, in-game decisions and call the defense and make, you know, game plan the defense, run the practice. Like, that's a lot of work,
Well,
man.
especially, too, like, you think about what was one of the big points of contention the last time this team played Detroit was the timeout that was called near the end of the game.
Yeah.
And it was, do you let the Detroit offense kind of scurry and maybe get a little frantic, or do you call the timeout, try to save yourself some time for the back end there? And he's trying to manage the clock while also trying to call a defense there. And it can you've got a lot of voices in your head at that moment.
I called one game, right? I called one game. I was the OC and the head coach, and I had to call the plays. And I'm looking down at my play sheet. I'm trying to look at the play clock. I'm trying to see what the situation is and manage the game. You talk about, man, that's a tough job.
You instantly hired an OC.
That's a tough. I never touched it. No, I'm not doing this. And you
instantly just picked up the phone and started calling former teammates.
Yeah, and I'm not saying like as a head coach, like he's a defensive head coach, so he's still going to have influence over the game,
no doubt.
man. And he's still going to trump whatever call defensively. If there's a call that coordinator doesn't like, he still has the authority to trump that call. You know what I mean? But when you're actually trying to manage the flow of the game and all this stuff, and then you got to look down at your call sheet and try to figure out, you know, what you think they're going to do defensively.
Yeah.
And that's a lot.
How does that work though? And that's the only question I have for Matt, right? Like, how does that help offensively? Because he was speaking to it from an offensive standpoint. He's the CEO. He's overseeing everything that's happening. Yeah, like maybe what's he gonna do? Call Luke and say, "Hey, man, maybe don't run the 16th screen pass." Like I think he could have done that while still calling a defense and looking at things on the offensive end. For me, the only value we have here with Matt Eberflus is as the DC. Have you guys been enamored with him as a head coach? Has he excited you as a head coach at all? Like the value that he has right now, maybe that's still right, the development that has to come with that. But he's a good DC, and that's why we're talking about keeping him. It's not because he's an elite head coach. And correct me if I'm wrong, didn't Lovey call the defense?
I'm going to give him, now, this is where I'm going to give him the praise and credit he deserves, right? When things were going awry at the beginning of the season, coaches getting fired, right? Not one coach, two coaches.
Right.
Well, stepping down, they said, but I don't know. They're not there,
Or
right?
leaving for non-football reasons.
Right. They stepped down, whatever, resign, whatever,
Yeah,
right?
that's a great way to say it.
Right. And, I mean, losing close games, right? Like, this team could have folded up like a lawn chair and packed it in. But he's been able to galvanize that locker room, keep the guys focused at the task at hand, and put us in position to be in the hunt, something we talked about before this last break, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to give him credit. That's qualities, right, of a good head coach. You have to be able to, regardless of the situation or adversity, the adversity that your team is facing, to be able to keep everybody on the same page so that way they can be resilient and go out there and beat a team like Detroit, who was the top team in the NFC after you just gifted one to them a few weeks ago. So I'm going to give him that praise and credit for sure.
I just, like, it's tough for me, right? Because on the flip side of that, he's running the defense. And the reason that we, in theory, lose this Detroit game coming down the stretch is you don't have Tremaine Evans and Montes Sweat on the field for one of the biggest drives there. Right? So, like, I get what you're saying, but I think both sides are kind of
it's good and
tough.
Yeah. More of your calls when we come back. 312-332-3776. This is the Bears postgame show as the Bears beat the Lions 28-13 on the lakefront.
The new home of the Bears. From the old National Bank studio on State Street, this is ESPN 1000, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
On WMVP, WSHE, HD2, Chicago.
Ultra-fast, ultra-reliable internet is a big deal. 'Tis the season for Astound's best cyber deal ever. Make your whole house happy with Astound Internet. Just $25 a month for 2 years, plus a $100 gift card when you order online. Or get a $200 gift card when you order Astound Internet and mobile. Hurry, because this is a limited time offer. Go to astound.com and switch today. Additional terms and conditions apply. Gift card with online orders only. See astound.com for details.
They say seeing is believing, and when you see what's inside at American Place Casino, you better believe you're gonna love it. Because when it comes to amazing gaming, we're a real game changer. With the most exciting of table games like blackjack, craps, and roulette, the newest slots, a sports book, restaurants, bars, and more. So if you're ready for excitement, we'll see you soon. American Place Casino. Change the game.
Must be 21 years of age or older. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, crisis counseling and referral services can be accessed by calling 1-800-GAMBLER, 1-800-426-2537.
The new home of the Bears, ESPN Chicago. More Bears postgame is coming up. WMVP, WSHE HD2, Chicago. Here comes the ball.
Bears beat the Lions 28-13, improved to 5-8 on the season. How about the defense in that second half, shutting out the Detroit Lions? That was one of the more dominant performances we've seen from this Chicago Bears defense in recent memory. You probably have to go back to, 2018, when you can remember that defense flying around like that? I mean, everyone was making plays. Jaquan Brisker, 17 tackles in this one. Montes Sweat had a sack. Gervon Dexter had a sack. Yannick Ngakoue had a sack. I mean, everyone was sort of flying around that really made that a full team effort. You got a couple of interceptions as well. Tremaine Edmonds had one. Jalen Johnson had one. Jalen Johnson, I mean, I've called out pretty much everyone's name on the defense, it feels like, at this point.
Yeah, you went through every level of that defense. Defensive line, there were plays made by your blue chip players and by your role players. At linebacker, Sanborn made some plays. Tremaine Edmonds got interceptions, was flying around, and T.J. Edwards making plays all year.
Yeah.
And you talk about the secondary. Tyreek Stevenson, he gave up a touchdown, came back and made a big play. Jalen Johnson got a pick. Jaquan Brisker all over the field. Beautiful thing, man.
Brisk is something else, bro. Brisk is something. Like you said, use him. Dove Brisker. Dove Brisker. He's a household product.
Use him like a bar soap. Dove Brisker.
But I think the one conversation that we do have to start having, and I think more people have kind of glossed over it because the camp of Jalen Johnson basically said we're not talking contract with the Bears anymore. It's done. Blah blah blah. How do you get this guy back in there? Because
the franchise tag is still the head.
How do you get him? How do you get him back in here happy? I should say. You know what I mean?
No, that's why we gave Tyler.
That's why. That's why he gets the raise.
Right? There's my guy. You wanted me to be a GM. That's why I gave him
Tyler
a raise.
Oxnard.
You wanted me to be the GM.
You the assistant GM.
You wanted me to be a GM. That's why I gave Tyler a raise, because he's going to create ways to make sure we keep our guys there.
And that is right. Like I look at Jalen Johnson. I'm like, it's amazing how with pressure he's a completely different player. It's amazing how, and we got to talk about the Montes Sweat effect on this whole defense. But I think for him, since Montes Sweat has showed up here and quarterbacks have had to make a little bit quicker of a decision. Now I think he also got on the jugs machine a little bit and started catching some footballs because a couple pick sixes there that didn't go in his hands.
Yeah.
But for the most part, he's been in position, and dare I say, he has baited these quarterbacks into making these passes to where he's able to get the pick. He's breaking on it perfectly, and he's running the ball back the other way, putting the offense in good positions. He's somebody to me that now you do have to find a way to pay, where before, right, when he was kind of doing the money dance after Oakland, it was like, all right, bro, you had a game. Good job. Like, thank you. Yeah, I mean, like.
Yeah, I think, you talk about the Montes Sweat factor with Jalen Johnson, but let's talk about the Montes Sweat factor with, amongst the defensive line. Yeah. Right? Justin Jones, where was he before Montes Sweat? Right? He was on the back of a milk car. And where is he, guys? Can we find Justin Jones, right? How many sacks did he have today? Was it a sack and a half?
Sack and a half, I want to say.
Right, sack and a half. I mean, it's just, and then
go to stats.
Yeah, sack and a half.
I mean, it's just like, you know what I mean? It's just those players that have the ability to be playmakers first and foremost, but to also elevate the play of all the guys around them. So, and that's what Montes Sweat has done.
Not just that, but also a tackle for loss as well for Justin Jones. Like all that stuff, those negative plays that you build on. It's something that we harped on with this offense earlier in the season was how many times were there early negative plays on first and second down, and you're seeing now this Bears defense create those disruptive type plays. Doesn't always have to be a turnover. There's different ways to disrupt games on the defensive side, and this defense has found a lot of different ways to do it. I mean, Dexter has certainly come along. You're seeing Yannick Ngakoue, I think. I remember them talking about on the television broadcast that he got there because of the pressure that Montes Sweat was creating, and it's just you bring up the Montes Sweat effect, J-Mac, and it's real, and it's helping every level of this defense. And I don't want to say that the Bears were one piece away defensively because there's still other parts that you would, of course, like to upgrade, but they took a big step defensively when they made the trade for Montes Sweat, and it feels like it's already paid for itself almost.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, he's just – I mean, it's crazy because when you watch the game, it's like when that quarterback drops back, 98 somewhere in the vicinity.
Yeah.
And if you ain't getting – like, I mean, he got golf with one hand today on one of the sacks. I mean, it was
that was disrespectful. I ain't gonna lie to you. He grabbed Jason. He grabbed golf and was like, "I got nowhere to go."
Yeah, it was that old school. And I don't know, you guys remember Mortal Kombat? Get over here, hit him with that scorpion. Get over here. You know what I mean? Like it's just a good thing to see, right? And I know Poser's thrilled, right? Because, and I'm sure as a GM, when you make a move, right, a bold move, and it actually pans out.
Yeah.
Like, you're excited, and then, you make a move and it doesn't pan out. And I don't want to go back down that road with Claypool, but he was able to right his wrongs with that. You made a bad move and that's going to happen. But you make a smart move, you're bringing a guy that just changes the whole landscape of your defense and makes everybody better at every single level of his defense.
And that's the thing, too. Like, you bring up the Claypool move there, but, like, it's the PTSD of you gave up a second-round pick before.
Yeah.
And now I think a lot of Bears fans, when this move happened and you saw the way that it was kind of talked about in national circles as well about a second-round pick, and it's like, second-round pick for a premium position, though.
Yeah.
And the edge rusher, and you're seeing the way that all of a sudden all the gears are working on this defense now, and that's why you shut out the Detroit Lions in the second half in this game, and you hold them under 300 yards. Like, that's the good stuff that Montes Sweat is creating for you.
And you're starting to see those blue-chip players start to develop, right? That's what you're trying to get to. To me, with pressure, Jalen Johnson, very much like how Kyle Fuller was here, right, Kyle Fuller was average most of the time, right? We were like, okay, he's good, right? He's all right. I can live with him. And then you get a Khalil Mack, and all of a sudden there's pressure there, and you're like, oh, snap, this is a Pro Bowl type player. If he keeps this kind of impact in front of him, he could be an all-pro level player. You start to see that now happen with the pieces you have with Montes Sweat. And guess what? You still don't have what I would say is the linchpin of this defense on the team. You got to go out and find that coming into next season in that 3 technique. Like, that's the number one thing. We're seeing this defense have this level of success without what I would say is the most important piece of this defense. That tells me that you're doing something right. That tells me that you have talented players. That's why you look at a Jaquan Brisker. That's why you look at what TJ Edwards is, right? You get TJ and Tremaine basically for the same amount of money that the Ravens paid Roquan. Not to say that they're the same level of player, but you're dominating both of those positions now because there's pressure up front with Montes Sweat, where before that, right, I went to the Oakland game and there was just people behind me just like, when's he going to start playing like we paid him to? Talking about Tremaine Edmonds, right? Because there were too many weeks where it was just sporadic.
Yeah.
So I think you see the impact of these guys were this level of player. Now with pressure in front of them, they're up here. They are turning into, not there yet, but turning into those guys that you look at as blue chip guys.
And that's another reason why Justin's development is so important because, Pat, like you brought up, go out there, get the 3 technique guy, right? Well, it would be a great luxury if you could use that second first-round pick on something like that, depending on, obviously, where it lands in the draft, but where you don't have to go out and use a pick on a quarterback. That's why it was the most ideal situation, but you have to credit Ryan Poles. In case Justin Fields doesn't work out here, you have the escape hatch there. And I know a lot of people have talked about, the Dolphins model and the Eagles model.
Yeah.
That model works because the quarterback worked.
Yeah.
If Tua didn't work, if Jalen didn't work, they had the extra draft capital, the extra ammo to go out, pull the escape hatch, and go draft a quarterback if they needed to. This Bears team has that ability, and that's why best case scenario is Justin continues to develop these next 4 games, and you can move forward with him if you can.
Yeah, no, that's your hope.
But I'm sorry, Pat.
Go ahead.
But in both of those cases, in the Eagles and the Dolphins, right, you have offensive coordinators, right, devising schemes that fit their quarterback skill set.
Yep.
And in Miami.
And weapons, too.
And weapons. Like I was saying, Miami's case, like.
Lots of speed.
Tua, he's a good quarterback, but when you've got Waddle and you've got Hill, you got Mostert and what's the other guy they just drafted? H.N. Man, you got some speed. Like, speed in space is deadly, offensively. Speed in space is what a lot of these coordinators want. And then in the Eagles, from the Eagles standpoint, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, we talked about them already. Like, it's just being able to, develop that quarterback, but put him in position to be successful. And that's what you got to do.
And to me, that's not right. Like, you've built yourself up to build that team. I think back to you guys' team. There were names at every level on both sides of the ball. You can talk about multiple possible Hall of Famers on that team, right? Peanut Tillman probably going to end up going in one day. Lack already in there. Briggs might be on there, right? You look at the defensive line, Agule, Brown, right? Like, you look at the offensive line. Olin Kreutz is there. You had Roberto Garza on that line. Like, I look at those teams, and when people say, and looking at like Philly and stuff like that, well, you got to find the quarterback first. No, you build the team out. Yeah. When you build the team out, we've seen quarterbacks that look like, okay, right? Tua was out the league. I get Tua. If he had played one more year like that, he's a backup quarterback or he's out the league, how he was playing. He gets a play caller that says, no, I can fix that. And a left tackle and Tyreek Hill. Well, everybody can't get that. Well, that's what every good team in the NFL went out and did. That's how the Bills built their team. That's how the Eagles built their team. That's how the Chiefs built their team. Although it helps having Pat Mahomes. But, like, even Pat Mahomes came into a situation where Alex Smith was already in an AFC championship team. And then they said, Alex, we love you. You slide over there. Hey, Pat, sit right here. Now you're the captain.
But here's the thing. Why was Alex, he was in the AFC championship game because you had who?
It wasn't Matt Nagy, I'll tell you that much. I will tell you that much. He's breaking Pat Mahomes.
But
no one's talking about this. Right. I'm sorry. It was Andy Reid.
No, exactly. you got one of the best to ever do it in Andy, right? Dirty Red. Andy Reid. You know what I mean?
What'd you call him?
And that was his nickname, Dirty Red. That was his nickname, man. I think that's his nickname. I promise you. Nickname Dirty Red. But
I need one of your Philadelphia teammates to call in and confirm that. Yeah. I need you to find one.
You know where I got that from?
We need to talk about that on the podcast.
You know what? What's his name? Mariucci. I saw it was an interview with him and Andy Reid, and he said that was his nickname, was Dirty Red.
I never knew that.
Look, we learning everything from McKie now.
Look it up, man. But I'm saying, though, like, you have, that head coach, that offensive head coach that's going to do everything he can to make sure he's playing to the skill set of his quarterbacks, putting them in position to be successful.
And I think that's
what it is.
That's the conversation that as Bears fans we don't have. We got to fix quarterback. That's all. Fix quarterback. Find the next quarterback. Draft the next quarterback. Go get Bryce Young. Fix the quarterback. Yeah. That's all we say. And then we get the quarterback. And then as the season starts, we go, wait a minute. Hold on. Why does the left tackle suck? Wait a minute. Why don't we have a center? I'm not saying Braxton Jones sucks, but you know what I mean? Like we ask the same questions on every quarterback. The questions we're asking for Justin's offensive line, we asked about Mitch's offensive line. We asked about Jay's offensive line. We have to break the cycle of the quarterback is the answer when the rest of the league tells you, no, we just built this team, and then Jalen Hurts showed up. And we was able to put him in, and he was pretty good.
Yeah. 312-332-3776. Jeffson Morris. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, guys. Bear down, baby.
Bear down, baby.
Bear down, Jeff.
So, listen, okay. I'm 40 years old, and I've been watching the Bears since the early 90s, okay? I remember Ditka's last year, and in my lifetime, I've seen nothing but atrocious quarterback play. Okay, you had a few cases with maybe Kramer and maybe Jim Miller, but you got Caden McNown, you got Shane Matthews, you got Henry Burris, you got Moses Marino, you got Jonathan Quinn. Okay, you got garbage guys. You got Rex Grossman. Listen to this. The Bears had a chance to sign Kurt Warner, but Lovey, Rex is our quarterback. You know what? If they would have signed that guy, we would have beat the Colts. No doubt about it. But, they're too stubborn or too stupid. One of the two. Okay? With that being said, if the Bears get rid of Justin Fields, they will go down as the laughing stock of the NFL because this guy can win a Super Bowl as a Bear. Okay, you can build around him, and all the naysayers, the haters, the Cap and J Hood, No, I heard it. They all hate it. You go to Mully and Haw, all them guys, they hate it on Justin Fields. They do, okay? I listen every day, and I'm so sick of it, okay? People need to wake up, get their heads out of their arses, and see what this guy can be capable of.
Jeff, I love the passion.
Right, Jeff. Yeah,
I love the passion. I love it, bro. Like, he took some shots at your guys, though. I mean, you got to address that first.
No, I said I didn't. Hey, look, they're my guy. I just said I play with a lot of quarterbacks. I didn't take shots at it. He just named guys.
No, he said,
I'm just saying he helped my trivia question. He named
Oh, the look was that you remembered another quarterback.
Because those are ones I was going to store in my data bank. So that way, when this trivia question comes about, like Jeff reminded me of some
did some homework for you.
I appreciate
off
that.
your plate.
But you know what? I think I love the passion, and it's like Jeff said. I mean, it's like you said, right? Pat, you went on a rant talking about the quarterback when you don't have a left tackle, when you have a center. You got to get one part right first. You got to get one piece right first.
312-332-3776. We'll take more of your calls and wrap things up here. It's the Bears post-game show. They beat the Lions 28-13.
ESPN Chicago.
What's up? It's Tyler Aki. Score early this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. So if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action than right now. The app is super easy to use, plus they offer a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, future bets, same-game parlays, and so much more. So visit FanDuel.com/Tyler and kick off the NFL season. That's FanDuel.com/Tyler. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. You must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame moneyline wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Where can living well take you? Well, anywhere you want. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we understand greater all-around health starts by making sure greater access to health care is all around you. It's why Blue Cross is committed to advancing and simplifying the healthcare experience for our members, no matter the state you find yourself in. We'll be forever by your side, always elevating your healthcare well beyond.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, a division of Healthcare Service Corporation, a mutual legal reserve company.
'Twas the night before Christmas when he hopped in his sleigh. Santa didn't strap in. No, he wanted to get on his way. Over skylines and cornfields, the reindeer did fly. Until they hit the brakes and things went awry. Prancer, Vixen, Comet, they stopped so abrupt. Ned Santa went flying, face planting in reindeer butt. Rudolph will tell you, and he's really bright. Even sleighs have seatbelts to keep things just right. Stay on the nice list and buckle up this holiday season. Visit itsnotagameillinois.com to learn more.
The game is on the line. You need your best play. What's it gonna be? Do you make the call for welding or HVAC? Do it now and you could complete your education at ETI School of Skilled Trades in as little as 7 months. We offer day and evening classes to fit your schedule, and financial aid is available if you qualify. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Okay, guys, it's time. I know what you're thinking. Time for what? It's go time. Stop procrastinating and get over to Distinctive Gold Jewelry in Frankfurt. Talk to my guys, Joe or Tony, the maestros of the monthly Waddle specials. For the holidays, they are again pulling out all the stops. Incredible year-end deals with special pricing on their lab diamond engagement rings, bracelets, and silver Rembrandt charms. Whether it's your wife, mother, girlfriend, or anyone special in your life, the gift of jewelry makes a distinct impression. And Distinctive Gold Jewelry is loaded up with incredible inventory just for the holidays. So you'll find that gift that will impress. Is money an issue? All right, they have 12-month interest-free, no down payment financing available if needed. Don't wait. Go to my favorite jewelry store and the only one that I will endorse. The holidays, the perfect time of the year to show just how much you care. Distinctive Gold Jewelry in Frankfurt. Visit them at distinctivegold.com. That's Distinctive Gold Jewelry, where Chicago buys their diamonds.
Welcome back to Bears Postgame. Here are your hosts, Jason McKie, Jeff Miller, and Pat the Designer on the new home of the Chicago Bears, ESPN Chicago.
Direct snap, fakes it to Fields, running left 15-10, 5, end zone, touchdown! Touchdown Bears! 17 yards! DJ Moore has found a new way to get in the end zone, and the Bears jump out in front. A magnificent opening drive against first place Detroit.
Some trickery there on that first touchdown. Ends in a DJ Moore rushing touchdown. His first of 2 for the day and his first career rushing touchdown as the Bears beat the Lions 28-13. We're talking about it with you, 312-332-3776. Alongside J-Mac, Jason McKie, and Pat the Designer, I'm Tyler Rocky. Kamir is on the south side. What's up, Kamir?
Tyler.
What's good?
What's going on?
Good, good. I love your show. Listen to you guys after every Bears game I try. I want to make 2 points before I get to a question. Justin Fields plays by instinct. When he plays by instinct, he's a lot more effective. Now, what I want to ask you guys is there any quarterback, and I love college football, I watch it religiously. My question is, if you compare Justin Fields coming out of college to the kid from LSU or to the kid from USC, would you take any of them over Justin Fields if he was to be drafted now?
Just based off like what Justin did at Ohio State?
I think, yeah. Probably not, because Justin's at a bigger school, right? And he had more success than at USC.
Yes.
Thanks for the call, Kamir. I would still probably, like, based off of college pedigree, I would still probably take Caleb over him. I would still probably
losses in Caleb with this year.
Yeah, but like I'm not pinning losses on him when his defense is giving up 45 points.
His defense is bad. His defense is bad.
And they're also they were, I think, the second most penalized team in college football this year. Now, obviously, part of that is defensive too, but it's you don't see a lot of penalties on a quarterback.
Yeah, that's a tough one because, you know, we're talking about in college. I got to go to college now. They both had a lot of weapons around them in college. You know what I mean? Justin Fields had, man, his receiving corps was ridiculous. I mean, and Caleb Williams has a lot of weapons around him too. So I don't know. I just think that athletically, that's a really tough question. That's a great question, man. I think I would take Justin because I think he's more athletic than Caleb Williams. I think Caleb Williams does some things that, you know, I think Justin does more things athletically than Caleb Williams. In terms of their arm talent, I think they both similar arm talent, but I think I would lean more on Justin Fields.
That's a good question. I'm not gonna lie. Like that was a really good one.
Yeah,
like
thinking.
312-332-3776. John's in Joliet. What's up, John?
Good evening, guys. Let me say this. It's worth sometimes to go through the pain to feel the love. And today the Chicago Bears brought the love, and the defense brought the woodshed to the game. Yeah. They took the Detroit Lions to the woodshed. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Detroit is still going to be feeling the pain from Montes Sweat and the guys. And you know what? I'm old school, bro. I'm an old school house head. I'm old school. It's just defense wins games. And today, without that defense, they don't win that game. The defense, man, they just stepped up and brought the big stick and just beat the
dog snot out of them guys. I'm a Bear fan for life. Let's go Bear down, baby. And man, the defense just did it, baby. I'm so happy.
Hey, I love, man. Yeah,
Bear down, John. Bear down.
Yeah, you got to celebrate. Got to get you an adult beverage to celebrate, man.
I think he's had a couple. I respect it. It's a good night.
I mean, you look at, you talk about the defense showed up. Yeah, the defense has showed up the last few weeks, but rarely, right, in a win do all three phases show up. You know what I mean? But when you one phase may have to carry the other. And the defense has really been carrying this team so far, but there's going to be some games, and it may be coming up moving forward. I don't care who our opponent is, where the offense is going to have to lead the charge. You know, the defense may have to lead on the offense. So, you know, if you can get 2 out of 3 phases clicking, it gives yourself an opportunity to be in the win column.
100%.
Rocco's in Gurnee. What's up, Rocco?
Rocco!
Not too much. Hi, fellas. Love your show. I'm driving back from Cleveland right now. Yeah,
okay.
Cleveland. And I'm an Ohio guy, but I've lived in Gurnee for 20 years, 25 years. Love the Bears. So, Browns won, Bears 1A. And what I love about Justin Fields is what's between his ears. I don't hear much talk about that. We've all talked about his physical skill.
Mm-hmm.
We all know that. But, man, this guy, the ironclad will to win, it's unbelievable with him. He was like that in college, like that now. I just think that this team's really exciting. For the first time in many years, the supporting cast looks really good.
Yeah.
And they're fast on the perimeter. They got tough kids on that offensive line. Defense is playing better every week. And I don't know. I love this guy. I think he's the guy for us. And if the Bears give up on him, I hope he goes to Cleveland then.
I like
Good luck moving that other salary there.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, there's money in Cleveland for him.
Rocco set that up nicely, man. Man, you know what? You're right. We have just been talking about, his athleticism, his arm, and stuff like that. But he's a true leader.
Yeah,
he's a true leader. Yep. And after that Minnesota game when he had the 2 fumbles, and he stood up there and said, "Hey, that's on me, guys. That's on me." And some people were like, "Oh, he shouldn't fumble anyway." Well, it happens, right?
Yeah.
It's a part of the game. The defense is going to make plays too.
Yep.
But the fact that he was able to stand up, right, and say that's on me, but to come back and put his team in position, right, to win that game, like I said before, the big pass to DJ Moore to set up Cairo Santos, like that's leadership. That's taking ownership of your mistakes, and there's been times where he's taken ownership of other people's mistakes as well, but he puts it on him.
Yeah. And that's what you want from your quarterback.
100%.
You know what I mean? You want the guy that's like, that's on me. Yeah. Right? The Tyler Scott one, he said, I should have thrown it. I shouldn't have thrown it as hard as I did.
Yeah.
Tyler's like, no, I should have kept running. Immediately.
I'm going to war with that guy any day.
Yeah, just a quick stat about him, too. Came the second fastest quarterback in NFL history to reach 2,000 rushing yards and 5,000 passing yards in his career, only behind Lamar Jackson in 33 games.
Wow. Good stuff right there. Real quick, we'll try to squeeze 2 in here. Chris in Rogers Park. You got to be quick, Chris.
Yeah, no problem, guys. I'm a little hoarse anyways from screaming at the game.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Got to see a victory.
Called a pony.
Going to one of these games. Yeah, I was at the Denver game, and I was at the other Lions game, so this was nice.
You deserve
anyway,
this, Chris.
So I just want to make a quick statement. So stat line-wise, it has been nice to see that more and more people are starting to come on to the idea that Justin isn't a mid or trash quarterback. His last 6 game stat line, his last 18 stat line, versus, his first 18 games where he had one of the worst landing spots of a QB coming out of college in, NFL history next to Trevor Lawrence. So I just feel like most of these critics are starting to change their narratives because they're starting to actually, as Pat the designer would say on his other podcasts, watch the tape because they got to, even though technically they do. But, I'm just going to be off of here quick. I just wanted to quickly shout out, the team is doing better. We might actually retain Flus. I'm comfortable saying it, but, if we got to do what you got to do to keep that cohesion and continuity, the players are fighting hard for him, so you got to give him props for that. I know he hasn't done well with clock management and timeouts and challenges, but if you can get your players to buy in, even when the results aren't coming, then that's a head coach, guys.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say.
Thanks for the call, Chris. Appreciate it. All right. Well, that's going to do it for us here on the Bears post-game show. Thank you to Justin Pottinger and to Kendra Smith for producing tonight's show. The Bears win it 28-13, put together back-to-back wins over their divisional foes, the Detroit Lions. That's going to do it for us. Have a good night. We'll talk to you tomorrow, starting with Cap and J Hood at 7 a.m. right here on ESPN 1000.
Right now.
'Tis a cautionary